on. You can test in your own ears how
Clip
loud it
1,
is.
2, 3. Oh, that's very loud. Need to turn me down.
How about me? Oh, I can't hear me.
There we go.
Oh, that's okay. That's why I couldn't hear me, because I wasn't on.
Clip
I think
1,
I'm
2,
all right.
3. You all right? And you hearing me okay?
I'm hearing you fine.
Okey-dokey.
A little bit louder.
And yeah, clip 1, 2, 3. Clip 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, and hello. 1,
Hello.
2, 3.
Clip 1, 2, 3. Clip 1, 2, 3.
Cool.
Are we coming through loud? You're going to check that the other end?
Check the other end now, but I've got that now, so
Yeah. Welcome to Edgbaston. We're in the autumnal mist here, and we are just about to see the Rachael Heyhoe Flint 50 over competition between the 8 English Regional Centres of Excellence go through the last game of the whole group. Now, it was sandwiched during the season, really, because we started with the Rachael Heyhoe Flint, then we went into the Charlotte Edwards Cup, which is the 20 over. Then we had the Ashes, and then we had the 100, and now the Rachael Heyhoe Flint has returned. So this is the last game of the season for a lot of the teams today. However, we've got lots of combinations in terms of who could make it to the finals. So finals day is Sunday the 24th of September at Northants, so that's next Sunday. And the team that finishes at the top of the table will go directly through to the finals. So there is a big incentive to finish at the top. The second and third team players will play off in an eliminator on Thursday. Now, I am joined today, fortunately, by Raf Nicholson, who is Dr. Cricket, and Sid Egan from the Cricket Her podcast, and he's great with sums and numbers. So he's given me this to say because I am not good with numbers. With both sides level here, so we've got Central Sparks, which is the West Midlands, and we've got South East Stars, which is kind of the home counties-ish. But anyway, these two sides. So with both sides here today, level on 31 points, it's almost a quarter-final. So neither team can make it to the final directly, so they're playing off to get to see who gets into the eliminator. But a bonus point win for either side means they definitely qualify for the eliminator whatever happens elsewhere, because there are lots of permutations that actually include more or less 6 of the 8 teams for getting into one or of the finals. A win without a bonus point means they need to keep an eye on the Diamonds versus Sunrisers match. If Diamonds get a bonus point win, they would draw level with Sparks and Stars and potentially qualify ahead of them on net run rate. We've got an addendum to that, though, because we gather it's raining up in Durham, so that game may be either rain affected or called off. If it's called off, I think we don't need to worry about bonus points, but I'm going to ask Sid to explain that later, because that's really complicated. So, yes, we're here. If you want to join in, please join in on Central Sparks and South East Stars' various social media outlets, and I'm going to hand over to Raf. Morning, Raf. You're going to tell us about the teams, aren't you?
I am, yes. Thanks for having us here at Edgbaston today. A little bit chilly, as Claire says. So, news from the toss is that Central Sparks have won the toss and chosen to bowl, which makes a lot of sense given the conditions. Misty, overcast, you definitely would want to be bowling first if you can. So the Central Sparks team, we've got one change from the previous round, which was on Wednesday. So the team for Sparks, Eve Jones at the top, captaining. She's going to be opening up the batting with Bethan Ellis later. Abby Freeborn at 3, who's obviously relatively fresh from making her first 100 for the Sparks. Maddie Green at 4, the New Zealander, who's come in for these last couple of rounds of matches. Very exciting acquisition. Amy Campbell. Katie George. Izzy Wong is the change from the other day. She's come in for Davina Perrin. She's back from England duty. Emma Arlett, Georgia Davis, Grace Potts and leg spinner Hannah Baker. Stars have got a couple of changes. So their captain, Bryony Smith, will be opening the batting alongside wicketkeeper Kira Chatley. Eilish Cranston at 3, had a good innings the other day on Wednesday. And Alice Davidson-Richards is back in for the Stars at number 4, having played the last couple of ODIs for England and enjoyed that very much. So she is back in, and Paige Schofield at 5. We've got Madeline Blinkhorn-Jones coming in, Chloe Hill, Alexa Stonehouse, Bethan Miles, Rihanna McDonald-Gay and Danny Gregory, and a couple of players who are missing out from who played in Wednesday's game, Akalian Moore and Jemima Spence. So it looks to me like Stars have shored up their batting a little bit by bringing in Blinkhorn-Jones. So those are the teams, Claire.
Excellent. And of course Chloe Hill is ex-Sparks. There's a bit of and our scorers today are MD Smith and Heather Vernon. And our umpires today are Joe Ibbotson at the Pavilion end and Naeem Ashraf at the Birmingham end as Central Sparks take to the field. Yes, we've got... Yeah, so Central Sparks have Maddie Green, as you mentioned, who's the New Zealand White Fern International. She came in kind of to replace Erin Burns, who's been with the side for most of the season but went off to the Caribbean Premier League to play.
Which
is
great. Couple of Sparks being really canny and picking up some overseas players, because as we know they are allowed to field one overseas player in this competition, and some of the sides seem to have been particularly kind of hot on that this season. We've seen quite a few more internationals, haven't we? Which is great to see them coming in and playing domestic cricket here. And I think Burns did really well for the Sparks, and Green had a good innings the other day, didn't she? She hit a 50, and so it's a really important stage of the competition for everyone. So for them to be able to pick up Maddie Green for these last couple of rounds has been great for the Sparks. But all to play for here, as we say, a kind of virtual quarter-final. Very exciting.
Very exciting. Our shootout, I think this really is a shootout for who gets through to the eliminator. The other key game, although obviously you want to watch all of them, but watching us most, but keeping an eye on the other games, is the game at Loughborough, which is the Blaze versus the Vipers. So that will be quite a key game as well. Mike Perkins is going to be looking after you there on the live stream with an Italian international. So that's a guest appearance from an Italian international, fresh from the European qualifiers down at Desert Springs in Spain, as the umpire, the far end. The signals is ready to start. And we've got Emma Arlott from the far end, from the Birmingham end, coming out of the mist at Kira Chatley, right-hander to right-hander. She comes forward and just defends that, and there is no run.
Interestingly, it looks like Stars have sent out a different opening combination here, because I was expecting to see Bryony Smith at the other end with Chatley at our end, but it looks like that might be Alexis Stonehouse.
Could be. We're going to get there's a pigtail at the back, so we shall find out. Emily Arlott winds herself up. Chatley place that to third, but the point fielder cuts that off and they get through for one? Did they get through for one?
No, they didn't. Stonehouse,
I looked up, they were going and then not going.
Stonehouse dashed 3/4 of the way down the pitch. Kira turned round and said, "What on earth are you doing? Get back." And so Stonehouse then retreated. Unfortunately, the fielding was not particularly swift, so she got safely back to her ground at the non-strikers. So, yes.
So half a rounder to Stars for getting the steps in but not getting the run in. As Arlott comes in again. I was watching the fielding, of course, because I do like a little bit of point field, and that went straight through to Abby Freeborn, and there is no run. Yes, that was my point fielding was my thing, so I do like a bit of scrabbling about there. But I think it was one of those, the cliche is, so the klaxon's going to go off here, never run on a misfield. It wasn't very loud, was it? But the klaxon will have been going off in the back of the box there. As one of the ground staff has got his little motor. It's going to distract me. Arlott into Chatley. Again comes forward and dots that down. There is no run. We're in the Test match special box. We're very excited about that, aren't we?
Very
We've
excited.
Got a very high view up here.
I've sent a photo of me in front of a very old photograph of various esteemed TMS commentators from years gone by. Looks like it was taken about 1975, based on the shirts and ties that are worn there. So
we're going to ask your dad who they are.
The changing face of commentary, Claire.
Yes, that's right. As that's played to the cover fielder, and there is no run. That's Amy Campbell into the action, throwing that back to Abby Freeborn, warming the wicketkeeper's hands up. Now, because I was at Taunton for the Western Storm game, and they kept throwing the ball over Abby Freeborn like they were trying to stretch her. Meanwhile, when Western Storm fielded, they threw the ball around their Katie Jones, who was keeping wicket that day, stretching her sideways. So one way or the other, the keepers were having a hard time on Wednesday as Arlott comes in. And that's played again, dabbed lovely to short third, and that's cut off. And it's obviously quite slippy out there. They did get through for a single, as Bethan Ellis there, I think, does a slidey and gets the ball in. So at the end of the first over, South East Stars are 1 for no loss, and Chatley on the one run that we've just seen.
Yeah. So it's a relatively sedate start out there for the Stars, and we can confirm it is Alexa Stonehouse out there opening the batting. So that's quite an interesting move by the Stars, who obviously will be very keenly aware that this is a must-win match for them. I mean, I suppose they're looking for perhaps a bit more aggression at the top of the order. We certainly saw Stonehouse. I know there was one innings I saw from her in the 100 where she absolutely went kind of full 100 miles an hour at it, just coming in at the end for the last, I think it was the last couple of sets. So she's obviously very capable of that kind of power hitting. So perhaps that's what's going on there.
One of our under-19 stars, of course. She did very well in the under-19s, didn't she? She got 25 on Wednesday, I think.
Absolutely.
If I've got that right.
So we've got Grace Potts opening the bowling from the pavilion end. She's just at the top of her mark now, striding in. And Chatley just dabs that out towards deep third, and they come through for a single.
I was a bit worried when we saw this setup that it is quite a short boundary at the moment to the offside, but actually it doesn't look quite. It doesn't look so bad now that the ropes and in and so forth, but it is quite a short side to the hover mower out to the offside of the batter at the moment.
Yes, back end of the season, and we're down to some very last stage pitches being prepared here at Edgbaston, as Potts in again to Stonehouse this time. It's a little bit short, and again Stonehouse plays a very similar shot to the one Chatley played. The last ball goes out towards that deep third region, and they come through for another single. So Stars move on to 3 for no wicket. We're in the second over here and the final match of this group stage of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy.
But how exciting is it to have everything on this last game? I mean, that's exactly what England will have wanted. They want to prepare those England players for the pressure, and they want the regions to be more even, which we haven't necessarily seen in previous years. So great that it's so close. They've brought in, I think that's Eve Jones there at sort of short third.
Trying to plug that gap, which they've obviously just pierced 2 singles through. Potts in again. And
up there.
And there you go. It goes past Eve Jones. Chatley plays it past Eve Jones, and they do get through for a single because Eve Jones wasn't quite quick enough off the mark to pick that one up.
She wasn't. She hadn't got the memo from herself about the field change. You're in the hot seat. Oh, that's me.
Yes. No, she's actually just moved back to first slip.
She's decided against that now.
Yeah.
Perhaps Potts is going to bowl something different now.
Well, let's see.
It's a plan.
You'd hope it's a plan.
Yeah.
You'd hope it's a plan. Everything is very carefully planned, clearly. Potts in again. Stonehouse dabbed at it, didn't she? But as you say, little bit of an appeal there, but
An appeal.
Basically, we think it's gone through to the keeper without her getting bat on it.
We're a long way, and we cannot see the live stream at all. So you've got a better view than we have there, and obviously no DRS or anything fancy like that today.
Yeah, just based on the strength of the appeal.
Yeah, it was a sort of, it's early, we should shout. Shout.
Yeah, so Stars, 4 for no wicket, Stonehouse on strike, Potts in again, Stonehouse defends that, just out towards point, and no run there.
Yes, it does feel like autumn now, doesn't it? There's a definite autumnal fog over the distant landscape of the Birmingham city centre with its skyscrapers just looming out of the mist there.
Well, it was lovely here yesterday, Claire. Sid and I
we should have been here yesterday.
Well, Sid and I we stayed overnight in a Premier Inn. I'll talk more about that later. Other hotel chains are available. Potts in again to Stonehouse, who again plays that out, just slightly backward of point that time. So it goes past the fielder, and they manage to get a single, and that's the end of the over. So Stars 5 for no wicket after 2 overs here at Edgbaston.
We had seagull facts last time when you stayed at Worcester for that commentary I did with you before.
Absolutely. Well, no, I've got.
Was it pigeons? I can't remember.
I've got a great
Pigeons,
story about the
Seagulls.
Premier Inn. Again, other hotel chains are available, Claire, but that tends to be our preference because you know what you're going to get. And Sid, my husband Sid Egan, who will be commentating later, does have a weakness for the Premier Inn all-you-can-eat buffet breakfast. So fans of the breakfast do tweet in at Raf Nicholson at Cricket Her if there's if you would like to chime in with your comments on the breakfast. We are starting a new over, so perhaps my actual cricket-related story about the Premier Inn will have to wait.
Oh, we'll keep you on tenterhooks. I hope it's a breakfast story as our lot comes in to Stonehouse. Crouching, waiting. Oh, it's in the air. I think it's going to go past the bit. Oh, it was a diving try and attempt at a stop there, the far end. That would have been a pretty spectacular catch from Maddie Green. But they get through for two. Was it two? Stonehouse, wasn't it? Did they get two while I was watching that?
Yes, it was two.
It seemed to be in the air for ages.
Yeah, I was exactly. So it just sort of bounced past her in the end.
Yeah.
So she chose to try and go for the catch rather than cutting off the run. So they did get two. They did get back for two there, Claire.
Yeah, 2 runs to total, 7 for no loss as our lot comes into Stonehouse again. Oh, plays it in the same direction, but this time we're along the ground, and Maddie Green gets behind that one, and there is no run.
Yes, Kira Chatley sort of jumped up and let the ball go between her legs at the non-strikers end. That was very clever.
Yeah. I do wonder, there was 1 or 2 cases recently where you see the batter really welt the ball and the poor backing up batter ends up clobbered as our lot comes into Stonehouse. Defends that down. Amy Campbell just does the tidying up. No run.
Not sure whether to start this story or not, Claire.
Oh yeah, I know. How long it's let's do it at the change of over, and I'll finish quick, and then you can get your Premier Inn story. Other hotel chains are available.
I feel I've bigged it up too much already.
Yeah, I hope it's a good story. We're waiting, tenterhooks. Oh, lot rounds a mark just outside the 25-yard circle. Stonehouse again defends that straight back to our lot, and there is no run. That is not the end of the over. It's not like we're going to get to the end of the over then. Our lot just throws the ball back for a bit of polishing at the far end from Georgia Davis.
It's good to see Arlott back because she's had problems this season, hasn't she? With various injury things. I think there was shin splints were mentioned, which always sounds intensely painful. They are intensely
painful. You never had them. I saw her on crutches at one place, but that was a long time ago. Yeah, so nice to see her back. Arlott coming in from the Birmingham end. Stonehouse knocks that up in the air again. Maddie Green will be interested. She's running after it, but it's going to go over her shoulder. Bounce. She's going to haul that in. So they're not going to get the 4, but they are going to get another 2. So that's South East Stars on 9 for no loss as we approach the end of the third over. Last ball of the third over, should I say.
I suspect that kind of stroke is what Stonehouse has really been brought in for, bumped up to the top of the order. They want her to have a little bit of licence to play like that.
Up and over. Pinch hitters we used to call it. I don't know what it doesn't seem to be called that now. Our lot comes into Stonehouse. Oh, I think that got her on the hand or the top of the handle or something. That'll be a bruise on the fingers potentially. It's the end of the over. South East Stars are 9 for no loss, and Raf, to you.
Well, it's just that Sid and I were checking in yesterday, and the man that was checking us in said, "Why are you here in Birmingham?" We said, "Oh, we're here for the cricket tomorrow." And of course, he initially thought, "Oh, we must be here for some men's cricket." And we said, "No, we're actually here for women's cricket." And he said, "Oh, the Birmingham Phoenix." He was really enthusiastic about the Birmingham Phoenix. Okay. And the fact that the women for the Birmingham Phoenix regularly play here at Edgbaston, of course, it's their home ground. And then he did say, "Oh, and the England ladies are playing Sri Lanka at the moment. Are you going to see England v Sri Lanka?" So that was quite good awareness of what's going on at the moment as well.
That.
And we said, "Oh no, but we have just been there because obviously we'd come across from Leicester."
Yeah, they picked the right people to ask about that, didn't they?
And then he started talking about Danny Wyatt. He was very enthusiastic about Danny Wyatt, and he said, "I don't understand why Danny Wyatt doesn't play more tests." I'll continue this story in a moment. As Potts continues from the pavilion end, Chatley sort of wafts her bat at that, but it goes safely through.
She's waiting to hear the end of your story. That's what it was. Yeah.
So
I'm excited.
well, he's obviously got a really. I just thought it was interesting because this is just a kind of random guy in the hotel, and I don't think that kind of that there would have been that awareness of women's cricket even just a few years ago, and I also think it showed great awareness of the 100 and what the 100 has done for women's cricket. Pots in again. Chatley waits, just plays back defensively at that, out into the leg side, no run there. So Stars continue to be 9 for no wicket in the 4th over. So no, it was just an interesting kind of demonstration of awareness levels, I think.
Yeah, a little microcosm of the fact that the profile is so much more raised by the women's 100.
Absolutely, exactly. Potts running in again. Fuller that time, and Chatley comes forward to it, but just plays it out straight along the ground to Maddie Green. I think that is at mid-on.
Maddie Green.
So no run there, 9 for no wicket.
It is that awareness, isn't it? And what struck me, and I think it's partly a Commonwealth Games probably, although he didn't mention it in the story that you said there. But there's an awareness then because of the women's cricket here at Commonwealth Games, which you can talk about later. Because you were key to that.
I was here for many weeks here. Oh, and that is Potts bowls it, and it's wide, and it is now signalled wide by the umpire down the offside. Freeborn did manage to pick that up, but yeah, it just went sailing right past Chatley.
You were here for Commonwealth Games, weren't you? Cricket.
I was the actually working for the Commonwealth Games News Service, which is their kind of internal media outlet who produce various reports and features and quotes pieces during every event. As Potts in again. And that's a much better ball right on the stumps. Chatley plays that out into the offside, and no run there. Yeah, it was a fantastic few weeks actually here in Birmingham, and well, you were around, weren't you, Claire?
Yeah,
it was just
watching.
so brilliant for the city, wasn't it?
Let me anywhere near that. I was just a spectator. It's too hot. Oh, it's much too hot.
Oh my goodness, it was sweltering, wasn't it? Yeah,
it's always like that here.
We seem to have yes, absolutely. Potts in, and that's nicely played by Kira Chatley, and it's just sneaking towards the boundary at backward square, and I
think that's Hannah Baker. Over. Somebody went herring after that. Is it Hannah Baker? I think it's Hannah Baker. She thought it was going over. She was never going to get that. But I like the fact that she was trying, which is good.
Yeah,
like
absolutely. Good keenness, good enthusiasm.
Keen.
So that's the first boundary of the day, brought up by Kira Chatley. It's good enthusiasm though from the field, but you just didn't really have much chance to get to it. Score now moves on to 14 for no wicket. Potts in. And Chatley wafts at that again, but yes, it's gone through to the keeper. So Stars remain on 14 for no wicket. After is that 5 overs now?
I think it's 4. I think it's just
4 overs.
Yeah, 4 overs. Oh. Yeah, it's Commonwealth Games. I mean, because it was only most of the sports had male and female, men's cricket, whatever. But there was no men's cricket. It was only women's cricket.
Yeah,
which was great. That was the thing that was unique about it. And all based at Edgbaston, full crowds. Didn't necessarily know what cricket was, but they came and they enjoyed it. And I suspect they then came back for perhaps 100. It was a great sort of gateway opportunity for people to see women's cricket.
It was fantastic.
You must have seen that from the inside.
And just having the ground full of people, and full of people who many of whom had never been to cricket before. It was wonderful.
Yeah, Stonehouse defends that. Yeah, I was sat behind 3 fellas, 20s, and they're probably 20s or 30s. The one in the middle obviously understood cricket, and he was having to explain it to the 2 blokes either side of him, which was just lovely, because there's 3 fellas there. Only one of them knew cricket, but they were thoroughly enjoying themselves. The kids were enjoying themselves. Of course, the weather does help. And it's sort of sad to hear that they're struggling to find a host now, because it was going to be the state of Victoria, but they've had to fall out, I think, for financial reasons. It's gone in the air. Is this going to get caught, and it is Katie George. That's a steepler there, so actually it was a good catch because it was coming down from some height out of a white ball, out of what is completely a white sky here as we're surrounded by fog and things. So that's Stonehouse caught George off Arlott. Score is 14-1.
Yeah, I mean, Alexa Stonehouse kind of doing what she was, as I say, I think she was brought up to the top of the order to do. She's trying to play a little bit more aggressively. She's misjudged that and, unfortunately hasn't quite come off. Good catch from George, just running in there. But yeah, 14-1. Here we are.
Yeah, and Alexa Stonehouse goes for 6 off the 12 balls that she's faced, and I think you're going to get, we were expecting to come out, Bryony Smith. It must be one of the most unlucky players not to get into one of those sides to play against Sri Lanka, in my opinion, having done so well in the 100 and things. So much is expected of Bryony Smith as she comes to the crease to join Kira Chatley.
And that's really, I've been saying it, but I do think that was an interesting move by Stars to almost say to Alexa Stonehouse, we're going to bump you up the top of the order. I wonder if they're concerned there might be rain around, or they're thinking we might end up having a foreshortened innings, so you come out with a bit of licence to play more aggressively, and if you get out early, then that's just what happens sometimes, and that is what we've seen actually. Now we've effectively got these two kind of having to start again, 14-1 in the 5th over, and I was going to say rebuild a little bit, but I think Stonehouse has to some extent done her job.
Smith defends that and there is no run. Yeah, I suspect it was, like you say, although there isn't rain forecast, if I were just looking up at the sky, I'd think there might be some, because it sort of feels like there's a dome of fog over us. It looked like it might go either way. I mean, it could go nice like it was yesterday here, as you pointed out, or it could go naughty. So, but yeah, if there's a chance of rain around and it gets rains effective, you want to be pushing the total early as Arlott comes in, and Smith just defends that down. Felt like it was probably on her fingers again, but she doesn't. Oh, she's sort of half shaking her glove, but she prods down some lumps on the surface. I think that gardening, we're talking about gardening, that's a bit of a cliche, isn't it? But I think some of that's just reflex, isn't it? I wonder whether there is actually a little lump there, but it makes you feel better perhaps if you think that's coming off a length, as Arlott comes steaming in from the Birmingham end. Tall figure, and Smith, textbook, defends that down, and there is no run.
The other thing I suppose that might have been at play is this thought of the importance of the bonus point, which, as you said in the preamble to the game, it could actually,
thanks to Sid,
well, is as the situation stands crucial, because if a team can win with a bonus point today, then they know they will progress. If they don't win with a bonus point, they are dependent on other results. Now, if that match in Durham, Sunrisers Diamonds, does fall subject to rain, then the equation changes. But of course, these two teams cannot rely on that.
No. Arlott comes into Smith, shapes the leg side, and in fact flicks it off. It's going to go towards the rope. Yeah, that's the first fall for Bryony Smith. Just flick that nicely and quietly, and Emily Arlott just tickles her on the back. I'm sure that's all very friendly stuff. That's the end of the over. 5 overs gone. South East Stars are 18-1. Chatley on 7. Smith on that 4 that you've just seen. And I'm just going to get a cuppa, and you're going to be joined by Sid Egan from the Cricket Her vodcast, which is essential viewing for anybody interested in women's cricket. So you're going to get the full Cricket Her team here. And so I'll leave you in Raf and Sid's capable hands.
Thank you very much, Claire. Yes, this is quite an exciting moment, because although Sid and I do this weekly vodcast, as we call it, the Cricket Her Weekly, and we obviously do spend a lot of time talking to each other, we haven't really done so ever on air before. So this is a bit of a historic moment here, married couple on air together, as Potts resumes from the pavilion end. And Kira Chatley on strike defends that. So Stars 18-1 in the 6th over here at Edgbaston. Hello, Sid.
Good morning.
This is a bit of a strange experience for us,
seeing
isn't
you
it?
Here.
As I say, we do talk to each other a lot, but not necessarily with other people listening in so often.
Need to be careful what we say.
Well, we'll see how we get on. Hopefully the listeners will enjoy it, as Potts in again to Chatley. Again, She moved her bat at that, but it's gone safely through to Abby Freeborn behind the stumps.
Kira Chatley has played and missed a few times this
Yeah.
morning already, so I think that the Sparks will be looking at that and thinking eventually she's going to get an edge there. And they have taken the slip out, but they're relying on Freeborn to be able to snaffle anything that goes in that direction.
Absolutely. Chatley currently 7 off 16 balls, so she's hardly going gung-ho at it. Pots in again to Chatley, who does manage to get some bat on that one, plays that out to mid-wicket. No run, 18 for 1.
And meanwhile, the Vipers are 16 for 1, so lost one early wicket. The Vipers batting against the Blaze. So they've lost Ella McCachan, but Maya Boucher is in there now, and they'll be hoping that Maya Boucher can take her form from the England matches forward for Vipers today.
Yeah, after that rather spectacular 95 at Leicester in the final ODI, disappointing not to see her get the 100. Oh, and Potts bowls one that's just slightly too wide down the leg side, and it is signalled as such by the umpire, so that bumps Stars up to 19 for 1. Sid, you are a big Vipers fan, aren't you? That Vipers Blaze game quite important potentially.
Yeah, I'll be keeping half an eye on it, but of course this is our main focus today.
Absolutely. Yes, so the Vipers Blaze is basically a fight out, a biff out for first place, isn't it?
Indeed.
Potts in again, a little bit short of that time. Chatley plays out to point, picks it up safely, and there's no run. 19 for 1.
Yeah, so if Vipers can get a bonus point win against Blaze, then they should finish top. It'll come down to net run rate if that happens, but if they do enough to get a bonus point, then they're probably going to have done enough to have overhauled the net run rate that they need.
Whereas, of course, this match is about which of these two teams progresses to the semi-final on Thursday, I think it is, as Potts in again, and Kira Chatley defends that again out to mid-wicket. And again, no run. 19 for 1. Chatley now 7 off 18 balls. So she's going a little bit more sedately. Bryony Smith currently at the other end is on 4 off 4 balls, so she's going at a strike rate of exactly 100. Even my maths can work that out. Oh, and Potts has, Chatley has just played that out to just backward of Eve Jones at short third and managed to sneak that through for a single to finish the over. So 20 for 1 after 6 overs, the Stars.
Yeah, Chatley just given a little bit of width in that on that final delivery and just sort of guided it down towards third. So we're going to get another over of M. Arlett from the Birmingham City end. Birmingham City indeed behind her.
Just starting to come into view. The mist is clearing slightly. But it's definitely, as Claire Jenkins said earlier, it's definitely got that autumnal feel to it, which is, here we are in mid-September.
Arlett is in now and bowls, and that's sort of mid-tracker, which is defended out into the leg side. That's picked up by Katie George, who's going to... What's she going to do with it? She's going to pass the ball to Maddie Green. They've been wiping the ball down between deliveries. Must be a bit of dew out there, and with the mist that's hanging over Edgbaston.
Yeah, I don't think it's quite as damp as the ball was the other night at Leicester when the Sri Lankans were literally having to towel it between every single delivery.
Arlett in again. That's a full delivery, and that's just pushed out towards mid-off, and there is no run. So we're at 20 to 1, 24-1.
20 to
Not
1.
quite 20 to 1 yet.
Are those the odds?
Those might be the odds.
Which team are they the
I
odds
don't know.
for, Sid?
24-1.
But you have got a prediction about this match, which perhaps you can pick up after this ball.
I have. Arlett in. That's a very similar delivery again. Sort of 2/3 of the way down the pitch. It's not getting up a mile, so that's just pushed out. That's pushed into the offside again, and there is again no run. Yeah, my feeling was that Sparks were probably going to edge this one. So that was my prediction. I think Sparks can edge this one. I reckon that Vipers will win their match convincingly. So I think the Vipers go straight through to the final, and it could well be Sparks playing off. As Arnott's in again, and that's kind of up into the body of Chatley. She's up on her toes, but she just kind of bunts that down straight in front of her, and there's no attempt to take a run again. Just lets the ball fall in front of her.
One of the interesting things is seeing which of the England players have come back into their regions to play in this final round of games today, and which haven't. And of course, Vipers have got two of their England players back, as you say, Maya Boucher, but also Charlie Dean.
Yes. That's in. Bowls close to the stumps, and that's kind of driven, but that's fielded by, is that Georgia Davis there?
I think that's Bethan Ellis.
Oh, apologies, Bethan Ellis. And there is, again, no run.
And obviously, Stars have got Alice Davidson-Richards back after playing in those last two ODIs against Sri Lanka, but no Alice Capti for Stars.
No, I think you were disappointed by that, weren't you, Raf?
I'm always disappointed not to see Alice Capti, Sid.
Arnold is in, and that's a nicely played out into the offside. That's cut out into the offside, and that's over the rope for 4. No point in chasing that one, and that does finally get them some runs off the over. So 4 off that over takes us to 24 for 1 with 7 overs done. So they're not going off at a million miles an hour here. Maybe there are a few nerves, that obviously Raf was discussing earlier. They brought in Stonehouse to try and get a little bit of a start. I'm not sure it was the most successful strategy, and I'm not sure that it's really in some ways fair to a player to put them in just a sort of one-off, just to sort of go, well, in this match you're going to come in right at the top and you're going to bosh some runs. I think if you're going to play those strategies, you need to perhaps do them a little bit more consistently. What do you think, Raf?
Yeah, it's a really interesting point. It does put pressure on somebody who's still relatively young. I suppose you could say it's a signal of confidence after her having a good 100, but you're right that doing it as a one-off is kind of, it's taking a bit of a chance, isn't it? And we've got Potts resuming at the pavilion end. Oh, and Bryony Smith heaves that out to deep square leg, but it's picked up there nicely by the fielder out there, so they're just going to get a single for that. And Bryony Smith now at the non-striker's end is just practising her kind of heave-pull shot, which is sort of a trademark of Bryony Smith, isn't it, Sid?
Yeah, it's just sort of lifted. She didn't try and hit the leather off it, to be fair. She lifted it over square.
And Maddie Green is the towel bearer, so she has towelled the ball again, handed it back to Potts, who's now running in again with Kira Chatley on strike now, who knocks that back to the bowler and sort of had a little bit of I think I might have a run there, then realised that Grace Potts had picked it up very cleanly and retreated back to her crease safely. So Stars 25 for 1 now here in the 7th over. 8th over, apologies. Potts in again here. Chatley watchful. And she tries to play that, sort of waves at that on the leg side, but it's gone down and it's being signalled a wide by the umpire. Fortunately, Abby Freeborn managed to kind of scrabble to get to it, so it hasn't gone past her, but it is 1 onto the total for the Stars, 26 for 1 now in the 8th over. Ball just wending its way back to the bowler. It's not being towelled that time because it's gone via, I think that's Em Arlett at mid-off, rather than Maddie Green, who, as I say, is the towel bearer at mid-on. Potts in again to Chatley, who does get bat on that time, plays that out square of the wicket on the leg side, and they run through for a single. Very athletically fielded there by wicketkeeper Abby Freeborn, who leaps up as the throw comes in from square leg. 27 for 1. It is chilly today, isn't it, Sid?
It's not the warmest day of the year, and we've got open windows in the commentary box. We've got wires hanging out of them to give you your effects, so we can't close the windows.
And that's a fuller ball from Potts, which Bryony Smith drives beautifully down the ground, and it's gone over the rope for 4. That was a really nice stroke from Bryony Smith.
Yeah, Bryony Smith got to the pitch of that one. I don't think it was a terrible delivery. It was, as you say, a full delivery. But Bryony Smith just came forward to it and took it on the half volley, and she did kind of hit that one very hard. That's Bryony Smith's thing, and she hits the ball generally very hard. You wouldn't want to be a cricket ball if you were being hit by Bryony Smith.
That's true. Yes, that's absolutely fair to say. So the score's now 31 for 1, and Bryony Smith has moved on to 9 off 6 balls. So she's going at a strike rate of 150 now. Again, doing really clever maths here. So Potts into Bryony Smith, and she just defends that one out to mid-wicket.
She's got her 4 off the over now, so
That's true. Absolutely. If they can just get the one boundary and over, that'll keep them ticking along nicely. Having been 14 for 1, they're now 31 for 1. So these two going along here nicely.
yeah, well, a typical score in this competition is about 250. So they want to be looking at kind of 5 and over plus, ideally.
Okay, and Potts in to send down the last ball of the 8th over, which Bryony Smith plays out into the leg side, and they come through for a single. So Bryony Smith has stolen the strike, and stars 32 for 1 now after 8 overs. What's happening in the other games, Sid? Are you keeping an eye on Vipers?
Well, I'm definitely keeping half an eye on the Vipers. So they're 34 for 1. They're nearly up to 10 overs. So Maya Boucher is still there batting with Georgia Adams. And that's going to be the big partnership for them, I think. If that partnership can go big, then that's going to make life difficult for Blaze. That's, of course, being played at Loughborough, which is a bit of a road. It's a very, very nice pitch to bat on. It's quite a small outfield as well, and the ball rockets through the outfield. The ECB's own kind of ground that they use for their, the women's England women's setup. They take very good care of it there. So lovely place to play. Ball rockets off the bat.
Meanwhile, still no toss in the Sunrisers Diamonds game at Durham.
And so Arlott is in, and she bowls a sort of shortish delivery, and I don't know if that came off the bat or perhaps a glove. It seemed to come off something, but it bounced in front of the wicketkeeper, and they've gone through for a run. So the ball makes its way back to Arlott. So look at the replay. Actually, I think that it did come. It came off the toe of the bat, and then the hip, perhaps. So it bounced in front of the wicketkeeper. Arlott's in again to Chatley. That's a shortish delivery, and Chatley's just up on her toes, defending that. And just bunts it out just a couple of yards in front of her. Eve Jones does the honours, and there is no run. 33 for 1 here at the Edgbaston Stadium. Arlott turns quite a long run up. Nearly 30 yards. She's in. Bowls, that's full and that's driven. That's about half a chance there, but has gone past the bowler and been fielded on the circle. I
think in order to take a caught and bowled there, Emily Arlott would have basically had to have shoved Bryony Smith out of the way, wouldn't she? It would have been, very, very aggressive, and not
maybe
perhaps
a
something that we see.
chance would have been a fairer assessment.
Yeah,
but it was in the air briefly.
It was.
Arlott is in again. Still bowling to Chatley. And again, that's shortish, but doesn't really get up. Chatley on her toes once more. She's doing a lot of that. She's not a particularly tall player, so she needs to get up on her toes, but she plays it with a straight bat out into the offside, playing very correctly. Her school coach would love that. No cross-batted shots here.
She's on 13 from 30 at the moment. Bryony Smith at the other end on 11 off 9. Two very different approaches to batting here on display by the Stars.
That's in, and again I get played out this time with a little bit more force, but it's still not going to be a run. That's going to be fielded by Amy Campbell on the ring, and yeah, Chatley's. I think that it's important for her to keep her wicket intact at this stage of the match, But ultimately, they will need to start thinking about how they're going to go a little bit faster than they're doing here.
Is there an element of seeing off Emily Arlott that's going on here?
In again for the final delivery. That's pitched up a little bit more. Just kind of pushed out into the leg side, and once again there is no run. So we're at 9 overs and it's 33 for 1. We're watching the Stars bat first against the Sparks. It's that sort of virtual quarter-final, if you like. The winner of this match is in pole position to go through to the eliminator, where they will face either the Blaze or the Southern Vipers, depending on the result of that match there over in Loughborough. On the other side of the Midlands, we're in the West Midlands, Loughborough in the East Midlands.
Thank you for informing everybody.
Thank you for geography explaining.
Yes, thank you for that, Sid. And we've got a change of bowling here at the pavilion end. Katie George being brought into the attack for the first time today, replacing Grace Potts, and George at the top of her mark. Elbows going as she runs in, and Bryony Smith kind of, I'm not quite sure. She sort of
waved a
dabbed
bat at it.
Yeah, and it's gone
said hello
through
to it on the way past, but
Freeborn.
it was a quick delivery from the left arm Katie George, wasn't it?
I think that's been signalled. Was that a signal for a free hit there from the umpire? She did something. Okay. Anyway.
Did she overstep? I think she might have overstepped, actually. Look, yes, she's overstepped.
Right, okay, so that means that this will be a free hit.
So this will be a free hit.
That was unfortunately a no ball to start this spell.
And if there's one person you want to face a free hit, if you're Stars, it's Bryony Smith.
Absolutely, yeah. Handy that she's on strike for this. I was just a bit confused because I thought the umpire had signalled free hit, but it didn't seem to be reflected in the scoreboard, which didn't tick over. So hopefully the scorers have been informed as to what's happening. That might be responsible for the delay here. There appears to be a conversation with the square leg umpire who's saying something to Eve Jones. Is it about whether or not she can move her field? Yeah, because obviously when it's a free hit, you are not permitted to move your field. Stop you putting all of the fielders on the boundary, obviously. So Katie George in here. Oh, and it's short, and it's a bouncer at Bryony Smith, who kind of. Oh, and it's been signalled.
It's done her no good whatsoever.
As another no ball there from the umpire, and that was interesting because Bryony Smith sort of made a gesture towards Katie George as the ball went sailing over her head, as if to say, "What on earth are you doing? Why have you done that?" And then when the umpire signalled, we realised why. Katie George now having a conversation with the umpire, who's gesticulating at her. She doesn't seem to be too happy about perhaps that being signalled as a no ball. Claire Jenkins is saying to me that's going to be a warning coming from the umpire because of that ball coming in above shoulder height. So Katie George at the top of her mark again. Can she bowl a legal delivery? Let's see. Yes, this does appear to have been a legal delivery, and it's a dot ball. So a little bit shorter, goes through to the keeper, and we have now got an over that's progressed because we are now 0.1 balls into this over.
Yeah, Katie George is quite literally walking the line here. I think that was also very close to overstepping on that one.
Oh, you've got the replay going, haven't you, Sid? Okay, so she's. Oh dear.
I'm cheating somewhat.
George in again. Bryony Smith waiting. Gets some bat on it. Defends it back to the bowler. Stars. It says that I think it must be 36 for 1 because of that second no ball. Even though the scoreboard is telling me it's 35 for 1, but I believe it's 36 for 1 here in the 10th over at Edgbaston. And George making her way back to her mark, thinking about how she's going to make sure that the next ball is another legal delivery. What's she going to do? Let's find out as she's running in again. And another, that was a better length. Bryony Smith manages to get something on it, plays it out towards deep square leg, and they come through for a single as Katie George aggressively paws at the ground with her foot as if to say, that's the mark that I need to not step over when I'm running into bowl. She's sort of taking out her frustration at having bowled 2 no balls on the ground at the non-striker's end, I think. And the scoreboard has ticked over now to suggest that it's 36 for 1. I think it might be 37 for 1. Anyway, George in again. It was Kira Shatley on strike that time, who played that out into the covers, and it's picked up by, I think that's Eve Jones there. No run, so we remain on. It's telling me it's 36 for 1, but I believe it's 37 for 1. But anyway, shall we go with what the official scoreboard's telling us or not? George making her way back to her mark, and we're here at Edgbaston in the 10th over. She's running in. Kira Chatley squats down. Oh, and she's played that really nicely, and that's going to be 4 runs out through mid-off. Just really beautifully driven there.
Yeah, beautifully driven through the gap. Was probably the nicest shot she's played today. She kind of leaned into it. Put her whole body through the shot. That was very nicely done.
Absolutely, and takes Kira Chatley on to 17 now. And you were saying, Sid, that you felt that she needed to at some point just add a little bit of impetus there. That shot shows that she is capable of that. She's just been a bit watchful, and now she's perhaps getting into her stride. As George in to bowl the final ball of the 10th over, and Chatley plays that uppishly out through kind of backward of point, and they do get a single off the final ball of the over.
Yeah, not in control of that final shot. I don't think that was quite where she intended to put it, but it did the job.
It's very misty here. So what have you been doing while I've been out then, Sid?
A very quick shuffle of headphones around here as I give Claire Jenkins her headphones back.
He's got the manky ones. I've got the ones I bought. Yes, misty here. So, the end of the power play. So I join at got a little wave there from umpire Naeem.
So it's 41 for 1 at the end of the power play. Now what's that in terms of 41 divided by 10? I think that make that 4.1.
I could do that one, and I don't even do
4.1 runs and over.
Coming in again. She's been going to bowl all day by the sound of it. That's wafted at by Kira Chatley straight through to Abby Freeborn, and there is no run. Yeah, 4.1. So yeah, I mean, I think Stars will have wanted to get off to more of a cracker of a start. You were talking with Raf about that, weren't you? Having sent Alexa Stonehouse in clearly with a mission to have a bit of a bish bash bosh up the order, and she did hit some up and over, not necessarily for boundaries, although it's probably quite damp in the outfield here because it's very autumnal, as we mentioned already, and that's played down through third. There is a fielder there who's running after it, but they're not going to get to it. That's 4 runs. So a useful 4 runs there for South East Stars.
Yeah, and to be fair, South East Stars have accelerated a little bit. They were going at just under 4 for the first 5 overs. They've gone just over 4 for the next 5. So actually, ironically, once Alexa Stonehouse sort of pinch hitter role, once she got out, the run rate actually accelerated a little bit. But that's all about Bryony Smith, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
And Kira Chatley looks like she's coming, kind of developing her confidence. Getting used to the pitch and knowing what shots she can play.
Yeah.
So if she can push on now, then that will be, her role will be to, kind of make sure that she stays there and supports Bryony, and Bryony will be looking to go a bit quicker.
Yep, sure you're right. Chatley to face. She comes forward, dobs that down, and there is no run. Chatley on 22-ish, if we're not sure about the scoreboard. Smith on 12-ish. So, Arlott returns to her mark at the Birmingham end. And it's beyond the 25-yard circle. The women's game is 25-yard circle. The men's circle is 30 yards. The numbers inside and outside of that circle will be different for the men's and the women's games, as well as Arlott into Chatley. Sort of defends and plays that straight to the point field, and there is no run. What are you going to say?
Yeah, we've just got 3 fielders out. They've chosen to keep another fielder in the ring to try and keep things tight, try and keep control of those singles.
Yep.
So 3 fielders on the boundary rather than the permitted 4.
Yep.
Oh, now they have now.
Well, they've just
sent
sent
Amy
Amy
Campbell
Campbell out to sweep on the cover point area. They've got a deep square, a deep third, and a deep fine leg to our lot. Chatley plays that to third as Hannah Baker comes running round. Score moves on to 46 for 1 ish.
I'm trusting it now. I
Yeah,
think it would
are you
have caught
trusting it
up.
now? He's probably caught it up, hasn't it? I'm sure that Heather Vernon and MD Smith have got that well under control. And the scorers for today, the umpires are Joe Ibbotson at the end of the pavilion we're at, so she's at square at the moment, and Naeem Ashraf, the far end, the Birmingham end, as Arlott comes in to Smith this time. Plays that to the cover fielder, and there is no run. I think that's Eve Jones there.
Yeah, the official scorecard, which is on NV Play, which is linked, I believe, directly to the
plugged into Heather
systems that
Vernon.
the scorers are using. So that does agree with the scoreboard in the ground. They don't always agree. The scoreboards in the ground don't always agree with each other, but in this case, they do.
And in the 100, there was all sorts going on because people were all sorts of different stakeholders, should we say,
gosh.
involved with the various scoreboards.
Don't get me started on scoreboards in the 100. That's one of my key gripes with the 100. Actually, is I don't have many gripes with it these days.
Yeah,
I was a skeptic initially.
I was as well. I'm completely convert now.
But one of my big gripes with it is that you often can't see the score within the ground. So if you're in the ground and you're actually looking around, you're like, there's nothing that's actually telling me what the score is here.
Yeah,
telling me how many runs they need. You can usually see that. But
that's also because we haven't got the old-fashioned pull the string scoreboards, obviously, so they're not always up. And the other thing is that they're playing clips, so you kind of waiting for the score to come back
and
round.
they're playing
when you're watching
a
graphic or selling something or whatever.
Or the DJ busting some moves, as I believe the kids call it.
Oh, yeah. We're down with the kids, aren't we, Sid?
Definitely. And so Katie George is in, left-handed, and bowls a full delivery to Kira Chatley, who just pushes forward at it, and it's fielded by George off her own bowling.
She's got 99 writ large on the back of her shirt. It just makes me think about ice creams, but then that's the sort of thing I think about.
Makes me think about 99 problems.
99 red balloons?
99 red balloons.
Yeah.
I think we're showing our age a bit there.
Yeah, we are. To get the old gits on commentary.
George in again. That's shortish, but doesn't lift very much, and Chatley just pushes that out towards point, and that's fielded, and there is no run once again. So 2 dots to start the over for Katie George. 46 for 1.
George picked up a couple of wickets on Wednesday at Taunton for against Western Storm, her old side. 2 for 49. She got Griffiths, who was opening, and Nat Wraith, who had a big score last Sunday. So 2 key wickets for her in the last game.
George again. Past the stumps and bowls, and she really put her back into that one. That was a fuller delivery. It was pitched kind of just outside off stump. Kira Chatley felt she had to play at it, and she did play at it. She got a good bat on it, but didn't really go anywhere. That was very much a sort of, oh my God, I need to get some bat on this, and she did.
Because when we were at Wormsley earlier in the year, we were side on to the pitch, and you got a real sense of the speed of Katie George. Well, all the bowling, but Katie George really properly banging it into the pitch. So yeah, as you say, sometimes defensively when it's those quick bowlers.
Yeah, Katie George is one that will always put her back into it. Definitely.
Yeah.
She really puts her back in, sort of wanging the ball over as she does here, and I'm not sure there's any bat at all on that. There's gone straight through past everybody, and that's 4 runs.
Yes, it's always a balance, isn't it, between speed and accuracy with the quick bowlers.
And that just ripped through. I don't think Abby Freeborn had any chance with that. It was well down. Oh no, I apologise. There was some bat on it. So I've just watched the replay.
That's the 50 up, by the way. Did you say that?
50 for 1. I didn't say that.
No, 50 up.
George in. And that's right on the stumps, pitched up, and it's just driven quite gently into the leg side, and there is no run.
That'll be the frustration, won't it, for Sparks, is that when Katie George gets it on the button, my, it's something to behold. Just getting that consistency now. That's what Central Sparks will want. Meanwhile, Stars will be wanting to take some runs here with the speed.
George in. That's a very full delivery, close to being a full toss, and that's been driven convincingly by Chatterley straight down the ground. I don't know if she got it on the half volley or if we should actually turn it into a full toss. We'll check that on the replay, but that's gone straight for 4, and Maddie Green is off to retrieve it from the sort of little track around the ground.
Yeah, drawing it on the way. It was a full-blooded shot there, wasn't it?
I think it did pitch, but it was very much on the half volley. Leaned into it, and that was over the rope at the pavilion end before you could say that was over the rope at the pavilion end.
Kira Chatley will have enjoyed that, no doubt.
So we are through 12 overs, and they're having a little bit of a chat down the far end about what it's going to be. Is it going to be more of Emma? Is it going to be Grace Potts coming back, perhaps?
Could be Potts by the look of it.
Potts is fiddling with her ponytail.
Yeah, that's usually the sign, isn't it? That's the early sign of it. I'm about to come on from the Birmingham end. Yeah.
Now we can see Birmingham much more clearly now. We can actually see a few more of the tower blocks.
Yeah, and the cranes. There must be a lot of building work going on, judging by how many cranes we can see from here.
Always building work going on in the Birmingham city centre, it feels like, isn't there?
Yeah, it's been transformed since my childhood, but that's a very long time ago. As Potts comes in to Smith, rocks back and just twizzles on that and sends that for 4. Thanks very much. I won't bother running those. Only got halfway down the pitch. So yeah, 4 nice runs for Bryony Smith there. She moves on to 20, I think. Is it going to be 20? Anyway, the score is 58-ish for 1-ish. It is definitely 1. Yes, nice shot there. Just an easy shot. Just turning on the spot, sending that past the backward square fielder. Potts comes in again. Smith tries to do the same thing. It goes underneath Abby Freeborn. They will cut this off, I think. Georgia Davis cuts that off and sends that back to Abby Freeborn and umpire name.
So it's called a wide, and they've run 2.
2 to the score. And South East Stars are 61 for 1 against Central Sparks. So this is the West Midlands versus kind of greater home counties, I suppose, in terms of the 8 regional centres of excellence in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. This is the last game of the competition, and it's a shootout to who gets into the eliminator. So this is the scramble for the eliminator, if you will. Bryony Smith comes forward, plays that beautifully in front of her, square of the wicket, and that's 4 more runs to the total. 65 for 1, and Smith starting to get really into her stride here.
Yeah, that was kind of powerfully driven, and there was a fielder down there, Izzy Wong, out on the mid-wicket boundary, but
it's a short boundary.
And she only had 10 yards to run, but there's only about 25 more yards after the circle. So we've got the circle at 25 yards and then another 25 yards. But so, if you can hit it, if you can find that boundary, then the fielder really stands no chance.
Yep. Of course, Potts got bowled Sophie Luff, who's been so key for Western Storm on Wednesday. So what can she do this game? Bryony Smith rocks back and plays that through the cover region. Amy Campbell's going round, does a diving to attempt to stop the ball, but it's quite sticky out there, I think, quite wet and slippery. And that's another 4 to the total. So Bryony Smith really clicking into the up several gears there. 24 she moves on to.
Yeah,
Chapman
3 legal deliveries in this over, 3 fours.
Yes. No, lots of extras.
So this is an expensive one.
Well, it's an expensive one, but it's legal ball.
And we're only halfway through it.
Oh dear. As Stars move on to 69 for 1. We are halfway through the 13th over here at Edgbaston. The Stars in their familiar bumblebee tops.
We've already got a 50 partnership up between Bryony Smith and Kira Chatley.
Excellent work. Potts right on a 25-yard circle. She comes in. Smith carves that again through the same region as cover. Is Amy Campbell going to get this? Yes, she is. Sliding stop on the rope, and they only get the one. It was a beautiful shot again. Amy Campbell did well to get all of her body behind that and stop it. Now she's drying her hands on her towel because it's obviously quite wet with dew, etc. out there.
Yeah, she really did. I mean, carve is definitely the right word on that one. If she ever gives up on the cricket, she's got a job at Tovey Carvery.
Other carveries are available. We're enjoying this too much, Sid. You know that, don't you? Yes, but it's a key game. We'll get Sid to give us an update in a minute. What's happening elsewhere as Potts comes into Chatley this time, dabs that to point, and there is no run.
Well, what is happening in that Vipers game? They're almost at 17 overs. Vipers 81 for 1. So Maya Bouchier, 43 off 51 balls. So she's not going quite the pace she went for England the other day. Well, that was an extraordinary knock alongside Nat Siver for England. But 43 off 51, that's still a fair strike rate.
It's good going there, isn't it? As Potts comes into Chatley's, tapping a bat. Banged that in. She just dunks that down and it's straight to the field and there is no run. Score is 70 for 1 off 13 overs here at Edgbaston in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint. Central Sparks in the field and the Stars in their bumblebee kit batting.
Now, Katie George has gone back to a fielding position, so it's not going to be Katie George, it's going to be Georgia Davis, perhaps, or Hannah Baker.
Georgia Davis is, we're going to have some spin, Sid. Georgia Davis and Hannah Baker pinned Western Storm in the middle overs on Wednesday at Taunton when I was commentating down there for Western Storm. So is she going to have the same effect? The top bowler in Rachael Heyhoe Flint is Georgia Davis.
Yeah, she's had a decent season.
She got a couple of wickets at Western Storm, 2 for 32. So yes, she sort of goes again. I mean, that's a sort of cliche. I was going to say under the radar. I think that's the cliche klaxon going off. But yes, quietly getting on with it. Had a career in the police and chose to forego that for a professional contract as a cricketer. So, she's been doing well with the spin, and they seem to be bowling well with her and Hannah Baker in the middle overs, as I say, for Central Sparks.
So Davis over the wicket. She's in now. And Bryony Smith is sweeping, and that will be fielded down towards the boundary by Amy Campbell, perhaps?
Yeah, I think it's Amy Campbell. Could be Maddie Green. They look very. We're a long way, but no, it isn't Maddie Green because you just ran in front of us. Must be. You're probably right.
And anyway, they've come through for a single.
Yeah.
It was a very sort of regulation sweep. Kind of no real attempt to whack it on that occasion. Davis is in again, and that's a full toss, I think. But Kira Chatley doesn't cash in; just pushes that out into the offside.
She's perhaps having a look at this to see how much movement there is.
Davis in, and that's another full toss, and that's a very similar response really. She doesn't cash in, just driven, but with no real power in the shot, and that's fielded by M. Hollett.
There was quite a wind-up. I thought she was, but I think it maybe did something that she wasn't expecting as it landed, and then she sort of took her weight off that one.
That's a better delivery from Davis. That's kind of on the stumps, and Kira Chatley is forward and defending. And again, no run. 71 for 1, Edgbaston.
Maddie Green's coming back towards the rope, so is there a plan here for this ball?
And that's another full toss, and that's driven more powerfully. That's the shot she wanted before. Driven powerfully, straight down the ground. That's gone for 4. As we've said, it's not a huge outfield here, and there's probably about 30 yards beyond the circle, and that travelled across the ground pretty rapidly. 4 more onto the total.
Both of these batters getting well settled here for Stars.
Yeah, this is looking a bit ominous for Stars. They need to take a wicket. They need to break this partnership. Davis in, And there's a little bit of room for the batter on the off stump, but she doesn't choose to play a shot. She just pushes that back to the bowler, who returns the ball to the umpire. So 75 for 1 at the end of the 14th over.
Yeah, they have 2 balls in play here for these 50 over games. So both umpires have a ball. They have a ball each. So you'll see them toss the ball back to the umpire at the end of the over. And yes, as you said, Stars 75 for 1 in this scramble for the eliminator. So we've got the West Midlands regional team in Central Sparks in the field. They put Stars into bat, having won the toss. A few overhead conditions here, so probably not really a surprise that they chose to field, and then they'll know what they're chasing as well if there's any naughty weather about. And we've got Bethan Ellis coming on from the Birmingham end.
Yeah, after that previous over when Potts went for quite a few,
yes,
they've decided
just have a little rest.
Change things up a bit.
Yeah, have a little rest. Bethan Ellis has been doing well this season. Came in sort of late, didn't start at the beginning of the season in terms of on the field. And since she started playing again, great with the bat and the ball, coming in from the Birmingham end, bustling in. Bryony Smith pushes that back past her and they get through for an easy single. Oh, that takes a bit of a shot at the stumps, but it was a sort of after the fact really, and they get the single. 76 for 1 are Stars. Chatley just looking at the crease, having a little look around, see what's on offer in terms of the gaps in the field. Bethan Ellis, shorter run than the faster bowlers. Nice and compact, and that's just played down, and there is no run.
Sparks fielders getting a drink on the boundary.
Yeah, maybe a message getting sent on. Ellis into Chatley, comes forward and can only defend that straight back to the bowler, and there is no run. There was a, if you can feel an emotion beforehand, there was nerves in the air. I think these two teams, conscious of the pressure that they're under to get a win with a bonus point if possible to play themselves into the eliminator in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. As Chatley has a little waft at that one, that kept Abby Freeborn interested, and she takes the ball straight back to the stumps as wicket keepers are wont to do, and there is no run.
Yeah, I don't think Kira Chatley was in any danger there. She kept her feet grounded, but
just keeping her in a crease there, because Abby Freeborn is right up to the stumps. Ellis in. Chatley takes another, just a little tinkle down here, and it's coming towards the boundary, but they're going to cut it off. They're going to try and, I don't know. Yes, they've cut it off. It's right. I can't quite see the boundary there, and I don't know how many they've run there. I got so excited watching them trying to cut that off, and we can't quite see the edge of the rope here. And what's the umpire signalling? Oh, hello, waving. That's for whatever it was. No, it's wides rather. I thought it came off the bat. Okay, that's 4 wides off the bat for South East Stars. That was a bit odd. Anyway, 79 for 1 are the Stars.
We've just been served coffee by genuine cricketing royalty.
Yes.
Laura McLeod.
Laura McLeod, excellent. This is
very
good.
kind of her.
Yeah. Ashes winning, test match player, etc. She's Mrs. Central Sparks, so she's just bought us a coffee because she's feeling sorry because the machine was not working. Smith, it was a caught and bowl chance there from Bethan Ellis. Bryony Smith must have had her heart in her mouth then. Bethan Ellis takes a leap above her, kind of volleyball style. Yeah, almost volleyball style. It's very spectacular, but there was no run. That's the important thing for Central Sparks. But nearly a caught and bowl for Bethan Ellis, Central Sparks bowler, just brought on. And that was exciting. Nearly a caught and bowled from Bethan Ellis. That's the end of the over. 15 overs gone. Central Sparks in the field, and South East Stars are 79 for 1. And as Sid goes off to enjoy the coffee as mentioned, of course I can't drink that till I have a break. And I'm joined again by Dr. Cricket herself, Raf Nicholson.
You're very kind, Claire.
Cheers. Well, you're 8 years a doctor. That's what you told me this morning.
As George Davis
Straight in.
resumes from the pavilion end, and Chatley taps that out into the leg side, and they come through for a single. Yes, it's been a rollicking performance from Stars since I came off air, which was at 10 overs. They were 41 for 1. They're now 80 for 1 in the 16th here, so they've really upped the pace here. Davis in that's quite full, and Bryony Smith manages to get a little bit of bat on that and defends that out towards mid-wicket. No run. So yeah, they're going along well here. Obviously, Sparks introducing a little bit of spin to try and slow things down, I suppose. Smith drives that down the ground out, and Maddie Green picks it up at long on, so they just get the single there.
Yes, I think you're right. I think Central Sparks will want to try and slow this up because these two are definitely getting their eye in.
And that was a really lovely looking shot there from Kira Chatley, but just kind of went and was stopped, I think, by Bryony Smith at the non-strikers end, unfortunately. So there's no run there. So 81 for 1 as Davis continues. And Chatley has quite cleverly guided that out towards kind of short third, or quite fine short third, who's run round and retrieved it, but they have managed to get through for the single there, moving along to 82 for 1. Chatley going along nicely here, moves on to 40 off 61 balls. Took her a little while to get going, but has played some lovely shots recently. Smith has really got hold of that next ball from Georgia Davis, but unfortunately it's gone straight to the fielder, who's picked that up successfully. So there's a dot ball to finish the 16th over. Stars 82 for 1.
A bit of touch and light and shade. We've had some nice touch there from Kira Chatley, and then we've had some proper thump from both of them as well. So we've got a bit of nicely, as you say, Chatley moving towards that. Potentially a 50.
Yeah.
40 off the 61 ball she's faced. Bryony Smith on 28 off 25 balls. So she's gone off quicker, as you say, than Kira Chatley. But Kira Chatley twiddling a bat, waiting for Bethan Ellis to come in from the Birmingham end. It's played back to ball. Bethan Ellis must have thought she was in the game again there. Diving on the floor. Charlie Dean-esque after delivering that ball to Kira Chatley.
Of course, Ellis did put that one down in the last over, in her last over, sorry.
You'd have had that, would you?
Would you have had that? No, I would not have had that, Claire Jenkins. I absolutely would not have had that. It was a difficult one, wasn't it? She had to sort of leap up in the air.
Yeah, sort of frog-styly, jumpy up in the air. And Chatley plays that, dabs that, but straight to Potts at short third. And Potts is busy collecting her limbs back off the floor as they get through for 1. Score moves on to 84 for 1.
Yes, Bryony Smith very much called for that run and set off down the pitch, and Kira Chatley realised at the 11th hour and hurtled off in response to her call. But I
think Potts has done a nail or something. She's looking down at her hand.
She
I'm
is.
hoping she doesn't hurt us. I think it's something simple, nothing complicated. She's right on the circle here below us. Ellis into Smith, who crouches and does that carving shot that Sid liked so much, straight to Amy Campbell, who's doing the sweeping, and they get through for 2. They're getting a motor on here as well between the wickets, aren't they?
They absolutely are, yeah. And I think Bryony Smith is very much kind of calling the shots here and yelling run at frequent intervals. So it's but I mean it's working so far. I don't think there's been any.
She's a captain. She's got to set that example.
Absolutely.
Let's get the quick singles and get the 2s when we can. As Ellis bustles in to Smith, who smacks that straight to Katie George on the ropes there, and they only get 1. I mean, if there'd been a gap there, that's a sort of ridiculous thing, isn't it? If it'd gone in the net, it'd have been a goal. But she probably got hold of that one, but it was straight to the field, and there was only 1 run in that. 86 for 1, South East Stars, and sent in to bat by Central Sparks, who won the toss. Bethan Ellis to Chatley. Tries to dab that again, and it just goes straight through to the keeper, and there is no run.
Yeah, we just had one wicket fall here at Edgbaston today, which was in the 5th over. Alexa Stonehouse, who'd been sort of sent up to the top of the order as a bit of a pinch hitter, kind of skied one. Arlott was the bowler, and Katie George came in and quite straightforwardly took the catch just in front of the batter.
Yeah, which can't have been easy because the sky is probably the ball colour coming down from a great height.
That's true,
Katie George took that catch. Bethan Ellis into Chatley. Tries to come forward but misses that completely, and the wicketkeeper knocks it to the fielder, and that's the end of the over. 17 overs gone. South East Stars are 86 for 1. Smith on 31 and Chatley on 41.
Yeah, and as you say, these two kind of playing quite different styles of cricket, but very much complementing each other. I think that they have opened the batting a few times for Stars this season. So we were a little bit surprised to see Alexa Stonehouse sent up the order earlier. But as we say, she was out relatively early. But these two have kind of since come together, and bit slow pickings at first, but now motoring along a bit more. So I think Stars will be really happy with this position. 86 for 1. This is obviously a must-win game for both teams. Potentially, it's very likely to decide who goes through to that eliminator. As Georgia Davis resumed from the pavilion end, Smith drives that out towards Maddie Green, who picks it up, runs forward from long on, picks it up, and they come through for a single. So both teams, there's a lot riding on this, but Stars definitely in a probably a happier position at the moment. Davis to Chatley this time. It looked like she kind of really swung her bat at that, but then it went straight to, I think that's Arlott at mid-off, who's picked it up. So no run opportunity, but it was very much a lot of effort went into a stroke that didn't yield a run. Davis in again. And that was, that's a kind of much more of a less effort shot, but a very clever shot, because she's just dabbed that very fine on the kind of into the third region, and they have got through for a single that time.
Just twizzling it, wasn't it, really? Just a little dink. Smart batting.
Yeah, because there is that gap there.
There's a big gap there.
Davis into Bryony Smith. And she's done exactly what she did 2 balls ago, driven it down to Maddie Green at long on, and they've got a single again. I know, Chatley's done that a couple of times today. She leaps in the air above the ball. I hope that there's some photographers here, because I reckon you could get an amazing still shot of her doing a kind of still shot. Good for Malks. Chatley plays that one out. Just into the deep on the leg side, come through for a single. Katie George just picked that up at sort of deep mid-wicket-ish. Stars 90 for 1.
Yeah, so basically the winner of this will be in the eliminator, barring some very odd scenarios.
Yeah, a lot riding on it. It's a dot ball there from Georgia Davis to finish the over. So 90 for 1, the Stars, after 18 overs here at the Edgbaston Stadium. Rather autumnal, misty day.
It's quite clear, though, isn't it? I mean, we've got a great view, because we're several floors up, looking out towards the city centre here. We were a long way from the pitch, but certainly got a good view of what's going on here.
It's a brilliant view. For the Commonwealth Games last year, I was upper floor, so slightly higher up, which is where the written press are. That's also a nice view, but it's quite exciting to be in the TMS box.
Yeah, as Bethan Ellis comes in. Chatley plays that to fine leg. There is a field there. Wongi's going to cut that off. And they get through. They're testing Abby Freeborn again. I don't know if they must have been given some instruction. Throw the ball as high as you can over Abby Freeborn and make a jump every time, because she needs to be taller or something. I'm not quite sure, but they're certainly stretching her at Taunton on Wednesday, and they're doing it again. Score is 91 for 1 as they head towards that 100 milestone. Bethan Ellis into Bryony Smith, who can only defend that. I'd have been thinking about a single there, but Arlott does the tidying up, and they don't get a run. 91 for 1, so heading towards 3 figures. our South East Stars are looking settled, and they'll be pleased with that because this is a must-win game. Central Sparks searching for that wicket. So Bethan Ellis, what can she serve to Bryony Smith, who's a key wicket here for Stars? Again, straight to the point fielder, Georgia Davis, and there is no run.
Bryony Smith being very definitive in her calls. We were talking about her being very keen for them to run, but there was a definite wait there that I heard.
Yeah, which is what you want. You know,
Absolutely.
you want that confident calling because it can be a real tool if you get the calling right. As Smith plays that to long on, who trots in from the rope, and they get through for a single. Score moves on to 92 for 1. South East Stars. Would you call them the Greater Home Counties? How would you describe that region? Is it sort of
it's a
Surrey, Middlesex?
No, because Middlesex are Sunrisers, aren't they? So it's Kent and Surrey are the two big counties, I think.
Yeah. Ellis to Chatley. Oh, it's full toss, and that's swiped to Katie George, and they get through for a single. And that's also a no ball. So it must be a front. Is it a front foot no ball, or is it probably height?
I think it might have been height.
So it's free hit anyway.
Free hit. Here
anyway.
we go. Oh, very exciting.
Ooh, it is. Bryony Smith, as you say, if you're Central Sparks, you really don't want to see Bryony Smith ready for this. So they can change the field because the batters have changed. So they can only change the field when the batters change for a whirly free hit.
Thank you for clarifying that, Claire Jenkins, because I was on air earlier and
you
was slightly confused about that.
Yeah, so it's if the batters are the same, they can't change the field. If the batters have changed, they can change the field.
Okay.
So that's the distinction. And I think that was the discussion last time. So you were on the right lines last time, I think. So they are changing the field. They're bringing bringing square leg in. Bryony Smith take a big swipe at that. It's going to go in the air. It won't matter if it's courted. But it's sixes. So nobody's catching that. First six of the day. Bryony Smith. She moves on to 40. They're chasing each other to that 50, aren't they?
They absolutely are. Yeah. That was very exciting from Bryony Smith.
Also, the 100 up for South East Star. So 100 for 1. That's in 18 overs. And yes, 100 for 1. Well, I'm sure Bryony Smith would have liked that. She walloped that ball up and over, straight over the umpire's head and well clear over the ropes, several yards as Bethan Ellis comes in. Hopefully a legal ball this time, and that's played to cover, but there is a fielder there and they don't get a run. No, there's a bit of scrabbling about going on. And that's the end of the over. So 19 overs gone. South East Stars 100 up for 1. Chatley on 45. Bryony Smith on 40. They're chasing each other to 40, and they've gone through that 100 milestone already.
That was a very good demonstration of why you don't want to end up having to bowl a free hit delivery at Bryony Smith, who will absolutely take advantage because she didn't need to worry about being caught down the ground there, and she was able to get enough on it to clear the ropes there. And we've got Georgia Davis resuming from the pavilion end with Chatley on strike. Defends that first ball out to mid-wicket, no run to begin the 20th over. Stars remain on 100 for 1. Chatley 45, so she's 5 away from a potential half century here. Oh. She did look like she'd got hold of that one, but it's been picked up very safely by Emily Arlett at mid-off.
Big tennis wind-up and then deciding not to do what she thought she was going to do.
Absolutely.
As it pitches.
Oh, she's gone for the reverse that time, but it's not yielded anything because it's gone basically straight in front of the fielder at short third.
We saw Beth Heath demonstrate that. The switch hit. Oh my goodness me, what timing that is. Against Sri Lanka the other night. Well done to Beth Heath to making her debut.
It's exciting to see. Yeah. And Chatley has got hold of that one, and that is going to run over the boundary at sort of deep mid wicket, or more like cow really, for 4 runs. So she's kind of threaded that through the various fielders and moves on to 49. Not out now, so this is very exciting. So she's on strike. Tithering
on the edge. Katie George went flying after that one. Her sunglasses going, and fully committed to trying to stop that, but just another yard and she might have done that. But yes, Chatley tithering on the edge of that 50.
Here we go then. Can she bring it up on this ball from Georgia Davis? No, not this ball.
Not this ball.
Tap that out into the leg side. Never even a prospect of a run there. So she's not getting panicked. She's not getting carried away. Davis in again.
Not that one. Not that one either.
Taps that one. We're very much on the edge of our seats here, and unfortunately she's not going to get a chance this over, because that's the end of the 30th over. Sorry, the 20th over, and Stars 104 for 1. And Smith will be on strike to resume the next over, so we're going to have to wait a little longer. Now, Bryony Smith is, of course, herself on 40, so a couple more big hits here, and perhaps Bryony Smith could bring up the milestone before her partner. But either way, it's a really strong situation for the Stars here at Edgbaston. They're 104 for 1, having actually been put into bat, because these conditions, both sides, I think, would have felt were good for bowling, but Stars seem to be going along reasonably well. And it's Beth Nellis resuming from the City end.
That's been clobbered by Bryony Smith, but straight to the fielder. Katie George on the boundary.
But they come through for a single, so Chatley is back on strike, resuming on 49. So here we go. Is this the opportunity? Ellis in again. Chatley waits. And she has dabbed that out to short third, but it's gone straight to the fielder again. That is Grace Potts, I believe. Who we were slightly worried had perhaps injured her finger or one of her nails earlier from a piece of fielding, but seems to be picking them up all right there. Davison again to Chatley. Sorry, Ellison again to Chatley. And she has got the 50, and she's brought it up in style, because that is going to roll across the boundary at deep third. Congratulations to Kira Chatley. Her 50 coming off 78 balls in the 21st over here at Edgbaston.
Yeah, just guided past the keeper. Keeper had no chance. There's no fielder anywhere near that. And that's rolled down for the 4 that she needed to take her over that important milestone.
And I think that does sum up Kira Chatley's innings here today. It's been a clever one, and she knows where the gaps are, and she's guiding the ball into them. As Ellis in again, and Chatley plays that out to Izzy Wong at deep square leg, so they will get a single, but Wong's picked that up fairly well.
Yeah, that was a little bit wide on the leg side. Plenty of room to play that shot. I think if you missed it, it would have been called a wide.
Ellis in again. Bryony Smith this time drives that back, but Ellis has got down on her knees and has got a hand on that, so that's prevented them coming through for the single.
Yeah, that was driven arrow straight by Smith. I suspect that one would have hit the stumps if it hadn't been fielded.
Bryony Smith on 41 here. As Ellis in again. And Smith taps that down to long on, and they come through for a single. And that's the end of the over already. Gosh, that over seemed to go quickly, Sid. Nice to be joined by you again as the Stars move on to 111 for 1 at the end of the 21st over.
Yeah, Bryony Smith playing nicely, actually. I think she's actually kind of playing in more of a one-day mode than she sometimes plays in one-day games. Sometimes when you watch her play one-day cricket, she almost looks like she's playing a T20 game still, and that she hasn't realised that she has that bit more time, but she has today. But she's still going at more than a run a ball. But she's just doesn't. She seems to be, making sure that she doesn't take those bigger risks that she sometimes takes, which lead to her being caught a lot on the boundary these days. So, Bryony Smith takes a swing at a shortish delivery, and that's picked up on the square leg boundary as they come through for 1.
We've got a change of bowler here at the pavilion end. This is a young leg spinner, Hannah Baker, coming on for the first time today, I believe.
Indeed. Baker in. And that's very short, but not really punished by Chatley. Just cuts that out to point. And there is no run. Baker in. Oh, and that's gone straight through Kira Chatley, and it's gone through Abby Freeborn as well, down towards the boundary. It's not quite going to make it. It's going to be hauled in by M. Arlott. And they're through for a couple of runs.
I think that was Grace Potts.
Oh, apologies.
Yeah, Sparks obviously rotating their bowlers here in the hopes of getting a wicket.
Yeah, and they definitely need one. Blaze have picked up a couple of wickets since I was last in this chair. Maya Boucher and Georgia Adams now both out. So Vipers 126 for 3 as it stands. Coming towards the halfway point there as Baker is in. And there's a huge appeal for LBW as Chatley attempts to sweep. And the umpire is having nothing of it. They rush through for a single. And that's going to be that. No DRS here.
It was an interesting appeal because Hannah Baker wasn't massively vociferous, but I tell you what, Abby Freeborn was very vocal about that appeal. But if the bowler isn't getting too enthusiastically behind it, then generally that gives the umpire a reason to turn it down.
Baker in, tosses it up, and that's just driven to that eased it. Definitely MR at that time. Fields that, and that is the end of the over. So we are 22 overs gone, and we are 115 for 1. Kira Chatley has a half century. She's 55, and Bryony Smith is heading in that direction. She's 43.
Yes, and we did have something flash up during the last over, which informed us that this pair have now added over 100 for this second wicket. So Stars are in a strong position. Ellis resuming from the city end. Chatley again dabs that backward of square on the leg side, and they get a single. More clever placement from Chatley.
Izzy Wong dashes round to field and then returns the ball some way over the head of the wicketkeeper. Abby Freeborn is not 8 feet tall, so she wasn't able to take that.
Ellis in again to Bryony Smith, who plays that, just kind of tapped that almost out into the deep on the leg side, and they come through for a single. As you say, Bryony Smith is not going a million miles an hour. She's hitting the ones that are there to be hit, but she's showing some restraint as well. She was unfortunately dropped on 22 by the current bowler Ellis. It was a tough chance, but they will potentially come to regret that, the Sparks. As Chatley has got something on that, but it is cut off on the deep third boundary by Grace Potts, I believe that was. Diving stop, so they've got 2 off that instead of the 4 that they would otherwise have got. So well done to Potts, who went herring after that and did manage to cut it off.
Yeah, nice strike. It was guided down to the boundary in between the 2 fielders. I think if this had been a TV game, if it had been an England game, they'd have been checking the boundary there.
No Toblerones today, of course, just the ordinary rope.
Oh, the triangular chocolate is not available.
Ellis in again to Chatley, who manages to get a single by playing that down to mid-on.
Diving stop by Maddie Green. An Alice Capsey style diving roll.
Capsey sadly not here
Watch
today.
your shoulder.
We've got Claire Jenkins
says bingo.
chiming in from the back of the commentary box because, of course,
Heckling us from
the
behind.
Cricket Weekly, we play Alice Capsey bingo. And Bryony Smith taps that out just past short third, and they do get another single to add to the total. Move on to 121 for 1 in the 23rd over. here at Edgbaston. Yeah, Capsy Bingo has not been such a thing recently, just because she's so kind of ubiquitous in high level cricket that it's less of an exciting thing to mention her name.
Claire Jenkins points out that it's now Grace Scrivens Bingo.
As Chatley again plays that out down the ground, and they finish the over with a single. So Stars 122 for 1 after 23 overs.
Scrivens, of course, a familiar name in Edgbaston Stadium because half the stands are sponsored by Scrivens Opticians. No relation as far as I'm aware.
And sadly, Scrivens not in action today so far because there has still not been a toss.
Still raining in Durham. It was such lovely weather in Durham. This time last week we were in Durham, Raf.
It was beautiful. It was stunning. England pulled off a very quick victory, which everyone was happy about because it meant we could go out and enjoy the sunshine.
So Hannah Baker is in and bowls a foolish delivery, and that's just pushed out into the offside. It gets slightly beyond the ring, and they're through for 1.
Yeah, we've had quite a lot of road trips recently, haven't we, Sid? Lots of cricket.
Baker in. That's pitched well outside off stump, but Bryony Smith's come forward to it and just played that defensively. Back to the bowler, who is in again, getting through her work here, and that's pushed in the air, and it's a 4. According to Emerald, it's a 4 at least. No, I think it bounced just before the rope,
just in front of the rope.
But Bryony Smith has perhaps one of the more attacking shots that she's played. She actually took a little bit more of a swing at that, got her foot to the pitch of the ball, trying to negate any spin that Baker's going to get, and hoiked that to the long off boundary. Baker in again, and Bryony Smith is cutting. Well, that's going to be cut off by Izzy Wong, and they're through for 1, and that, I believe, brings up Bryony Smith's half century. So she's 50 or 46 balls, is that? I'm having trouble reading the scoreboard.
45 balls,
when you get to my age.
There was a smattering of applause that went up round the ground, and good work from Bryony Smith.
Baker in again, and that's driven hard, but straight back to the bowler, who gets in the way of it, cuts off the, kind of cuts all the pace off the ball. Okay, it does go through her, but there is no run. And the final ball of the over, again, that's pitched well up, and Chatley gets a long way forward, but then decides that she's going to leave that one well alone, and that's straight through to the keeper. So that's the end of the over. We are 128 for 1. So this partnership going on, and really Sparks unable to do what Blaze have done over at Loughborough on the other side of the Midlands and kind of break through their partnership. So while Vipers have lost a couple of wickets, Sparks have kept theirs intact, and it's looking quite ominous. I mean, if they carry on at this rate, something quite close to 300 is a possibility. Typically in the women's game, we don't see a huge number of runs extra scored in this kind of back half of the innings, but you'll see a few more. So sort of heading towards perhaps something around 280 if you kind of compare this game with all the previous games in the RHF over the last few years.
Now, something is afoot here, Sid, and I have to say this wasn't necessarily something I was expecting to see, because we have got a new bowler being introduced from the Birmingham City end. Izzy Wong is coming into the attack, and her first delivery has gone slightly wide down the offside to Bryony Smith, but hasn't been called wide, so she starts with a dot. Now, unfortunately, we have seen Izzy Wong have a few problems recently with her bowling, so it's going to be really interesting to see how she gets on here. And actually, I've got to say, I'm just feeling a little bit nervous on her behalf.
Well, she has been working hard with the England coaches. They've been changing things up a bit.
She's back to the top of her mark now. Bryony Smith waits. Again, it's gone wide down the offside, and it has been signalled wide that time by the umpire. Bryony Smith did did make a little bit of a gesture there, as if to say, if that's not a wide, then what is? And the umpire responded accordingly, because that one was quite a bit wider.
But some interesting work the England coach has been doing with Izzy Wong. We saw this time last week at Durham, in between the innings, they set up some slalom gates for her to run through. As if, the problem they felt was that she was wobbling in her run-up.
Wong in again. Bryony Smith gets bat on that, but it's picked up at mid-off by Emily Arlott, and so there's no run there.
Yeah, that was cut a little bit uppishly, and Bryony Smith's rehearsing the shot, and I think thinking that she needs to keep those ones down. That if that had gone a couple of yards either side, there might have been a catching opportunity.
It's Wong at the top of her mark. In again. And Bryony Smith cut that out into the deep, and it's gone far enough that they will get two there.
Just swept up by Amy Campbell on the boundary.
I did half wonder, I must say, whether Izzy Wong was playing today as a pure batter, because she has done that a couple of times for Sparks this season, I believe. But no, we are seeing her. Ball in hand. She's back in again to Bryony Smith. Oh, and Bryony Smith has absolutely
that one.
hammered that.
That's into the 5th row of the stands.
Over deep mid-wicket for 6.
The spectators are all in the kind of pavilion stand in front of us, so no danger to any spectators. But if there had been somebody sitting in the 5th row there, then they'd have had a catching opportunity. One of the ground staff has gone to retrieve the ball and has done so.
Was that the shot that she was rehearsing, Sid, do you think?
It wasn't quite the one, because she was rehearsing a cut, but she just pulled that over mid-wicket.
The ball is slowly making its way back to Wong via various fielders. What will Smith do with this one? Well, that was slightly less exciting, wasn't it, Sid?
That was a tight delivery from Wong. That was a decent ball. And so I think the key thing for Izzy Wong here, really, in terms of the problems she's had, especially given the light of what happened at Chelmsford, where we saw a load of no balls and her having significant problems, is that she gets through this over, without bowling any no balls. That's the first kind of hurdle she's got to get over.
That's a really good point. Yeah. So it's about rebuilding a little bit of confidence that she's perhaps had knocked recently. She's back in again to Smith. That was another decent ball on the stumps. Smith plays that out to point, or just backward of point, and they get through for a single to finish the over. 138 for 1 after 25 overs. So we're halfway through now.
Yeah, Wong was looking for the kind of looking for the sort of Yorker length delivery, and she kind of delivered on that. We've perhaps a little bit too much width, but as I say, the important thing is that she came through the over and didn't bowl any no balls. Right, Claire Jenkins is coming back, and we're going to have a quick shimmy round with the old headphones.
Sid Egan and I ready for Strictly. We're just doing the do-si-do there with the headphones. And at the halfway stage then, Sid, 138 for 1. You're going to give us a roundup of what's happening elsewhere while you do your whizzy thing. So
the key game here, obviously, is as far as I'm concerned, the key game is the Vipers Blaze game. It's a big Vipers
Not
fan.
that you're giving away your allegiance, so there.
They're 28 overs done there, so there are a few overs ahead of us. Vipers 152 for 3. So Georgia Elwes 28. And Emily Windsor 14, so it's going okay. I think they would have been hoping that one of the kind of the top 3 would have pushed on a little bit more. As we've said, Loughborough is a place where you're going to get some quite high scores because the beautiful pitch, beautiful outfield, and not a big outfield at all. I mean, we've got quite a small outfield here today as well, particularly on one side. We've got one side where it's just about 25 yards beyond the circle. But Loughborough is kind of small, whichever way you hit it. So you're always going to get good runs there. So that looking perhaps a bit too interesting over at Loughborough if you're a Vipers fan.
Mhm.
And then up north, that's another key game as far as these sides are concerned. There's still no play. It's still raining, I believe,
They
in
took lunch
Durham.
early, I think, didn't they, at Durham?
So it's looking increasingly like there won't be any play there. What does that mean in terms of this game? Well, it means that the winner of this game will definitely qualify for the eliminator. So if the Sunrisers v Diamonds game is rained off, that means that the winner of this game definitely qualifies regardless of whether or not they get a bonus point.
Mm-hmm. Got to change a bowling here, I think. Has Baker been on before? This is the first over?
She has
been on
before.
while I was having a cup of tea then. So Hannah Baker from the pavilion end into Bryony Smith comes forward and plays that 2 square leg. Maddie Green has to do a run in from the rope and they just get a single there. 139 for 1, South East Stars.
Yeah, decent phase, the last phase. They were going over 6 and over the last 5 overs, so between 20 and 25. Nearly 7 and over, so getting a bit of a move on. It's looking ominous for the Sparks. I predicted the Sparks would win this game.
Yeah, no. It's going to mess with his predictions there. Sparks need a wicket here, as Chatley's not quite sure what to do with that Hannah Baker. She's obviously got a bit of movement off the...
Surprised by a bit of bounce there, I think.
Yeah, she's saying, oh, that went sideways. Baker. Short run up, of course. Spin bowler, right arm over. Oh, it's up and over. It's in the air, straight to the short third. So that's caught.
And the partnership has been broken.
It has been broken.
She took a big
indeed.
swing at it, trying to smash it down the ground. She got an edge, and that's been caught behind square on the offside.
Yeah. So caught short third by Grace Potts off the bowling of Hannah Baker. And that's just check there. So Chatley goes for 61 off the 91 balls she's faced. Caught Potts off the bowling of Hannah Baker. So Central Sparks have got that breakthrough in this must-win game to qualify for the eliminator. The last game everyone's playing today. This is the last round before the eliminator stage. Eliminator on Thursday, I think, isn't it? And the final next weekend.
Yeah, and Kira Chatley's a little bit annoyed with herself there because it was a kind of lapse of concentration shot. She tried to go big. It took the edge, and she's now walking off back to the dressing room.
But a great innings there, 61 runs and that, much needed.
Yeah, no, I think she's going to look back on that and she'll realise that was an important innings. She's annoyed with herself right now, but she played well today, and job done really.
Yeah, I think so. As we see Alice Davidson-Richards with a look of her gate, wandering on to the pitch, fresh from England duty, sort of back into the fold, wasn't she? In the last game or so for England, she takes her guard.
Yeah, she's been kind of a little bit in the wilderness for a year or so. She
especially after
scored 100 in a Test match.
Yeah, and then
was
have
dropped
a rest
for a year.
Yes, it must. Yes, I feel a bit odd. Oh, as she ramps, but not successfully, but not prettily.
Not wholly convincingly.
Yeah, that's the word. Over Abby Freeborn for a single and gets to the other end. I'm not quite sure what you call that shot. You'd have to see it on the live stream. It's a sort of Q-ended ramp shot to Hannah Baker's spin from our end as she comes in again, this time to Bryony Smith, who can only chop that down in front of her, and there is no run.
Yeah, I think Alice Davidson-Richardson's role with England is very much, over the next couple of years, likely to be that she's going to come in when there's injuries and when they need someone as cover, and then she'll play if that cover is needed, which is pretty much what happened here, really.
Back thump that. Katie George is not going to stop that. Even Katie George is not going to stop that. She's a brilliant fielder, but that's 4 runs to Bryony Smith, who raced while I was off through 50 and is now at 64, and South East Stars are 144 for 2 off 26 overs. That was a beautiful shot from Bryony Smith, straight through cow corner. 4 runs smeared across the outfield
went
there.
like a rocket.
Yeah. You were talking about Alice Davidson-Richards. Of course, we were talking off air before the game about, in terms of England players coming back, and Alice Davidson-Richards has very much been part of South East Stars' campaign, if you like, in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, so very much part of the regional setup. She's sort of their second top batter for South East Stars behind Paige Schofield. So, yes, twiddling a bat. Over to you then, Sid.
Right, so it'll be Izzy Wong to resume again. She's in from the Birmingham City end. And that's wide-ish on the offside. And Alice Davidson-Richards is having nothing to do with that. She lets that go through to Abby Freeborn, and she wanders off towards square leg as if to say, I'm not interested in that.
Come back to
me.
It didn't seem to bounce at all. It's a bit of a shoot at this end. I'm not sure if there's a little demon in the pitch there.
So, Izzy Wong racing through, delivers and
Central Sparks will like that one.
Alice Davidson-Richards comes forward to that, looks to play it, but it's gone straight through her. And Abby Freeborn is standing well back to Izzy Wong. Takes that.
Yes, Alice Davidson-Richards, by virtue of the fact that she's played a lot of games in the region, she's number 9 in the most valuable rankings for the bat for the Professional Cricketers Association, most valuable player.
In again. Oh, and there's a thick edge there. I'm not sure that was the shot that Alice Davidson-Richards was trying to play, but that's gone down towards deep third. That's fielded by Grace Potts.
Yeah, Grace Potts standing below us. Sort of through the vacant gully region, if you like. But yeah, as you say, not necessarily knowing where she'd put that, but it doesn't really matter because
they take the single.
They take the single. Heading towards that 150 milestone now, Sid. This must-win game.
So, Wong charging in, bowls, and that's a decent ball. That's on the stumps, but it's been driven, and that's heading towards the boundary. Yeah. It's going to be cut off a little bit short, and they're going to get a couple.
Arlott took the sting off it, I think, and Eve Jones had time to then go around and collect it. So that will have saved a couple of runs there, I suspect.
That was very much working with the pace of Izzy Wong. That is, of course, the disadvantage that the pace bowlers have, that more pace on the ball, more pace off the bat. Wong to Smith. Bowls. And that's a full delivery, which Smith sort of digs out. Gets her spade out and sends it off towards the mid-off.
Yeah,
mid-on.
Maddie Green, I think mid-on, yeah. Just drying that ball because it probably is a bit damp still in the outfield.
Yes, Green's toweling duties.
Yeah, she can say right now clear off to the boundary. Wongy's just sent her down to the rope. Let's see, it could be Amy Campbell. Might be doing a disservice there.
Bringing long leg into short leg as Wong is in, and that's a wide delivery, and Smith cuts that, and Katie George is not going to be able to cut that off at deep extra cover, and that's gone through. Katie George has got a long run now. There's still almost 30 yards on that side of the
There's a load
ground,
towards the
there?
Hollies ground. The Hollies stand there. There's a massive bit of grass out there. I mean, they obviously tried to make it even-ish boundaries, but yeah, a lot of once it goes over the rope on the Hollies side, it's a long old chase for the sweeping fielders.
So Katie George will be getting her steps in.
Yes. The analysts love that.
And that is the end of the over. So 27 overs gone. We are 151 for 2.
Yeah, so they reached that 150 milestone. I think Smale's got a 50 at Sophia Gardens. I just saw a notification come up for Western Storm, so that's well batted, Sophia Smale. That's Sophia Gardens. Says. Davidson-Richards plays a beautiful shot straight to Wong, but they trot through for a single. 152 for 2 into the 28th over here at Edgbaston. South East Stars sent in to bat. Baker over the wicket. Big swing, but straight to Emily Arlott, and there is no run on that one. So
so we're somewhat ignoring the Western Storm Thunder game, aren't we? Because it's a bit of a dead rubber down at the bottom of the table. Neither side can qualify.
We must give them credit where they're, when they're doing well, though. As Bryony Smith plays that again straight to Wong, and they get through for a single. 154 for 2. You're listening to Claire Jenkins, former Somerset and Derbyshire player, and Sid Egan from the Cricket Her podcast, and you will hear also the voice of Dr. Cricket herself, Raf Nicholson, as ADR plays that through the square region and underneath the despairing dive on the field. That's 4 runs to Alice Davidson-Richards, often shortened to ADR.
Yeah, Wong with the perfectly executed Tammy flop there.
Tammy flop?
The dive to make it look like
make it look like
you've made some effort.
Oh.
As the ball's gone past you.
Baker comes into ADR and she plays that into. There's a huge gap here at sort of cow corner, and Katie George is running round. So is Maddie Green, but Katie George does the left-handed throw in to Hannah Baker. Just thinks about perhaps I'll save my hands and leave that one because somebody behind me. And they get through for a single. 159 for 2 are South East Stars. Central Sparks in the field. Baker, under 19 international for England, of course. ADR dabs that ball into that vacant short mid-wicket. Katie George does the fielding again. Bit of football on the way.
Katie George is working hard, isn't she?
She is busy. So that is the end of the 28th over. South East Stars 160 for 2. And Davidson Richards on 10 and Bryony Smith on 71. Bryony Smith looking well settled, and Alice Davidson Richards also looking like she's enjoying herself. I share Raf's sort of slight anxiety about or nervousness about Izzy Wong's bowling, because she has had some problems with the sort of timings. I imagine it's something like the equivalent of golfing yips, which is where you kind of your body and your mind aren't quite connecting and you get your rhythm wrong. But she loves to bowl at Edgbaston.
And to be fair, she looked okay today.
Yeah.
And she's in again now, right-handed, and a quite quick delivery, which Alice Davidson-Richards kind of prods down to third. And they come through for the single. They did a little bit more than jog, ran through, but it is just the one.
Of course, Izzy Wong famously at the beginning of the year in the, well, it's the Women's Premier League, but it's basically the Indian, the Women's IPL. She took a hat-trick in that Mumbai Indians game.
Wong in to Smith. That's a full delivery again, looking for that Yorker length and getting it pretty much right. She has had issues with full tosses when she hasn't been able to get that length right. So again, it's kind of working for her today.
Yeah, really that's fingers crossed from a Central Sparks and England point of view. And because I think we often forget how young she is, because she's so mature in terms of she's done commentary and all sorts.
So Wong to Smith, and Smith is cutting, and that's going to be cut off before it makes the boundary, and they definitely only jog through, almost walking through in the end for the single there.
They're keeping Maddie Green busy out there, sweeping on the boundary.
162 for 2.
I had a quick word with Maddie Green before the game, because I did a bit of work with White Ferns, but before her White Ferns time, she said she's loving it here at Central Sparks, which is great to hear.
Wong in to Alice Davidson-Richards, who cuts, and that's going to be fielded by Potts down at deep third. They've gone through for another single. So working the singles here. They
are. They're picking them off worryingly easily from Central Sparks' point of view, and a happy point of view for South East Stars. And this must-win game. So these teams effectively playing off for a place in the eliminator. And lots of other games going on, which I'm sure we're going to give you updates on.
Wong in. Ooh. And Smith cuts that much harder that time. That was a lovely shot. That's gone through to the boundary, and that's going to be a long run for Maddie Green. That's actually left the ground. It's gone through an open gate towards where the ground staff keep their tractors and things.
Yes. Take a breather. It's going to be a while coming back.
So it was all along the ground. Perfectly risk-free shot. Beautifully executed. Moves Bryony Smith on to 76.
Halfway to New Zealand for Maddie Green to fetch that ball back.
So Wong to Smith. And that is a full toss, but Smith doesn't kind of completely cash in there. She just pushes that out into the to the leg side.
Yeah. It's a sort of long on there, wasn't it? But yeah, doing easy singles and then picking off the bad ball. And it's looking
because they're running the
easy
singles. I
for-
mean, we've had 7 runs off the 27th over, 9 off the 28th. This is the 29th over, so we've had what? 8 off this over. So, if you get one boundary and then run 3 or 4 singles, then
soon top, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's starting to do a lot of damage quite quickly.
Yeah, 168 for 2 then, off the 29 overs. Sparks need a breakthrough as Baker comes in to Bryony Smith, who plays that past the sort of short mid-on fielder. And again, the ever-present Maddie Green has to throw the ball back in again. They get through for a single. Score moves on to 169 for 2. South East Star sent into bat when Central Sparks won the toss this morning in this autumnal morning here at Edgbaston. ADR plays that imperiously straight to the boundary fielder, and there is a single on offer there. 170 for 2.
Yeah, that was literally straight to Izzy Wong.
It was, but it was a beautiful shot,
at all.
straight bat shot from ADR. Oh, and Bryony Smith is well tangled up there. Tries to play that well into the leg side and just succeeds in probably getting a bruise.
Yeah, she tried to pull it, but there was no room to pull.
I suspect there's a bit of guile and bamboozle from Hannah Baker, as she's wont to do. That's straight to the cover fielder, and there's no run there either. So cut those off, and this is Central Sparks have tried to use the spin that they have to pin down batters in the middle overs as Bryony Smith chops that, but straight to the short third fielder, and there is no run on there either. They get through the overs quicker because I'm afraid Central Sparks are getting a bit of a reputation. I mentioned this on Wednesday of slow play, and that's played through point. That'll go straight to Izzy Wong on the boundary, and they just get a single again. Yes, they need to get on with it.
Got a few of those quick bowlers with long run-ups, haven't they?
Yeah,
so
long run-ups, but then
got a long run-up. Katie George is not a short run-up. Izzy Wong is not a short run-up.
No, that's true. I still think there are times when they're having a debate when they could be moving things on a bit quicker, but anyway, it's something they need to sort out. But it's almost the end of the season, so perhaps it won't necessarily be a challenge. So that's 30 overs
we're at
gone.
30 overs now, so I will be handing over to my good wife.
So 30 overs gone, and South East Stars are 171 for 2. Alice Davison Richards on 13. Bryony Smith on 79. And what have you been making of it then, Raf?
Well, Bryony Smith's going along well, isn't
She
she?
is.
I
She's
mean,
got
I don't want to jinx it, but
No.
it looks like it could be a good day for her. It already has been a good day. And we've got Em Arlott.
Yeah, you've got
That's a change from the City end back into the attack. I suppose it's a bit of a kind of Sparks need a wicket moment as Bryony Smith plays that out into the leg side and they go through for a single. Nice to see Alice Davison Richards here. Such a wonderful human being, I must say. I've
got a real soft spot for her. You always know how she feels, don't you? And
Absolutely.
And even if you can't see her face, you know what her face is doing. And she's very excited.
She's just great fun.
Yeah.
As Arla in now to ADR, as I will be calling her because it's easier if that's okay. Claire Jenkins.
Yeah, that's fine.
She just taps
She'd
that
need a bigger
back.
shirt if her name was any bigger. And in fact, it struggled. It's almost down her sleeves from that. We're looking at the back of her shirt. Davison Richards is a very long name.
It is, absolutely. So that was a dot ball from Emily Arlott. So Stars 172 for 2 here in the 31st over at Edgbaston. Arlott at the top of her mark now. In again. Oh, and ADR plays that straight to the point fielder.
I think it's Bethan Ellis there on the circle.
It is. I think she has been at point for most of the game. She's been. You were saying that Katie George has been kept busy. I think Beth Ellis has been
and
kept
Maddie
reasonably
Green
busy.
and Wongi, they're all those sort of on the corners.
Well, I suppose if a team are 172 for 2 in the 31st overs, then the fielding team will generally have been kept quite busy. As Arlott in again to ADR, who manages to get that one through the infield that time on the offside, and they go for a single, moving on to 173 for 2. There was a great moment after the washout at Northampton in the Sri Lanka series, and we had Alice Davidson-Richards, who was sort of returning to the England team after a year's absence, and they brought her up to do the post-match press conference. It was such great fun, because we'd obviously had a little bit of a miserable few hours. She really was a light in that grey darkness. Arla into Bryony Smith that time. And that's gone for 6.
That's
just
a big one.
smashed over the leg side. And it was actually kind of reasonably near to where Izzy Wong is fielding out there.
I don't think I'd have wanted to get behind that.
Exactly. It was going way too quickly for her to do anything about it. She just sort of looked as it sailed past her shoulder.
It smacked into that hover cover, proper wallop.
So Bryony Smith has just moved on to 80 now. Up to 86.
6, that's
so very
6.
exciting. What's Bryony Smith going to do with this one? Oh, just a little bit less exciting there. She played that one along the ground, but it's gone to a very similar area, and it has gone for 4 runs that time. Poor old Izzy Wong did do a despairing dive there.
Welcome back to the regions, Wongy.
Her cap fell off. She's given it her everything, but it just went past her, and that has gone for 4, and that takes Bryony Smith on to 90. Very excitingly, at the end of the 31st over, stars 183 for 2.
Izzy Wong having to go behind the hover cover to recover the ball there. Bless her. She's not hurt, so that's what I'm sorry. I'm not making light of the fact that she's been busy on those last 2 balls. But of course, when you get a 6 and a 4, you're biting lumps out of the a huge total, then, aren't you? So that was a good bit of play there. Oh dear, that's the end of the over as well. 31 overs gone. Stars 183 for 2. Baker into ADR. We're going to call her because it's easier than saying the whole name. And loopy delivery. ADR plays that to the busy Wongy, who manages to stop that on the rope, because that is a short boundary. She's busy there because there's a big boundary. So it's a big task with a short boundary. That's what I meant to say.
And presumably they've partly placed her there because she is a good boundary fielder.
Quick in the field. Baker. Spin as Bryony Smith tries to play that to the same place, but it only goes straight to Eve Jones, sort of short cover point. As Baker, under 19 England spin bowler, right arm over. Oh, that's gone into sort of twirled up into the gap there, but they get through for a single, and the score moves on to 185 for 2.
Yes, my favourite thing about the Davidson-Richards press conference was when she was talking about when things go badly for her, and she said, sometimes it goes tits up, and then she sort of looked very panicked.
No. I wish I hadn't said that.
Am I allowed to say that?
No, we're not allowed to say that. That's straight to the fielder from ADR. But we know what she means.
Yes.
Things have gone badly and the wheels have come off.
But I managed to get the quote in the Guardian.
Did you?
And it wasn't starred or anything, so they obviously don't consider that a swear word.
Okay. I'm going to gloss over that one. Thank you for that one, Raf. Dr. Cricket. She's got a potty mouth today. As they get through for a single, 187 for 2. Got to keep you in check.
I'm very sorry, Claire Jenkins.
You're losing it. You need some more caffeine.
Regretting
Laura,
ever being
send
on
more
commentary.
caffeine. Baker into ADR. No, it's great fun. We're having a bit of fun here. Oh, that's carved out. Oh, Wong gets the legs behind that one, and they just get through for a single. That was well fielded, Izzy Wong there on the hover cover boundary. That's the end of the over. I'm just looking over it. 32 overs gone. Stars are 188 for 2. Alice Davidson-Richards on 17, looking increasingly confident, and Bryony Smith, more excitingly for the neutrals, 92. So just a quick roundup of the other grounds. Let's see. So I should tell you that at Old Trafford, you're being looked after by Michael McCann and Melinda Farrell up there. And the game that we really haven't mentioned so far very much. So that's Western Storm are 159 for 4 off 34 overs. Western Storm won the toss and elected to bat. Vipers are 197 for 3, also off a similar amount of overs.
As Arla in to begin the 33rd over, ADR on strike, forward defensive there, textbook, no run.
And it looks like at Chesterley Street they're still watching rain because there's nothing on the scorecard there. So, and that I think we've decided that will help these two teams because they don't have to win with a bonus point.
That's
Blimey,
correct.
Did I get that right?
You
I
did.
Don't do numbers.
You've been well
Ooh,
coached by
I have.
my husband Sid
Yes.
Egan.
Sid's in charge of numbers, and he's been very concise, which is lovely. Well, I like somebody who can be concise with numbers.
Absolutely. As Arlott back to the top of her mark now, in again to ADR, crouches, plays that forward, prodding defensively again, and there's no run again.
I'm hoping that Laura Malkin's got a camera trained on ADR's face because I just have a real proper soft spot for when you can tell her emotions.
Yeah.
You can tell from her body language, can't you? Twiddle, twiddle.
I was thinking that Malks might be paying more attention to Bryony Smith at the other end in terms of being on 92 not out. This is it's a big moment for the photographers, isn't it?
It's great for the neutrals.
Arlott in again to ADR, who's come out of her crease that time, but just guides that straight to mid on, and no run.
No run. ADR's, she's in contemplative mood. You can tell from that bat twiddle, can't you?
I'd love her to have a really good innings today.
With the Central Spark, I was stopping a snort there. Central Sparks won't want her to have a good day. That's the thing.
Arlott in again to ADR, who plays that one back in her crease, defended out into the offside. There was a half attempt at a run from Bryony Smith there, but I think ADR sent her back, which was absolutely correct.
Yes, no need of any risk. I mean, that's the beauty. I mean, that's what I'm just going to say about Bryony Smith's innings. It's been, other than that, what would have been a spectacular caught and bowled, but I think it was a really hard chance. It's been, other than that, been sort of risk-free, taking the singles, taking the loose ball.
Absolutely. Arlott into ADR. Oh, that one goes past her bat.
That was nice. Little rip snorter there.
Lovely from Arlott, who's having a good day. Arlott did take that first wicket to fall, didn't she? Which was Alexis Stonehouse having come out as a pinch hitter in the 5th over. We then had that very long partnership, 125 of 130 balls between Bryony Smith and Kira Chatley.
Yeah, it's a good partnership.
Chatley then caught at short third, and ADR has come into the mix, which is great news for me and Claire Jenkins, who are big ADR fans. As Arlott in again to Davidson Richards, who plays that out behind square on the leg side, and they finish the over with a single. And that's the 50 partnership off just 45 balls.
That was very good, wasn't it? Yeah, Emily Arlott, as you mentioned. So on Wednesday, she caught and bowled Sophia Smale there for 1 for 47 were her figures on Wednesday. So yeah, she's hitting a bit of form. We want her to stay fit and healthy because she's had some bad luck. Basically, was the short story of she nearly got in the England. Well, she got in the England Test side, didn't she, when India were over a couple of seasons ago, and then as you mentioned, various niggly things, and has not had the best of luck to get into the England side because she got in that Test side because she got a 5 for at Hove against Vipers. I'm just telling Sid that. That was at Hove against the Vipers.
Very
I think,
pointed,
Sid.
yes.
Bowling down the hill at Hove. Who doesn't want to see Arlott do that? Well, Sid obviously. Katie George coming in from the 25-yard line. So can she get her length and line right, left arm seam around the wicket to the right-handed ADR, comes forward and just defends that, and it comes straight to Hannah Baker, and there is no run. Score is 189 for 2. We are into the 34th over here at Edgbaston, this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. That's the 50 over competition between the 8 English regional centres of excellence. Central Sparks are the West Midlands team. South East Stars, the kind of greater home counties, for want of a better way of describing them, as George rounds a mark. Ooh, and that's played almost exactly back the same way the last one was, straight to Hannah Baker, and there is no run. So dot balls here.
And ADR very frustrated with herself. You can tell that because she's tapping herself on the helmet as if to say, "Get your brain in gear, Alice."
Yeah,
it's
you know
very
exactly.
Amusing.
It is. It's almost. I mean, I don't want to say this but I'm going to say anyway. It's almost cartoon-like, isn't it? Almost like you can read the bubble above her head.
Yes.
If you were close enough. And
Very
even from here, we can see that as George comes round, ADR twiddles that out to third, and they get through for a jogged single. Score moves on to 190. They're moving towards that 200 mark as Bryony Smith is moving towards that potential 3-figure mark. So great for the neutrals to be watching here. Not so much for the Central Sparks fans who would like to see a few more wickets in that column. Can Katie George get the breakthrough? What is in the plans? There are lots of analysts and things now. George, the analyst, I'm sure he's given us some good advice here. Ooh, let's play straight to the fielder. Another dot ball. So they'll want to frustrate, and then they'll want to take some wickets here, Central Sparks, as we hear some sirens going off, no doubt, to QE Hospital, which is where I was born. So there's a bit of Claire
nice.
Jenkins heritage there. I was born at QE, so not in an ambulance, in the hospital. And my father grew up in Willows Road, just literally on the boundary of the Edgbaston. So I'm steeped in Edgbaston history here as George comes in, and Smith plays that beautifully off her feet, and there is a fielder there, so they'll cut that off. And just the one then. Score moves on to 191 for 2. Bryony Smith moves to 93. Edging towards that century mark. I'm sure the captain of South East Stars will want to show that captain's innings as ADR twiddles a bat. Gets her pads ready. Katie George coming in at some speed. Left arm around the wicket. Rounding the umpire. Oh, banged in. ADR just turns on that one and turns it into the leg side. The fielder does a good stop there, and they get through for 2. That's 193 for 2. That's the end of the over. 34 overs gone. South East Stars 193 for 2. Davidson Richards on 21, but more excitingly for South East Stars, but not for Central Sparks, Bryony Smith on 93, looking very good there for that.
Absolutely. I just wanted to mention in conjunction with Davidson Richards, who in this press conference in which she said the bad words.
Yes, and naughty words.
She also talked about the fact that when she had got the call from Coach John Lewis to say she was being recalled to England, she was out on a bike ride. And her Stars teammate, Freya Davies, are actually training for a London to Paris charity bike ride.
We should mention that.
Exactly, that's what I'm doing. In aid of the Professional Cricketers Trust.
Even better.
And we've just tweeted the link out from Cricket Her if anyone would like to donate. It's definitely for a good cause, and I know they've been training really hard. It's being branded as the Dumb and Dumber bike ride, which I think is a bit harsh on both of them. But anyway, we have Georgia Davis resuming. A change actually of bowler from the Birmingham City end. But Georgia Davis is back into the attack, replacing Em Arlott, and she bowls to Bryony Smith, who plays that out into the leg side for a single, moving on to 94. But the wonderful ADR now back on strike. So we
love all the players, though. We do love all of them, but we just love her smile and her expressiveness.
Absolutely, ADR just moving out to meet that ball from Georgia Davis, and manages to tap that out to long on for a single. So we've tweeted the link to donate to that out from our Cricket Her account at Cricket Her on Twitter, so do go and have a look at that, and if you have got a spare few pounds, then I'm sure they'd really appreciate any donations. So a lovely pair of cricketers.
And as I say, self-styled Dumb and Dumber, so have a look at the socials on that, because that is very funny.
Yeah, Davidson to Bryony Smith this time, playing that off the back foot, just taps that out towards mid-wicket. There's no run there.
They've tried to cut that short mid-wicket shot off for Bryony Smith. They're obviously hoping she's going to miss time on potentially.
Yeah. She plays that one out into the offside, and they do get through for a single. They've also got those 2 deep leg side fielders for Bryony Smith as well.
Backward square and long on.
That's her favourite area, I think.
That's what. They're bringing the short mid wicket out. They want to tempt ADR to perhaps hoik one to Katie George at Cow Corner, perhaps.
And here's Davis into ADR. Just taps that very gently into the leg side for a single. No risks being taken by Alice Davidson.
No, they don't need to, do they? They've got a lovely score on here, and getting Bryony Smith back on strike. Always good to keep him with the captain. so you get selected. I don't think ADR's in problem now.
Probably not, to be honest. Bryony Smith on strike on 95. She's going to add another single. And they are coming back for 2 runs, in fact, so she's going to move to 97 not out. She's just played that out to deep point. So they've got 2 there.
I think Central Sparks are paying Maddie Green by the step. They're making a run around that boundary.
Well, if you will sign up to play regional cricket, we're not going to go easy on you, Claire Jenkins. And that's the end of that 35th over, 199 for 2.
Oh, I think that's just cue for me to have a little rest. So I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Dr. Cricket, Raf Nicholson, and Sid Egan, and Cricket Her will take over.
Yeah. So. Could be potentially quite exciting because we've got Bryony Smith on 97, although it is ADR on strike as Katie George is resuming from the pavilion end to bowl the first ball of the 30th over. ADR drives, big movement of the bat there, but it just goes into the hands of cover, who picks that up, and there's no run. And ADR again is doing the kind of very animated, cartoonish like gestures with being cross with herself for not managing to quite thread that through the ring field there. She's shaking her fist at herself in annoyance. So 199 for 2 Stars here. Welcome back, Sid Egan, as George is back to the top of her mark, running into ADR. Oh, just a little bit of a waft at that, moves past the bat, goes into the hands of Abby Freeborn behind the stumps.
Yeah, Katie George coming round the wicket in this spell, so a little bit of a change of direction, and ADR kind of hung her bat out there, didn't she? And Katie George won't be too disappointed to see her doing that. She'll be looking to try and get that edge. Yeah,
absolutely. Still relatively early on in Davidson Richards' innings compared to Bryony Smith's, although ADR is on 23 not out now. And she's on strike again to Katie George, taps that to Emma Arlott at mid-off, no run.
Yeah, things have slowed down a little bit for the Stars since Chatley got out. They've been the last 5 overs going at just a shade under 6 and over, but essentially off since 15 overs, basically they've been chugging along at 6 and over, and that's going to get them, pretty close to that 300 mark, probably heading for about 280 at the moment.
Right, so Stars definitely in the hot seat at the moment in this crucial Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy match, as George into ADR again, who again doesn't manage to get that past the inner ring, and is again annoyed at herself, shaking her head. Yeah, 250 is a typical average first innings score in this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy over the last few years since it's been running, and they're heading for kind of well in excess of that. Yeah, and given that they were put into bat in what looked to be relatively favourable kind of overcast bowling conditions, it's definitely been a good effort from them. George in again to ADR, who again doesn't manage to get a hold of that, just taps that and is now kicking her bat in annoyance at herself. She's not annoyed with anybody else, she's purely annoyed at herself because she obviously feels that she should be able to be getting some of these balls from Katie George away. Bryony Smith, captain at the other end, is just kind of very casually leaning on her bat and potentially just mouthing a few words down to ADR. Don't worry about it, we're in a very dominant position, 199 for 2. George in again, what can ADR do with this one? Just manages to defend that one, but I don't think she's annoyed at that one because that one was actually on the stump, so she obviously feels that she's done the best she could with that one. So Stars finished that 36th over and they're 199 for 2. Yeah, meanwhile over at Loughborough, Emily Windsor's out after having got a half century. She got past that half century, but pretty much a runner ball, so 52 off 53 before she was bowled by Josie Groves. Georgia Ellis also got a half century, so they've got Freya Kemp in now, back from England duties in the last week. And that's in the air, and it's going to be caught. Oh,
and
no!
Bryony Smith. That's the end of Bryony Smith's innings. She came forward, she wasn't really in control of the shot, she didn't really know whether she was hitting it or not, and she's just prodded it up there, and the catch has been taken, and Bryony Smith is out for 97 Raf. We say sometimes that players deserved a century. Did she deserve a century there? We felt that Maya Boucher did deserve a century the other day for England, didn't we?
I think she deserved a century. I think it's been a really good innings from her. Obviously, there was that drop when she was on 22. It was the Beth Nellis potential caught and bowled moment that would have taken quite a feat of athleticism to pull off. But other than that, it's been, in Bryony Smith terms, a relatively restrained innings. She's played the balls that were there to be hit. She has, we have seen some absolutely kind of mammoth sixes smashed by her. I think there were 3 sixes in that innings, and also 10 fours that she's kind of been tapping around the ground. So she'll be really annoyed with herself at that, actually, because it wasn't
a decent delivery, to be fair. It tucked her up a bit, but she didn't, as I say, she didn't really know whether she was hitting it or not, and she ended up hitting it, but nothing like far enough, and really just giving catching practice to Grace Potts there.
Caught at mid-wicket.
Right, so who have we got now? We've got none other than Paige Schofield.
Yeah, who of course got
fantastic start to the season.
Yeah, back-to-back centuries in the early stages of this competition, but has perhaps not been quite as prolific since, although it was a hard act to follow.
Fit, athletic figure, bit of a gym bunny, as they say. She's looking round at the field. And here we go. And the first delivery, she tucks that round the corner, but it doesn't go any further than the ring. And they come through for a quick single.
Yeah, Paige Schofield off the mark immediately.
Right, so Georgia Davis on the Birmingham City end to Alice Davidson-Richards. Off spin. And that's a full toss, and Alice Davidson-Richards pushes that down towards long on and comes through for the single. And Davis is ready again, getting through the overs. Davis to Schofield. And Schofield has a little bit of a swing at that and misses it completely, and it's through to Abby Freeborn. Needless to say, there is no run there. Davis to Schofield. A little bit of room, and Schofield plays off the back foot into the onside. They're through for the single. That's fielded by Amy Campbell out on the deep cover boundary. Another easy single. Last ball of the over. Davis in to ADR. Just pushes that out into the leg side. There's no fielder there in the ring, so they can come through for a quick single. And that is 37 overs done, and we are 203 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, Bryony Smith will be very disappointed with that. Having just been out for 97, caught at mid-wicket, as we said. She did look frustrated as she walked off, but I think she has put Stars in a really strong position, and we have got Davidson Richards at one end, who we're just saying has got a Test century under her belt and has been into the England setup recently, and Paige Schofield at the other end, who's very capable of scoring runs. So I don't think Stars will be too worried here, although Bryony Smith obviously will be personally disappointed by not quite managing to reach that milestone.
Well, we fixate on these milestones, don't we? But at the end of the day, whether she gets 101 or 97 is really doesn't make too much difference in terms of the outcome of the game.
It's the contribution, isn't it? And we've got Katie George resuming from the pavilion end, and first ball is just defended for no run. ADR on strike here at Edgbaston, with Katie George resuming the 38th over, the second ball. ADR plays that slightly uppishly but reasonably safely out into the deep on the leg side, and they come through for a single. Score moves on to 204 for 3.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a gap there in the ring, so that was safe.
Paige Schofield back on strike. She's picked up a couple of singles already, currently on 2. See what she can do with this next ball from Katie George, who is left arm coming round the wicket to the right-handed Paige Schofield, who taps that out into the offside, and they pick up another single.
Yeah, it was right into the gap. And then fielded by Izzy Wong, coming in from the boundary.
But these two have got such a platform. They really, if they can just keep tapping singles, that's great for the Stars, I think.
Yeah, definitely possible that if they go big at the end, that they can push towards that 300 mark.
Still 7 wickets in hand in the 38th over of this 50-over match. As George back to the top of her mark into ADR. Oh, and ADR is caught behind. That was a bit of a swing from ADR. She kind of came out
down
of
the pitch, didn't she? She premeditated that and then wasn't quite sure what to do with it. I'm not sure that she really knew what shot she was playing there, and she ended up almost trying to sweep it, got top edge, and that's taken behind the stumps, but not a classic wicketkeeper's catch, because it went looped up into the air. Freeborn had actually gone to her left, expecting that if the ball came down from the sweep, she'd need to dive for it. She adjusted sufficiently, came back, and took the catch. So well done by Freeborn.
Davidson Richards goes for 26, and Stars lose wickets in successive overs. They just lost Bryony Smith in the preceding over. They've now lost Davidson Richards. So we've got 2 new batters at the crease. We've already had Paige Schofield, who's now faced 4 deliveries, and joining her is... Just waiting, for the ground announcer to confirm. I would be expecting Ailish Cranstone at this point.
It's left-handed,
I think it is
so I think it is
Ailish
Ailish Cranstone. Yep.
Who
and indeed it is, yes.
Fantastic. Cranstone in Star's last game against the Vipers on Wednesday hit 69, so she's got some good form coming into this match. But obviously, Sparks we'll see this as an opening here, I think, Sid. Yeah,
Katie George has come back over the wicket to Cranstone, and that's a full delivery on the stumps. Cranstone digs that out, and it just sort of squirts out into the offside. And there is no run.
So we've got 1 ball left of this 38th over. Cranston on strike. Yes, definitely a little bit of an opening here for the Sparks, I'd say, because we were just saying that actually Stars have got a really good platform, but obviously that platform is partly dependent on having wickets in hand to be able to have a bit of a smash at the end. And here's George in to bowl the final over, and Cranstone manages to just tap that behind her on the offside, and they come through for a single. So Cranston off the mark, and Stars 206 for 4 after 38 overs.
Yeah, they need a little bit of a rebuild here. You've got a batter on 1 and a batter on 3, so they've lost both their
senior batters. Yeah.
So, but Ailish Cranstone's been around a long time. She's not really a big hitter of the ball, but she's someone that can find gaps. And there are a few gaps out there. It's definitely, with a fairly small outfield, particularly on one side of the ground, those gaps can be difficult to find. And we're gonna get some more of Georgia Davis coming round the wicket to the left-handed Cranstone. That's pitched up, and Cranston just plays defensively, and Davis fields off her own bowling. Davis dashing through her overs. In again, and Cranston gets forward, gets a bit of pad on it. No danger of an LBW decision there. Davis in again. And there's an appeal for LBW, but the umpire's not having that. Cranston looked to try and sweep it. It came off her pad and they've dashed through for the single. Wasn't the most convincing of appeals.
Georgia Davis looked very convinced, though. But the umpire was not.
Davis back around the wicket now to Schofield, right-handed. And Schofield has a swing at that one, and that is gone for 6. That's landed in about the 3rd row of the stand out there. That was a bit of a hoik, a bit of a sort of slog sweep over mid-wicket, not quite to cow corner.
That was almost as big as the 6s that Bryony Smith hit, though. So it's a good... it's slightly unexpected from Paige Schofield, perhaps this early in her innings. She was 3 from 4 balls. She's now 9 from 5 balls.
Yeah, well, they've only 12 overs left and 11 point something overs left. So there's not a huge amount of time left in the game. So if they want to post that really big score, they aren't going to need to. They can't hang around too often thinking about it. Coming through into that death phase, Davis into Schofield, who gets forward and drives back to the bowler. Gets her foot to the pitch of the ball. Davis in again, last ball of the over. And that one is hoiked out in the direction of cow corner, but it's going to be caught. Didn't have the legs on it. She slog swept it, and that was caught by Katie George on the boundary out towards cow corner. And that is the end of Paige Schofield, who kind of flattered to deceive there. We're hitting that one big 6. But she's gone already, and another wicket lost.
That's what I was concerned about, you see, when she hit that 6, the preceding delivery. It really felt a little bit like there was a slight amount of recklessness going on very early on in her innings when she perhaps hadn't quite got the measure of the pitch, and we saw that there. She didn't quite get as much on that one and was caught in the deep. They have got now 11 overs remaining. They've got they're now 213 for 5, and they've lost 3 wickets very quickly. A strong position can quite quickly turn into a weak position in cricket, Sid, and that's what I'm slightly concerned that Stars are doing here, is that they're throwing away a very strong start in slightly reckless fashion.
Yeah, 5 down, and we're starting to get towards the tail. I mean, we've got some batters that can bat in the tail, that's for sure. Rhiannon McDonald-Gay, who can definitely hit a ball, is carded to come in at 10. I think they might send her in a bit earlier.
Now,
but in the meantime, we have Chloe Hill.
If the scoreboard is to be believed, yes, and it looks to be her blonde.
It looks to be a blonde ponytail. But it will be Cranstone to face up to Katie George now.
Yeah, Katie George resuming from the pavilion end into Cranston. Left arm over the wicket to the left-handed batter, who taps that, and there's no run. Goes back to the bowler.
Cranston not a tall batter, so she'll get up on her toes for that one.
Georgian again to Cranston, who does get a little bit more bat on that one, and just plays that out to the point fielder, who then throws down the stumps at the non-striker's end and is kind of making a gesture. Is that Bethan Ellis there? Kind of making a gesture as if to say, what did I do wrong? I'm not quite sure what's going on here. Oh, there's Eve Jones is now gesticulating at the field. They did manage to get through for a single, and there wasn't ever really a particular risk of a run out there. If that is Bethan Ellis, which it is, she's just been sent round to the other side because we've got the right-handed Chloe Hill now on strike to face her first ball from Katie George. A little bit of an attempt at a bouncer there, but Chloe Hill manages to kind of pull it round the corner and gets a single, so she has got off the mark of her first ball. Stars move on to 215 for 5 now.
Freya Kemper's hit a quick 25 for Vipers off 18 balls, but she's out now, run out. So 5 down there as well.
Well, there you go. You see, it's these middle order collapses, Sid. George in again to the left-handed Cranston this time. Oh, he plays that uppishly, but it's gone over the mid-wicket fielder. Sorry, the cover fielder for 4. So Cranston has just added 4 runs to the total. Stars move on to 219 for 5.
There was a slight heart in the mouth moment there, but that was actually placed reasonably well in the end.
Yeah, she played it uppishly, but it sort of went between those 2 fielders on the offside, so there wasn't really ever a particular chance of a catch. Another boundary added to the total. Georgian again to Cranston. Fuller ball that time. She digs it out, and Katie George retrieves it in her run-up. Dot ball. One ball left in this 40th over.
Was a little bit of moonwalking there. She sort of jumped backwards to get some bat on that.
There's some movement by the groundsman over there. Not quite sure what they're doing. Oh, I think they're having a ride on their tractor. That's nice. George into bowl. The final ball of the 40th over. A wild swing from Cranston. Oh, it's gone through to the keeper, Abby Freeborn, without managing to get bat on it. But that was a bit of a risky swing and a miss from
anything could have happened
Cranston.
there.
And Katie George crouched on her haunches for a second as if to say, oh my goodness, I can't believe I didn't manage to pick up another wicket there. So Stars finished that 40th over 219 for 5, and I believe I'm about to be replaced by the delightful Claire Jenkins.
I'll take delightful. I've been called much worse. Delightful, Claire Jenkins.
Right, so we lost 3 wickets in the space of 5 overs, and the run rate has come back a bit. They're just going at 4 and over in the last 5 overs for those loss of those 3 wickets. So a little bit of a downturn in the run rate.
Exciting tumble of wickets there for Central Sparks.
So Davis is in and bowls to Chloe Hill, who comes forward and pushes that back down the pitch. Davis retrieves it. She's in again. She doesn't give us much time to breathe, does she?
No.
And the same again.
She's under instructions, quick, we were behind the rate. Bowl them quick.
Gets forward, pushes it back to the bowler. And we're on to the 3rd delivery already. It's breathless stuff. And that's a very full delivery, but again, just Hill gets to the pitch of it and pushes that back. Davis fields off her own bowling for the 3rd time. And she's in once more. Oh, and that's a wide delivery. That's
Anna Baker proving that she can
stumps,
take a stump out.
as they dash through for the single. It was a wide delivery that Chloe Hill didn't get any bat on, I don't think. I think that's gone as
bye. It's given a bye.
Byes.
Umpire Nassim.
Now, Davis coming round the wicket to the left-handed Alice Cranstone.
Yep, Joe Bitson.
Cranstone checking where all the fields are, where all the fielders are. Looking round, and Davis is in. And that's shorter, and Cranston rocks back and pushes that out into the offside, where it's fielded by Katie George, coming in from the boundary. They're through for 1. Last ball of the over, Davis in. Full delivery, pushed out into the leg side by Chloe Hill. They'll get another single, and that rounds off the over. 222 for 5.
Double Nelson. 2-2-2, as the Aussies like to say.
Double Nelson or double Lady Hamilton?
Well, we had a little text conversation about that, haven't we? 2-2-2.
Is the female Nelson a Lady Hamilton?
Yes. It's a double Lady Hamilton. 2-2-2 for 5.
I think we're going to try and make this a thing.
Yeah. Another one. Yes. carried away
Lady
with ourselves.
Hamilton famously
Was
Nelson's lover.
Yeah, see. You're spreading rumours now, see, Sid.
I think it's reasonably well documented
Yeah, I
that
think
they were a
is.
thing.
Yeah, it's okay.
You know.
We can say that.
It was all over Instagram at the time.
Had there been
Back
an
in the
Instagram,
1810s.
it would have been. Chloe Hill, of course, she was Central Sparks, and then she was lent to the Vipers,
Yep, she spent a
and
little
then
bit of time
she's
at
gone
Vipers.
to Stars. So it's great to see her getting a game here. Oh, there's a big shout, and that goes backwards of square, and Abby Freeman has to go out and fetch that. That's given us a leg by. 223 for 5, our South East Stars, put into bat by Central Sparks, who won the toss earlier today in a misty and autumnal Edgbaston. I don't think it's that cold out there. I think we're due to get up to like 20 degrees or something, so I think it's quite pleasant out there. It's difficult because we're in air conditioning, so we can't tell what the temperature's like out there. As Hannah Baker decides to come around the wicket, right-handed around the wicket to the left-handed Cranston. Takes a big swipe. Oh, and it's bowled. She's clean bowled her. The off stump is bent back, and Cranston will have to trudge back to the pavilion there. It's a great bit of guile there from Hannah Baker. She does love the old the spin bowling, and Central Sparks love her for it as well.
Yeah, tried to sweep, and it went straight through her, past her legs, and that is that for her. So another wicket down, and
so
they're in a little bit of trouble here.
no, Cranston is bowled Baker for 8.
We were saying that 250 mark looked well within reach, and we were talking about them getting close to 300, but
my. Raf mentioned, didn't she, that a commanding position can suddenly change when you get a little
is this Blinkhorn
flurry
Jones?
of wickets. And you tell me. So 223 for 6.
Because I have to take my headphones
We're
half
okay.
off. in
So
order
we
to
are partway through.
I think that's Blinkhorn Jones.
42nd.
Headphones half off,
Yes.
glasses off.
Or
Pick up the binoculars.
now the scoreboard's caught up, and they're running out of letters for that as well as Blinkhorn Jones. That must be a wide name on the back of that shirt as well as Davidson Richards. So Blinkhorn Jones to the crease, one of Daniel Norcross's favourite names, Maddie Blinkhorn Jones, as Baker comes in, and that's played straight to the short mid-wicket fielder, Georgia Davis, and there is no run. It is a great name, isn't it? Maddie Blinkhorn Jones. She ought to be writing detective novels or something, I think.
Something like
Hannah
P.G.
Baker.
Woodhouse.
Yes. Well, that's what he said, I think, wasn't it? That he described it as probably Woodhouse-esque, and there was no run on that one. Still 223 for 6. South East Stars batting against Central Sparks, who are the West Midlands team. She plays that to almost to the umpire there at square leg, and Amy Campbell comes in, fields that, and they get through for a single. Score moves on to 224 for 6. Blinkhorn Jones on 1 and Chloe Hill on 2. So they're trying to just get themselves set here as Baker bowls a bit more spin, and that's going to be a wide ball, signalled by Joe Ibbotson this end. It's a sort of
Blinkhorn Jones did get a very decent score in the reverse fixture.
oh yeah, she get a decent score.
77 she got against
Oh, that's
Sparks.
good. That is a decent score. That's chopped into the leg
Down
side
at
as
Guildford.
Maddie Green.
Sorry.
Let me just finish the ball. Maddie Green fields that ball in. That's 42 overs gone. South East Stars 226 for 6. You were just going to say Blinkhorn Jones.
Yes, she got 77 at, down at Guildford in
Mhm.
the reverse fixture
Mm-hmm.
this season. So Sparks will be perhaps
Wary.
more familiar with her than they would have
Yes.
liked to have been.
Yes. But this is the key fixture, isn't it, Sid? This is the scramble for the eliminator. So basically, winner gets to the finals, and loser gets to have at the end of the season celebration.
Just to go on
whatever they
holiday
are.
a bit
Has to
earlier.
go on holiday earlier. That's right. Yeah, that's played straight to mid wicket, and there is no run by the aforementioned. Oh no, it's Chloe Hill. Chloe Hill at the crease. She will know a lot of these players because she's a local girl. So she comes forward and plays that to mid on, Oh, it goes underneath the fielder there, who lets out a squeal of frustration, and they get through for 2 off that one. And the score moves on to 228 for 6. Hill on strike.
Davis to Hill, who pulls out the reverse, and that's going down to the boundary. Is it going to be cut off by Eve Jones? She's having a dive.
Oh, not enough.
But
it's over the rope.
She doesn't get there quite in time. Oh, that's actually Bethan Ellis. Apologies.
She does look quite like Eve Jones from the distance we're at.
It's the hair. She's got the same ponytail.
Yeah, same ponytail. It's a team ponytail. I do wonder if they take the caps off, the ponytail comes with it. But that's just me. We haven't had enough bad jokes yet, Sid. I'm conscious of that.
Davis. Oh, and that's
squirted off the edge there.
Yeah,
Woo!
not in control of that shot at all, but it was safe. Davis to the right-handed Hill. Bowls. Hill comes down the pitch and pushes it, but no further than sort of
Emily Arlott at sort of short mid-on, I suppose. Davis got a hand on it, so took the sting out of it. Probably saved a run or 2.
So Blinkhorn Jones back on strike to Davis. And she comes forward in defence, and there is no run. 233.46 at the Edgbaston Stadium in Birmingham. Starting to brighten up a little. It's getting a bit lighter. The sun hasn't made an appearance yet. It's a very cloudy day, but definitely a bit brighter than it was earlier. There was a forecast that there might be a little bit of rain around later, but we're keeping our fingers crossed, and I think we're pretty confident from the forecast that we will get a full game here.
Yes, let's hope we get a full ground. We don't want the weather interfering with this, although it already is, because I'm afraid at Chester Street they're having umpires inspections and things, but I don't think they've got going yet up there.
No, it sounds very pessimistic for play at Chester Street.
And that's just dubbed down, and there is no run. Straight back to Hannah Baker. It's a shame, really, because they're going to share presumably 2 points each, and that will probably put them into the running.
It will.
I'm sure Sid will do the sums later. And that's played straight down the ground, where Wongi will field and then get a single. Score moves to 234 for 6. South East Stars batting in their bumblebee yellow striped tops, and Central Sparks in their black with the funky sleeves as Baker comes in. Oh, she comes forward and plays that straight to the cover fielder, Captain Eve Jones, with her white sleeves on underneath the kit. There is no run. Baker spinning the ball as it twirls off to
spins off
short third, and there is no run.
Blinkhorn Jones's bat.
Yeah. Hannah Baker, England under 19, much in demand, and that's straight through Blinkhorn Jones. Yes, so last year in the 100, Welsh Fire pinched her from the Midlands for the 100, and this year Birmingham Phoenix managed to snooker the various drafts and pinch her back, and that's a wide ball from Baker. Yeah, so she was back. No mug with the bat either, but such an enthusiastic player. Brilliant, I imagine, to have in the dressing room as well. And that's carved out towards Katie George on the boundary there at cover point. And they get through for a single at the end of the over. So that's the end of the over. 44 overs gone. 236 for 6. Blinkhorn on 2 and Hill on 11.
Yeah, and I think we're almost at the point where they probably just need to make sure they stay there and see out these. The last thing they want is to kind of leave overs left out on the field. So
it's better news from Durham, and we're hopefully going to get some cricket. This toss is scheduled for 1:45 with a 2 o'clock start for Sunrisers against Northern
I wonder how many
Diamonds.
overs they've lost there.
Yeah,
it's basically probably going to be quite close to a T20 game, that is.
Yeah.
As Davis is in, and that's pulled around the corner by Blinkhorn Jones, and there'll just be a single. That's fielded by Grace Potts on the ring.
Yeah, Grace Potts. I mean, you want them to all get a game in. I mean, while Central Sparks and Stars might think, actually, if it was round off, that might help us. But you want everyone to get a game in that last round, don't you?
Yeah. And that's
stingy
Chloe
hands.
Hill down the pitch. She kind of came down with a little bit of intent, quite a lot of intent to be fair, but then the kind of stroke didn't really have quite the same intent that the coming down the pitch did. But they're through for the single.
Georgia Davis wasn't sure whether to protect herself or try for the catch, I think.
Madeleine Blinkhorn Jones back on strike. Davis in and bowls, and that takes an edge, and that's running down, but it's going to be caught. They're going to catch up with it.
Yeah, Ellis.
Bethan Ellis has done so, and they've gone through for 2 runs in the meantime. So 2 more to the score, 240, as they head towards that kind of par score of 250, which they'll be looking to get past, and as far past as possible.
And I thought that had been bowled then for a minute.
Yeah, Davis
straight through.
Was a full delivery. Madeleine Jones chases it right round. It's no contact on it, and it kind of fizzes up in front of Avi Freeborn. Dash through for another single. Davis in again. To Hill, who reverses. Not very far, but just able to dash through for another single. She didn't get much contact on it, but just enough. Davis, final ball of the over. And Madeleine Blinkhorn Jones pushes that out to mid-on, and there is no run. So where are we at? We're at 242 for 6. There are 5 overs remaining, and they'll want to, as I said, the focus really going to be on trying to stay there and make sure they bat out these overs, but they'll be looking to push on towards sort of 270, you'd think.
Thanks, Sid. I'm going to be rejoined by Dr. Cricket, Raf Nicholson. That was the voice of Sid Egan from the Cricket Her vodcast, which is essential viewing for anybody who's interested in women's cricket. Sunday morning, put your feet up, get a cuppa, and see what Sid and Raf have got to say for themselves as Hannah Baker comes in to Hill, who plays it up and over her colleague, and Izzy Wong comes in from the boundary, and they get a single. Score moves on to 243. As Sid said, the kind of par score is 250, so and it looked like it was going to be exceeded heavily. It was going to be exceeded heavily by early Stars batting, but Sparks have managed to work hard to get some wickets in the middle overs and certainly slowed up the run rate considerably as Baker comes in to Blinkhorn Jones, who plays a full toss in the air, but it's going to drop agonisingly in front of Isabel Wong, and they only get through for a single. We're talking about par scores. There was a great stat from Hypercourse. All of his stats are great, but he was saying
Hypercourse.
In the county era, it was lucky if you got a 6, but in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint, as that's played straight to the fielder, they're going to get through. There's a shot. There's a shy at the stumps, and it might even be an overthrow here as Amy Campbell has to do the tidying up. They're going to get loads out of this. Oh, goodness me, that was loose fielding from Emily Arlott, as Amy Campbell will not thank her for a quick run round. Wasn't expecting that one in terms of backing up. So score moves on to whatever the scorers make of that. How many was that? 240. It says 246 for 6 on the scoreboard.
I think they got 2. They got
two.
one legitimate and then one overthrow.
Yeah, there was buzzers there as that's swept behind square, and Amy Campbell's got another run. She's not going to make that. That's 4 runs. Another 4 to the total. South East Stars starting to speed up as we reach the finishing straights of the last few overs here, and they go through that 250 milestone. So South East Stars 250 for 6. Approaching the end of the 46th over. Blinkhorn Jones on 6, Hill on 20. Hill looking increasingly comfortable against her old teammates. She plays that lustily through sort of short mid-wicket, and Wong does the fielding, and they get through for a single. Yeah, Hypercourse was saying that during the county era, let's just do that, at the end of the over, 46 overs gone, South East Stars 251 for 6. In the county era, before this, it was often, well, the average was less than a 6 a game, but during the Rachael Heyhoe Flint era, it is now 2 average in the games, which you're not comparing like with like, because the pitches that they're playing on the Rachael Heyhoe Flint, that's been a huge difference to play on decent pitches, I can tell you, and you really wouldn't want to see some of the pitches I played county cricket on. You would not. Well, I'll leave it there. You can imagine how bad they were.
Claire, yes.
I didn't have to wear a helmet because the ball never bounced above my waist, because we never had a decent, pitch, unless it was off a rock on the surface. But I'll leave my ranting for later, as you've got to change your bowl in that end, I think.
Absolutely, yeah. We've got Emily Arlett back into the attack. I was just going to say, on the Women's County Championship, you used to get maximum batting bonus points if you top 200, so that gives you an idea of what the kind of scoring situation was. As Arlett in to Chloe Hill, who's playing a really good little knock here, taps that out towards the deep. On the offside, it's going to be picked up by Maddie Green, who's still being kept very busy out there. I think they picked up a couple there. So there's some good running going on between these two. I think Chloe Hill keeps bending over. She's
oxygen.
And in that overthrow, in that last over, when she turned round and saw that there was an overthrow opportunity, she'd already pegged it a kind of another 3/4 of a pitch length past the crease at the non-striker. So then had to effectively run 2 runs in order for them to pick up that overthrow. So good for her, because they are really going at it. And this is quite important in terms of finishing well after that kind of mid-innings collapse from the Stars, who were 199 for 2, but then found themselves 223 for 6. So these two, really important partnership here. All in to Chloe Hill. And that's wide outside the off stump. It's not going to be signalled as such by the umpire, though. So that goes down as a dot ball.
Chloe Hill, yes. I was having a sort of ironic. It wasn't at her expense, but I was having a quick chat with Chloe Hill at the Charlotte Edwards finals, because she was doing some of the commentary, having not been involved in the finals. She's collecting shirts because she's played for a lot of different teams.
She has, absolutely. I believe she's officially on loan from the Vipers at the moment. As Arla in again to Chloe Hill, who knocks that out. Down towards the kind of wide long on boundary, and they get back for 2 again. It's picked up out there by Katie George, I think it was.
Yeah, we were having a light-hearted conversation. I wasn't taking the mickey. She was. We were just sharing. I said, "Oh, how many teams have you played for?" So I'm collecting the shirts.
But I think it's good that flexibility, isn't it? Because if you're not being used by one region, then the ability to be picked up by another and actually have an arena in which you can get out into the middle and play a match is important. Arla into Chloe Hill. She's got a bit more on that. She's absolutely perfectly split the field.
She's hover
on
that.
The offside.
Hover covered
and
that.
It's gone for 4. That was really nicely played from Chloe Hill. And the Stars will be very pleased that she has collected their shirt.
Yeah. Yeah, she's because wicket-keeper as well. So, but I presume Chatley's keeping wicket.
Yes, I think so. I think Hill is playing as a pure batter for the Stars at the moment.
That's the challenge. If you've got a set position now, I was a point fielder, but you could go to another team and have to field somewhere else. But if you're wicket-keeping, you're wicket-keeping, aren't you? And there's only one.
Exactly.
Unless in a surprise move, you want to play more than one wicket-keeper, which I think is not going to please the umpires.
Well, I mean, you can switch umpire. You can
switch players.
You can switch wicket-keeper, can't you?
Yeah.
I think you can.
We can
switch
only allow
umpires,
one. Is the point?
Anyway, we saw Beth Heath playing for England as a pure batter at Leicester on Thursday.
Yeah.
So it does happen. As Arla in again to Chloe Hill. How's she going to respond? Oh, and that one again. Hill came down the track to that one, but it went past the bat into the hands of Abby Freeborn. So that's another dot ball. 259 for 6, the Stars. And Chloe Hill now on 29 of 26 balls.
So was Central Sparks, then Vipers, now Stars. So they will know that these players will know Chloe Hill.
We're in the 47th over here, halfway through. And Chloe Hill takes a wild swing at that. and it's gone directly behind, and it is Grace Potts going to be able to cut it off behind the
tiptoeing along the rope.
and she just manages to do so. So they picked up a couple there, and that's the end of the over, is it? Yeah, 261 for 6 after 47 overs, the Stars. Grace Potts did well there, actually, to pick that up, because I really thought that was going to run for 4.
She dived and then she sort of parried it along parallel with the rope as best I could see. Slightly obscured from the view that we're at. And then just tiptoed along the along the inside the boundary.
Yeah. Anyways, good partnership. Sid was obviously talking about the average scores.
Oh yes,
in
it was.
In the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy earlier. I can't remember what the average score was. Is it 250? Okay.
Yeah. Sid the Sums.
So
Sid the Sums has got 250.
Sid the Sums. So we've obviously gone above that already, but they've still got 3 overs and they've got 4 wickets in hand. So it'd be really interesting to see what they can do here.
What can they get to, do you reckon, in 3 overs then, Raf? So that's even for me, that's 18 balls. I can do that one. 18 balls. So what could they get to?
Well, 285 maybe.
Yes, George left arm around, seam bowling. Blinkhorn Jones puts that in the air, but it's going to drop into the gap. Maddie Green comes around, scoops that up. They get through for 2. 2 more to the total. 2 more for Blinkhorn Jones, who moves on to 8. Chloe Hill on 31. Score is 263 for 6. You'll listen to Claire Jenkins, former Somerset and Derbyshire. Dr. Cricket, Raf Nicholson and Sid Egan from Cricket Her, who have let loose on their own. They've been quite well behaved so far, other than some potting that stuff from Raf. As George bangs that one in, and Blinkhorn Jones is good enough for it. She's going to put it between the fielders. Oh, yes, she does. And despairing dive, and she's knocked that over, and she's also, I think, calling for physio. I'm not sure. The fielder's out there. Is she calling for a physio? I think she might be. I thought that was going to go between. Perhaps she isn't. Anyway, there was a despairing dive. There's I'm sorry that I didn't stop that.
Exactly. Hand up from Wong to say I'm sorry I missed that one, because she was the one who eventually tried to do the dive.
There was a potential clash there, wasn't it? Wong running from one side, Maddie Green running from the other. Katie George coming in from beyond the 25-yard circle in the women's game into Blinkhorn Jones, who sort of nurdles it beyond on the leg side, and there is no run. Is that going to be? Yeah, I think it was a sort of batty. So no run there. 267 for 6. Yes. So Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy here, 50 over. This is the last game of the competition before the finals, and these two teams are battling out of who gets into the eliminator. It's a sort of semi-final, but it isn't. It's 2 and 3 to see who will play the team that finishes at the top, and that's from the other game that's going on today, Diamonds Blaze. As George comes in, and it goes past her. I think it's probably just as well it missed her. That's going to go for she reeled it in. Amy Campbell, great bit of fielding, one-handed down here and diving. Oh, lovely bit of fielding there from Amy Campbell. Katie George will be thanking her for that.
Yeah, I thought that was 4 for sure.
Yeah, I just thought, I'm just about to call a 4 here. No, that was whatever they got. Was it 2?
2, yeah.
Yep. Blinkhorn Jones still on strike on 14. Chloe Hill on 31. 269 for 6. Katie George, what has she got in her locker? Left arm round, seam. Banging it into the pitch here, no doubt. Edgbaston, yep. And it's going in the air. It's going to drop in front of Maddie Green. A couple of bounces, and she feels that back, and they get through for just the singles. It was really hit hard. And there was a sort of intake of breath, but it bounced twice in front of Maddie Green. Score moves on to 270 for 6.
This is just proper swing your bat stuff, isn't it?
This is the last overs, isn't it? This is like, what can we get to? What are they going to give themselves to bowl at in the second half, as it were? Katie George, elbows pumping into the right-handed Hill. It takes a big swipe and puts it up and over. That's going to come easily to Amy Campbell, who can just get a body behind that. They're going for 2, so that's the thing. We need to be quickly now, as Katie George gives Amy Campbell, let's say, a long stare.
That was a Paddington Heart.
That was
stare,
a
wasn't
Paddington Heart. She's trying to give her the stare there, but Amy Campbell's having none of that. So that's the end of the over. 48 overs, 2 overs to go in this key match between South East Stars with a bat in the yellow Bumblebee tops. 272 for 6 they are. What can they give themselves to bowl at? 2 more overs to go. Blinkhorn-Jones on 15, Chloe Hill on 33. Chloe Hill, ex-Central Spark, so a bit more spice in this. What do you reckon, Raf?
Well, I said 285, didn't I? But that was quite an expensive over. Despite that really brilliant piece of fielding from Amy Campbell on the boundary. I'm not sure why Katie George was then annoyed with her for last ball. And we've got Arlott, who was steaming in, but then breaks out of her run-up.
I think there's a bit of, not coming out. I think there was a bit of don't come out of your crease there from Emily Arlott.
Threat of a potential Dipti Sharma, Charlie Dean moment. This Rachael Heyhoe Flint
romance
Trophy
run
game.
out at the non-strikers end.
Well, that was potentially a warning then from Emily Arlott as she's running in again, and it's Chloe Hill who's at the non-strikers with that threat of the man cad, but it was Blinkhorn-Jones who was on strike.
Run out at the non-strikers end.
Played that out into the offside, and they do get through for a single.
Because the Mancad family don't like us to use the word Mancad.
Well, okay, I think that's interesting, because my view is, and this is the 50 partnership between this pair of 41 balls.
41 balls.
But on that, I think that if there is nothing wrong with it, if it's a legitimate form of dismissal, which most people would argue it was, then just be honoured the fact that your family name is now down in cricket law forever. Arlott in again, Hill on strike, kind of cross back down the ground. And there's Hill was at the striker's end, but Blinkhorn-Jones was backing up there very vigorously, turned round and had to dive back into her crease.
Chloe Hill said, I'm not running down there, they're going to wag the stumps.
Yes, there was a throw in there from mid-on, and if it had been a direct hit, then Blinkhorn-Jones probably would have been gone, but as it is, she's got back safely. And drama averted, so that was in fact a dot ball after all that. 273 for 6. Arlott into Chloe Hill, who's again aggressively playing that, but they've just picked up the single. She's played that down to long off for 1.
Yes,
lots happening here, Claire Jenkins. I can barely keep up.
I know. We've got to keep our eye on this, haven't we? Halfway through the 49th over. 9 balls left.
And Blinkhorn-Jones on strike. She's 16 off 20 as it stands. Arlott steaming in. And Jones swings at that, but it's cut off by... who's that?
Right-hander.
Mid-on.
Is that Katie? No, it's not Katie George.
There's another overthrow.
I don't know what's going on.
She didn't quite pick it up cleanly, that mid-on fielder. But then they picked up a run, and then she threw it back, and it went wildly over the other side of the pitch, very, very wide of Abby Freeborn. So they managed to get another overthrow, and this is a little
bizarrely, Izzy Wong is calming down that. I think is it Amy Campbell. It was a right-handed throw. I think it's Amy Campbell, the far side.
Amy Campbell, who is right-handed, but bats left-handed.
But bats left-handed. That's the confusion, isn't it?
Right. So 276 for 6. Arlott in again here to Blinkhorn-Jones, who guides that through third, and they're going to get a single for that, assuming there isn't another wild overthrow.
I'd like to take a breath. Goodness me. It's sort of, I think it's Central Sparks. Well, there's this sort of South East Stars trying to take some quick runs here, and Central Sparks trying to realising there's an opportunity for perhaps some run-outs, but not everyone's quite dialed into that.
Yeah. It's a bit chaotic, isn't it?
Yes, that's a good word. Yeah, frantic. 7 more balls left.
Arlott in to bowl this final ball of the 49th over. Hill on strike.
Underneath the bat.
Goes past her. And so that's another dot to finish. 277 for 6 after 49 overs. So I said 285.
You might be right.
Couple of overs back. So they would then need 8 off this final over in order to get that. That feels about right. Yeah. Actually.
One of our colleagues, Kath Wilkins, Reggie to those of us who played Somerset with her, ex-England, she did some commentary with me down at Western Storm at Cheltenham last year. About 25 overs out, she predicted exactly the score. So we really need Reggie to tell us exactly how this is going to finish.
Now, why Reggie? Is there an explanation for that nickname that you can relay to us within approximately 20 seconds before the next ball is bowled?
Well, I thought it was because the England she was dropped from England, and it was a way to just get her to accept being a reject. But I think there's a slightly longer story than that. It was a shy at the stumps. They got two. So that was played out to backward square, where Maddie Green, as always, did the. She's been very busy today, through the ball, and they got 2 runs off that. And
definitely a bit of a risk, that second
it was
one,
a
but
risky
they managed
second
to get
one.
back.
But they've got to do that, haven't they?
Yeah.
They've got to get a score. 279 for 6. 5 more balls left. Katie George in from the pavilion end. Full toss. That's played too long on. Amy Campbell, what's she going to do with this? Just gently now. It's a run out. It's a run out. So Amy Campbell and Katie George, I don't know if they've made up because Amy Campbell's just walking away, but have affected a run out there. So, and that's Chloe Hill, ex-Central Sparks, of course, the extra spice in that one, as Joe Ibbotson has to do a bit of furniture rearranging. Yes, so Chloe Hill is run out by Amy Campbell and Katie George. It was Katie George bowling that, and South East Stars find themselves 280 for 8 here in the last over, and there are 4 balls left. So
yeah, I mean, Hill was very quick off the mark to come back for that second one.
Yeah.
She did do the full-on dive, but not quite home. I think that would have been quite a close one.
Joe Ibbotson in a good position there, I think, to see that.
Absolutely.
So, well done, the umpire.
But it was the right thing to do. As you say, it's the last over.
Doing the right
thing.
thing.
Give it a go.
Yeah. Katie George, left arm round. Blinkhorn Jones squeezes that to short third, and they take a run. But Potts decides that rather than do anything mad, just lob it back to Abby Freeborn. And they get through for the single, and they're going to have a little conference now. 281 for 7. South East Stars are put into bat when Central Sparks won the toss this morning in the autumnal Edgbaston. I think it's probably quite pleasant out there, although that we've seen some spare players on the boundary here in jackets and things, so maybe it's a little bit chilly down there.
They've also been mopping the ball up.
So it's definitely damp in the outfield, isn't it?
Yeah.
As Katie George comes in from the pavilion end to MacDonald Gay, who's just joined the crease. Oh, she gets a bruise for that, but didn't get any bat on it, and they get through for a single, which is a leg by, signal by Joe Ibbotson our end.
That was clever, though, from MacDonald Gay. She saw that there was a chance to scamper the single, so she's got back off strike.
We've got the double-barrelled end of the batting here.
Well, that's
you
true.
Noticed that?
Yeah.
We've got Blinkhorn Jones and MacDonald Gay. So if we had Davidson Richards as well, they've got a lot of hyphens, haven't they?
Yeah, in order to make the Stars 11.
In the South East Star side. As George comes into Blinkhorn Jones. Oh, it's got in the air. Oh, she's dropped it. Oh, come on, skipper. Eve Jones drops that one, and Katie George is going to be steam coming out of her ears now. Oh, messing about with Katie George's figures. Oh, dear. There's going to be 1 or 2 people not speaking in the changing rooms at half times. Eve Jones looks down at her fingers and away from Katie George. There's a catch chance there. 283 for 7. Stars. 1 ball left. Katie George, what's she got? What's she got to deliver? MacDonald Gay takes a big swipe at that. It goes straight through to the keeper. That's going to be a dot ball to finish. So we finish first innings. South East Stars put into bat by Central Sparks. They are 283 for 7 off the entire 50 overs. Blinkhorn Jones on 24. MacDonald Gay didn't get off the mark, but take a big swipe at that last ball here at Edgbaston, the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. You've been listening to Claire Jenkins, former Somerset and Derbyshire player, and Dr. Cricket, Raf Nicholson, and Sid Egan, both of Cricket Her podcast, Essential Viewing. Do we want to look at the scorecard? Do you want to look at the scorecard? Are you on that one?
I am on the scorecard.
Come on, give us a scorecard then, Raf.
Talk you through it. Well, initially we had Alexa Stonehouse, who came out at the top of the order, surprisingly, to sort of pinch hit. She was out early on for 6. That left the Stars 14 for 1 in the 5th over. We then had that very lengthy partnership between Kira Chatley and Bryony Smith. 125 off 130 balls for the second wicket before Chatley was caught swinging at short third in the 26th over for 61. Bryony Smith then progressed on to what looked like it was going to be a sure century, but unfortunately she eventually was dismissed on 97, caught at mid-wicket. A little bit disappointing for her, but a really great innings nonetheless, and that was definitely the highlight. Alice Davidson-Richards then came in. She chimed in with 26 or 40 balls. There was that little bit of a middle order collapse when Smith and Davidson-Richards fell in successive overs. Paige Schofield and Ailish Cranstone then also out reasonably cheaply. But Chloe Hill chimed in at the end with 34 off 31 balls before being run out. And Madeline Blinkhorn-Jones finished 24 not out of 26, and Rhiannon McDonald-Gay at the other end not out of 2 balls, but doing a job at the end there. In terms of the wickets, so Georgia Davis and Hannah Baker both picked up a couple apiece. Emily Arlott also picking up 1, Katie George picking up 1. And the other bowlers that the Sparks used, Grace Potts, Bethan Ellis, and Izzy Wong sending down 3 overs as well. Finished 0 for 25. So it's not her best performance, but it was also good to see her out there after her difficulties, and actually, hopefully building up a little bit of confidence at this back end of the season.
Yeah, let's hope so. So let me just take you around the other grounds. So at Old Trafford, where Michael McCann and Melinda Farrell are looking after you on the live stream, up there at in Manchester, Western Storm are 250 for 7. That's the innings break. So they are at lunch there. And in the other game, which is the kind of fight out for first place to go straight into the finals, Southern Vipers are 288 all out, and so Vipers have made 288. That means Blaze need 231 to go directly through to the final. I'm glad Sid Sums is doing this. 231 will deny Vipers the bonus point they need, 237 to keep the net run rate up above Vipers, but that will be irrelevant at that point. Okay, I'm just reading that. I only read it. I don't understand it. As soon as it involves numbers, I do not understand it. So that's good. So meanwhile, up at Chesterley Street, where it's been raining, I think they are hoping for a 2:00 start. So there will be reduced overs there, but they are going to get a game in, which you want everyone to get a game. You don't want naughty weather to get involved, because this is the last round, the very last chance to play yourself into the right positions here, and so. We will leave you for a short break. So we want Central Sparks will be looking for 284 to win this game here. Whoever wins this game here will be going to the eliminator, I think, most likely. That's what we think. And the other game, the Blaze and the Vipers game, is the one that's sort of shootout for finishing and going straight to the final next weekend at Northants. So we're going to have a bit of a break now, and we will come back in a short moment. Please come back. Oh, and if you're on the YouTube stream, please press the thumbs up, because it will help other people find this game. Thank you very much, and we'll speak to you later.
Welcome back to Edgbaston. It's the crucial RHF Trophy match between the Central Sparks and the South East Stars. And the winner will be looking to qualify for the Eliminator in the RHF Trophy. That's the sort of single semi-final that they have. And Bethan Ellis and Eve Jones are walking out to the crease.
And Stars earlier made 283 for 7 in their 50 overs. Particular highlight was the 97 that we saw from Bryony Smith. So Sparks have a bit of a task on their hands. Their target will be 284, which is going to require a run rate of 5.68 per over to be exact. And they're going to have to attack this from the get-go, perhaps, Sid. How do you think they're going to approach it?
So, well, Stars basically, in order to be totally confident of qualifying for that eliminator, they need to get the bonus point. So they need to. The target we're looking for is a 40 over win to get the bonus point, basically.
And opening the bowling from the Birmingham City end is Alexa Stonehouse, who also opened the batting. So she's been given quite a task today. Eve Jones on strike there, plays out into the offside and gets through for a single to kick things off.
So Sparks will be looking to try and make these runs within 40 overs. And if they can do that, then they will get a bonus point win and they will definitely go through to the eliminator. If they get the runs after 40 overs, then it's going to depend on what happens up north.
Stonehouse in again to Bethan Ellis this time. Plays out towards mid-wicket, who picks it up safely. And there's no run. So
they are underway in Durham. Again, the Diamonds against the Sunrisers. So after they lost the morning to rain, they're playing a 29 over game.
Stonehouse into Ellis, who guides that out through to Danny Gregory at deep third, and they get a single. So that match matters in the context of this one, doesn't it, Sid, that Durham game?
Yeah, so if Diamonds can get a bonus point win, then they can potentially catch the side that wins this game. If they don't get a bonus point, it's all quite complicated, Raf.
It certainly is, and as
Claire
Jenkins has said, you're the maths man, Sid, so we're relying on you. Stonehouse in again to Eve Jones, defends that out into the offside. No run. 2 for no wicket. Sparks in the first over of this chase. As you say, they ideally want to reach their target of 284 within 40 overs, but if they do it within 50 overs, then they still have a chance, dependent on what happens in that match at Durham, I believe. That's my understanding of the situation again, as Eve Jones just defends that one again for no run back towards the bowler, Alexa Stonehouse. Please, if I get anything wrong, Sid, do correct me, because you are the man in the know with the permutations, which are not always the most straightforward, but of course that's exciting. It means that this is a great round of games, which a lot hinges on. Stonehouse into Eve Jones again, who plays that out into the leg side this time. But again, no run, and that's the end of the first over. They've managed just 2 singles from that over, so they're going to need to get a bit of a welly on if they are going to on these runs. But it's okay to start cautiously and speed up.
Meanwhile, in the other Midlands game, Vipers have made 288. So what do Blaze need to do? Well, bizarrely, Blaze don't need to win the game. All they need to do is get 231 and they will qualify directly for the final. So that's a bit of a sort of one of those interesting ones where it doesn't actually matter if they lose the game. They've got a target, which is their nominal target of 288, but their real target is 231. If they make 231, they'll go straight through to the final, and they won't care if they lose the game at that point, I don't think.
That's interesting.
I mean, they'd like to win the game, but if they make that 231 and go straight through, they'll be very happy. So it's Rhianna McDonald-Gay to open the bowling from the other end, and her first delivery is straight through to the keeper, left lane by Bethan Ellis. 2 for no wicket.
having a little bit of a chat there with Alice Davidson Richards, McDonald Gay, who's fielding at mid-off.
McDonald Gay in, right arm, bowls, and that's guided through to, that's going to make it all the way down to the boundary, guided down through point, and ball has disappeared into a gutter. It's retrieved now. So the first boundary of the innings
goes to Bethan Ellis.
ADR having another chat with Rhiannon McDonald Gay. Difficult to tell with ADR whether she's giving her advice or making a stupid joke. McDonald Gay in, a full delivery on the stumps. That's guided round the corner by Bethan Ellis, and they run through for a single.
You'd know all about stupid jokes, Sid.
I know very little about stupid jokes, Raph.
Perhaps you and Alice Davidson Richards could have a bad joke competition.
I'm sure ADR's jokes are much better than mine.
Probably, yeah, probably. Just for anyone listening who thinks that Sid and I are having a dispute on air about his bad jokes, we are married and I do have to live with his bad jokes every day for the rest of my life. So, yeah, there's obviously a lot of love underlying my deep scepticism about his jokes.
Donald Gay into the left-handed Jones, who just pushes that out into the offside, and there's a chase on, but it's going to be hauled in before it makes the boundary. It's just the single taken.
Yes, I think that was Chloe Hill doing the work out there on the boundary. As you say, a little bit of a chase, but Hill did well there and picked it up before it went over the rope.
Donald Gay in, and that's taken an edge, and that's gone down towards third. Fielded at backward third. Didn't really go near any fielders at any sort of catchable point, but wasn't a controlled shot.
Claire Jenkins has just showed me a tweet that suggests that Smale has been LBW to Smale over in the Western Storm game, and that isn't a typo, so that's exciting.
Donald Gay in, full to the right-handed Ellis, who just pushed it out into the offside. And there is no run. That's the end of the second over. It is 10 for no wicket.
Yeah, 8 runs coming off that over. So that was a better over from a Central Sparks perspective. As we've said, they are chasing 284 in this 50 over match. But if they do it within the space of 40 overs, then that's all the better for them in terms of guaranteeing their spot in that eliminator second, third place match, which is being played on Thursday. Ground TBC, depending on who finishes in second place. Stonehouse resuming from the City end. In over the wicket to Eve Jones, who dabs that out into the leg side, and there's no run. Stonehouse in again to Eve Jones, who's on 4. Plays that out to mid-off.
Stonehouse and McDonald Gay quite similar in many ways. Similar age, similar ponytails. Easily mistaken on the field. Not too easily mistaken when they're bowling though, because Stonehouse is left armour.
Absolutely. So we've got left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Eve Jones. Defends that again back towards the bowler. Stonehouse has got quite an interesting way of walking. I find that's quite distinctive. She sort of, there's it's a little bit kind of agricultural walk.
Okay.
But she doesn't have it when she runs. She only has it when she walks. So she's running into bowl now, and Eve Jones plays that into the leg side. Again, it's a dot ball. There's something of the kind of the sort of Sophie Luff walk, we might term it, Sid.
The penguin walk.
Well, there is that. Stonehouse in again to Eve Jones. Oh, and that's gone down the leg side, and there's going to be a wide.
Yeah, she banged that in, but Kira Chatley behind the stumps did well to cut that off because that would have raced down to the boundary otherwise. They have got a slip in for Stonehouse here early doors.
They have Bryony Smith there at slip. And Eve Jones has played that out into the deep on the leg side, but it is just going to be cut off by, I think,
Paige Schofield.
that's Paige Schofield out there at sort of deep mid-wicket. Managed to cut that off. That was a little bit deceptive from Eve Jones because it didn't look like she'd hit it very hard, but she did manage to find a big gap. So it almost snuck over the boundary, but not quite. So they picked up 2 there. Stonehouse, left arm over the wicket. Oh, and Jones wafts at that, and there's a big appeal for caught behind from Kira Chatley, the wicketkeeper, and Bryony Smith at first slip. But the umpire shakes his head. And that's the end of the 3rd over. And 3 runs coming off that one. So Sparks move on to 13 for no wicket.
Yeah. Decent delivery from Stonehouse there. Moved off the pitch away from the left-handed Eve Jones. Jones's bat wasn't too near it in the end, but there was definite movement away, which is why they made the appeal.
Umpire wasn't having any of it though.
Donald Gay now to resume from the pavilion end. Bowls. And it's just gently pushed out into the offside by Bethan Ellis. There is no run.
Eve Jones coming off the back of an innings of 84 not out against Western Storm on Wednesday. So she's in good touch.
Donald Gay to the right-handed Ellis. That's a full delivery, and that's pushed out in front of point and is fielded by Alexa Stonehouse on the ring. And again, there is no run.
Bethan Ellis, you might say, hoisted by her own petard there, because that was an excellent bit of fielding at point. Ellis was fielding at point for most of the Stars innings, doing a sterling job in that position.
Oh, and they have come through for a run. I apologise. They took a quick single there when I was watching the fielder. Ball watching.
If it hadn't been stopped so well by the point fielder, it could well have been 4 though. So it was a good piece of work, but it was hit so hard that the point fielder sort of had to roll across it a little bit, so it did allow them to scamper through for that quick single.
And the next ball, Eve Jones tucks that into the leg side. There is no run at that time. Donald Gay back in again. And Eve Jones follows a ball down the leg side, and that's called a wide by the umpire. Taken by Chatley behind the stumps. So we'll need to bowl that one again.
The umpires hopefully fortified by their delicious lunch, which we ate on the same table as them, didn't we, Sid?
We did. And McDonald Gay in. And that's just defended by Eve Jones.
I had the beef lasagna. What did you have?
It was some sort of vegan pasta concoction.
Okay. You don't look totally convinced by the way you're describing it.
I'm not entirely, it was nice, but I'm not entirely sure what it was. I
Isn't
was
that the
assured
ca-
it was vegan.
Isn't that the case with most vegan food?
McDonald Gay, again, that's down the leg side. Again, Eve Jones sort of shapes to follow it, but the ball's got there before her. That's through to Chatley, and it's another wide. She'll need to bowl it again.
No, I must say, I'm not, if there were any vegans listening, there is some delicious vegan food out there, but not much of that delicious vegan food is ever served at cricket grounds, I would say.
Donald Gay in, and
oh dear.
this is going to become this is becoming a little bit of a pattern. It's down the leg side again. Eve Jones is more disdainful that time, doesn't even really bother following it, and it's a 3rd consecutive wide as McDonald Gay struggles with her line. Alice Davidson Richards in to have a little chat. I'm sure it's not a stupid joke this time. Let's try for a fourth time, McDonald Gay, and that's a much better delivery. That's on the stumps, and that's dug out by Jones, and there's no run. McDonald Gay's gait is that of a disappointed woman right now, but she's got through it. She's bowled a legal delivery.
There's one.
She's got to get through the rest of the over now, and there's only one ball to do so. McDonald Gay into the left-handed Jones, and that's a full toss, and it's played uppishly, but it lands before it reaches Ailish Cranstone at point, and there is no run. So we are 4 overs in. It is 17 for no wicket.
Yeah, Eve Jones 6 off 15, Bethan Ellis 6 off 8 now. So going along, not particularly rapidly.
Meanwhile, across the other end of the Midlands, Lizelle Lee is out for the Blaze. So Marie Kelly and Sarah Bryce batting now.
As Stonehouse starts the 5th over and unfortunately begins with a wide.
That was
down
an
the leg
effort ball
side
from
to
Stonehouse
Bethan
though.
Ellis.
She threw everything into that. That was a real I'm going to have a go one.
I'm going to have a go, but can't quite find the line, unfortunately. So we're trying again. Stonehouse in to Ellis. Plays that nicely, relatively stately, out into the offside. Straight to the fielder. No run. So what do you think, Sid? I was going to say who's your money on? Of course, we not.
This is a gambling-free environment.
This is absolutely. Stonehouse in again to Bethan Ellis, looking to drive, but that one is picked up safely, and no run. That was Alice Davidson Richards just running forward from mid-off to pick that one up.
I think this is a slightly watchful start, but there's no need to go a million miles. You don't want to go losing wickets in the first 5 overs.
Stonehouse in again, and Bethan Ellis does similar. Got quite a bit of bat on that. Played it quite hard, but again, it's straight to
Is that Madeline Blinkhorn Jones?
fielder. Think it might be.
It's like she took it on the ankle or something.
Yeah.
And
She's just being passed on the shoulder by Paige Schofield as if to say, ouch. I'm sure that hurt. But looks like she's fine to continue. Possibly just going to be a bruise there in the morning. Body on the line, Sid. That's what it's all about, isn't it? In the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy.
absolutely.
Stonehouse in to bowl the 4th ball of this 5th over. Bethan Ellis plays that gently just behind point. It's picked up by Cranston.
So after 5 overs, South East Stars were 18 for 1. 2 balls remaining before they hit that mark. Sparks are 18 for none.
Neck and neck. Stonehouse bowls to Ellis. Oh, and that's played really beautifully. Backward of point for 4 runs. That one, even a diving Ailish Cranston couldn't really get her hands anywhere near. And Ellis has found the gap that time. She was looking to do that earlier in the over, I think, but she was finding the fielder. But she manages to place it slightly more accurately that time. So that takes the Sparks to 22 for no wicket, and Ellis moves on to 10. We've got 1 ball left of this over.
Yeah, lovely shot, just using the pace that Stonehouse is offering her, really. Just guiding it through.
The final ball of the over, Ellis just taps into the leg side.
Bit of an attempt at a revenge ball from Stonehouse. She's a little bit short, but it didn't really get up there. So they are 22 for no wicket. and we're going to have a little dance in the commentary box.
So you should keep on your feet, shouldn't you, Sid? You should,
We have
every now and again.
Dosey-Dode.
Dosey-Dode. We are back in position again. Ooh, 5 overs gone.
I'm
22.
back with the manky headphones.
I didn't make him. He took my lovely ones off and picked up the manky ones. As long as they're working, as long as you can hear us, that's the main thing. As MacDonald Gay comes in from the pavilion end, Eve Jones comes forward, plays that straight to the fielder, but ADR manages to stop it, and I think they were laughing so much they didn't get through for the single even. So that was maybe a bit more serious. I wish I hadn't made a joke of that now. I think ADR has just discombobulated herself a bit. They're calling the physio one. Meanwhile, so 22 for no loss into the 6th over.
Holding her knee.
Yeah, I think ADR probably copped one on the top of the knee there. So the other games, let's just have a quick look at those. So they got off the mark in Chesterley Street. Northern Diamonds are 34 for 2 against the Sunrisers. They're a late start because of the bad weather. Western Storm got 250 for 7 and Thunder are 17 for 3 in reply. And you did hear that right. S. Smale got S. Smale wicket. And the Vipers got 288. Blaze got 36 for 1 as Eve Jones jams that one out. Managed to keep it off her wicket here. So Vipers 288, Blaze 36 for 1 in reply. They're just at the end of the power play there, so they're already 10 overs in. So yes, all to play for with this game. It's the Rachael Heyhoe Flint. It's a 50 over game between the 8 English regional centres of excellence. The winner today of this game will go to the eliminators. Oh, she cuts Eve Jones in half there.
Oof.
How did that miss, Sid?
Yeah.
Straight through. Woo. MacDonald Gay doing some good bowling there. Eve Jones completely confuddled. It's
Yeah, good comeback from MacDonald Gay.
Yeah, it is.
Few problems in the last over.
Yep.
To the left-hander.
Yep. MacDonald Gay waving the ball as she comes in. Eve Jones emphatically sends that down to mid-off, but there is no run. Straight to the fielder.
Chloe Hill dives to save that.
Yeah, Chloe Hill, I just bumped into her in the corridor. She's ex-Central Sparks. I said to her, "Was there a bit of spice there from the locals?" And she said, "Just a bit." Oh, it was much more deeper than that, wasn't that? High-pitched. But MacDonald Gay into Eve Jones, the captain of Central Sparks. Down the leg side, there's a bigger appeal.
And
Jo Ibsen's given it.
Given.
She's given court down the leg side. We've got no DRS or anything, so hit or not hit.
Jones followed it around the corner and she obviously got a little bit of bat on it.
She got a little
That's
bit
what
of
the
bat on
umpire's
there.
saying.
So, Eve Jones, the captain of Central Sparks, is out, caught down the leg side, behind for 6 runs. So the Southeast Stars get an early breakthrough there as Eve Jones comes back down the ground.
She had a bit of a waft, and
yeah,
you know it's always dangerous. She doesn't look too happy.
No, well,
I can imagine the expression on. I can see her body language, and I can imagine the expression on her face, even though I can't see it.
We're too far away to judge from here, and but I'm sure it was caught behind. If Joe Ibsen said it was caught behind, it was caught behind. So Central Sparks find themselves 22 for 1, approaching the end of the 6th over. So we're still in the power play here. And
yeah, and that's probably the wicket the Stars really wanted, isn't it? Because Jones is one of the big players.
Yeah, she got.
You feel that if you get her, then you know it makes your whole job easier.
Well, and also she tends to, if she isn't scoring big, she tends to anchor an innings.
Anchor the innings, yeah.
So she got 84 not out against Western Storm. I think would be carrying her bat as well. And she is the top scoring batter in terms of Rachael Heyhoe Flint for Central Sparks. They've relied on Eve Jones, Abby Freeborn, Katie George, Amy Campbell and Bethan Ellis in that order in terms of their batting, in terms of the Professional Cricketers Association, PCA, most valuable player points for batting. So Eve Jones, yes, and she's number 4 in the batting for Rachael Heyhoe Flint for the country. So yes, that will be a prized wicket. As we see Abby Freeborn come to the crease, she got 44 against the Western Storm, but she got a century in the game before for Central Sparks. Of course, a right-hander, so we're going to have 2 right-handers here for the moment, at least. As Abby Freeborn takes her guard to Rihanna MacDonald-Gay.
Yeah, Freeborn, so much an improved player over the last year or so. It's been really nice to see how much she's come on.
Yep. And she plays that 2-point, but straight to the fielder as a bit of a warming of her hands. And there is no run. Yeah, MacDonald-Gay, of course, is another one of that under-19 squad. We talked a lot about it, but it is important. They have come back from the first ever Women's Under-19 World Cup in South Africa at the turn of the year with all sorts of learning and so forth. So they've brought all of that, and it really has been great to see them use all those learnings in the regional stuff. They've brought all sorts of stuff back, and the confidence that getting to the World Cup final, beating the Aussies in the semi-final. Did we mention that? I think I might have mentioned that before. Beating the Aussies in the semi-final and being beaten by comprehensively, actually by India, who certainly on the rise with their junior players as we get to the end of the over. 6 overs gone. Central Sparks are 22 for 1. Ellis on 10 and Freeborn yet to score.
So it's Alexa Stonehouse to continue. Left arm over the wicket, and it's edged by Bethan Ellis, and it's racing down, but it's going to be grabbed just before it crosses the boundary, and they'll get a couple. So it took the edge. Danny Gregory racing round to cut off the boundary.
The bepigtailed Danny Gregory. We don't see many double pigtails generally, do we?
I think they only ran one there, in fact, didn't they?
Yeah. 23 for 1.
Felt like it deserved a 2.
I think they were kind of admiring it, hoping it was going to go for 4.
Stonehouse in, and Freeborn drives with no particular force. That's fielded by Paige Schofield. That's extra cover. And the ball wins its way back towards Stonehouse. Long blonde ponytail.
Yeah, she took 1 for 32, which was the 1 wicket was the opener in the last game for Stars.
Stonehouse in. And there's a little bit of an appeal, is it?
Sort of staged. Quick,
Abby
everyone
Freeborn
shout.
gets forward. I'm fairly sure that was a long way off pitching in line.
Abby Freeborn number 5 in the rankings for batting in Rachael Heyhoe Flint nationally.
Stonehouse in. And Freeborn comes forward and just dabs it out into the leg side. There is no run.
Still in the power play, of course, here. 10 over power play, where only 2 fielders are allowed outside the 25-yard circle. It's different circle for the men. They have a 30-yard circle, and the numbers inside and out are different as well.
Stonehouse to Freeborn. Bowls, and that's short, and Freeborn cuts that past the diving Eilish Cranstone, and that's 4 runs to Abby Freeborn.
Nice shot there, wasn't it? Fetched back from the Hollies side of the ground. Well, there's a big gap between the rope and the Hollies stand, that side.
Nicely off the mark for Freeborn.
Yep.
Sort of ring of fielders in the circle.
I wonder if they stand out more because of
for that
those yellow shirts. It certainly feels like they're really close in there.
Oh, and so Stonehouse again gives perhaps a little bit short, and Freeborn sends that through extra cover region, and that's another 4. So
that's the danger of having that tight squeeze, isn't it, on the field?
yeah, both their boundary fielders are backward of square on either side.
Yeah. End of the over then. 7 overs gone. Central Sparks 31 for 1. Freeborn on 8. Ellis on 11. And MacDonald-Gay to continue from the pavilion end. One of 3 double-barrelled players for Stars. MacDonald Gay running away from us. Ooh, comes. Ooh, is that a caught behind? It is another caught behind. MacDonald Gay gets a second wicket.
It was another wideish delivery, and there was a waft at it from Bethan Ellis, and the waft obviously got a little nick.
Yeah. So Ellis goes bowled. MacDonald Gay for 11. And Central Sparks find themselves a bit of trouble here, losing 2 quick wickets as the score moves on to 31 for 3. What was this? What was the score at the end of the power play? Sid the Sons.
41 for 1 was where
took some to go, wasn't they?
Where Stars got to. I mean, at this stage, you don't want to panic about that run rate quite yet.
So we've got Maddie Green coming to the crease here, the New Zealand White Fern, who did well in the last game.
Well, this is very much what she's here for, isn't it? She's here to be the big player, and is the responsibility on overseas players to stand up. She's got some big shoes to fill, because Erin Burns had a really good first half of the season, didn't she, here with Sparks?
Bat and ball. Maddie Green got 64 off 56 balls against Western Storm, so Central Sparks will want Maddie to do a bit more of that. She tells me before the game, I had a quick chat with her, she was saying she's really enjoying playing here for Central Sparks and hoping to make a contribution today. So here's her chance as MacDonald Gay tosses the ball up and down. Blonde pigtail running away from us from the pavilion end to Maddie Green. Oh, and that's played forward, but straight back to the bowler, and there is no run. Still 31 for 2.
Well fielded by MacDonald Gay off her own bowling. Just
it's 3, isn't it? Is it 2?
Plucked
2
it.
runs. 2. Sorry, I'm getting carried away with the wickets column. Sorry, Sid. Plucked.
No,
you were saying.
Plucked off the ground.
And MacDonald Gay passed the umpire forwards and played pointedly to the point fielder, and there is no run. Very deliberate there from Maddie Green. Just getting the timing. The first game she played, I was commentating on, and she wasn't quite getting the timing of which balls to hit and which balls to leave, so it was pleasing to see her get a good knock at Taunton on Wednesday. MacDonald Gay in, and Green just jams that down defensively. Proper textbook. Bat and pad together, and there is no run. 31 for 2 are Central Sparks. In reply, they need 253 to win here in this 50 over Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy match between the 8 English regional centres of excellence. As MacDonald Gay comes in, Maddie Green comes forward again straight to ADR, and there is still no run. Another dot ball. South East Stars frustrating Central Sparks here at this point, and they'll want to use the benefit of the power play. So the point is that having fielders close in should mean that there is plenty of opportunity to hit up and over the top. So we shall see, can Maddie Green make the most of the power play as MacDonald Gay comes in again from the pavilion end, leaves that one rather dramatically, hoping for a wide, I suspect, but it's not given, and that's the end of the over. 8 overs gone. Central Sparks 31 for 2. Freeborn on 8. Green yet to get off the mark.
Maddie Green, of course, will have good memories of Edgbaston Stadium, because last summer she played here for New Zealand as they won the bronze medal.
Yeah.
In the Commonwealth Games that were played here. They played all the matches in the Commonwealth Games at this Edgbaston Stadium. And New Zealand beat England in the bronze medal playoff.
Yeah.
New Zealand were certainly very happy at the end of that. I remember seeing that they kind of, they'd obviously been disappointed a couple of days before not to make the final.
Yeah.
But, they got themselves up for that bronze medal match, and they were delighted to win it, and they were happy bunnies.
Yeah.
So Stonehouse is in now, and that's cut. And that's going to be 4 runs off the bat of Abby Freeborn.
Yeah, through the gap there, wasn't it? Yeah, they were happy bunnies.
Being fielded by the drinks runner out near the Holly stand. You
mentioned the White Ferns happy bunnies, and they should well be. They picked themselves up, as you mentioned, from disappointing not getting to the finals and all the rest of it. Whereas England, we can't say the same for England. And good on them. And I think even Sophie Devine ended up giving the medals to the match officials. Of course, that was notable because all of the umpires and all of the scorers and all of the match referees were female in that women-only women's cricket competition Commonwealth Games.
Stonehouse to Freeborn. That's shortish, but into the body, and Freeborn's up on her toes. Straight bat, defended back to the bowler. There is no run. Freeborn takes the opportunity to lean on her bat, take the weight off her feet for a moment.
Yeah, survey those gaps.
Retakes her guard now as Stonehouse is in. Bowls. Freeborn with that high back lift and pushes back towards Stonehouse. Sort of Tammy Beaumont-esque high back lift from Abby Freeborn.
Yeah, it is distinctive, isn't it? I suppose if it's coming straight down on the ball, you're not wasting any energy. It's when they have a high back lift and then go down and back up again, you're wasting a vital split second potentially. Oh, full toss. Thanks very much.
Full toss and...
Oh, brilliant bit of fielding. Oh my. That was...
cut off at deep square.
Spectacularly in the air. It looked like she was going to have to bat it down, but she managed to sort of field it round the boundary. Gosh, that stopped some runs, didn't it, Sid?
Indeed. Has that been called a no ball? Don't think so.
No, I think she kind of came forward, didn't she, to play that. Made it into a sort of full toss, potentially.
Yeah, so just the one run off it. So Stonehouse to Maddie Green.
It looked like it was going for four, didn't it? I mean, she
Yeah.
did really well to get both two hands to that to push it back in again.
Stonehouse comes forward to Green and pushes that out into the offside, and there is no run.
Central Sparks will want to be moving the scoreboard forward.
Stonehouse to Green bowls. Green dabs that in the direction of point. It's fielded by Eilish Cranstone, and there is no run. And that is 9 overs done, so 36 for 2. They need 284 to win this game.
248
and
left.
Ideally, they need to get them within 40 overs.
Yeah, required run rate is a run a ball, so they're going to have to get on with it.
That feels like quite a long way away at this stage, but
41 overs though.
but only 31 overs to get that crucial bonus point.
Oh yes, you're on about the bonus point.
Could still do it without the bonus point, depending on what happens in the Diamonds game.
In the game up at Chesterley Street, which was
in that Diamonds game,
yes,
indeed, they had Lauren Winfield Hill is out and Holly Armitage is out. So I'd say that's probably Sunrisers on top there. The Diamonds are 54 for 3. It's a 29 over game, so it's one of those games where it's sort of a long T20.
Yeah, Freeborn squirts that down to deep third, I suppose, and they get through for a single. Score moves to 38 for 2, possibly 37. Scoreboard hasn't clicked over yet. McDonald Gate inspecting the ball. Maddie Green plays that 2 point, but straight to the fielder again. No run. Any more from that game? You're looking at the scorecard now.
Just have a quick peep at the Vipers game.
Yeah.
So they've got the wicket of Sarah Bryce as well. I'm afraid I'm looking at this from a very Vipers perspective. But
we shall see. Right, we'll come back to you in a minute, Sid, as Green plays that into the leg side, but straight to the field, and there is no run. What can you tell us?
So Blaze are 72 for 2 after 15.4 overs. So in the runs column is going okay, but they've lost a couple of wickets already. So
and that's they've lost Lizelle Lee.
Lizelle Lee and Sarah Bryce. So Marie Kelly is still going. She's 45 or 49, having come back from her adventures in the Caribbean at the Caribbean Premier League.
Bowling well. I don't know if I presume she did a bit with the bat as well.
She did.
So there is no run there. Maddie Green prods that into the offside. The ground staff move their little green vehicle round the back of the batting end as a siren goes off in the background. McDonald Gate polishing the ball. rounds a mark into Maddie Green. Ooh, takes a big swipe at that. There's a fielder out there, but it goes underneath her. So that's Maddie Green's first run. So 4 to get off the mark for Maddie Green. That will make her a bit more confident. And
is that Madeline Blinkhorn-Jones?
She's got a long run, off the long run. And it's going to take a relay to throw that back from the Hollies there. So a really nice shot there from Maddie Green as she sweeps that ball for 4.
Madeline Blinkhorn-Jones will be disappointed with that, though.
She got close to it. She just got the timing wrong with the dive, unfortunately. Central Sparks 41 for 2. And McDonald Gate coming back in to Green, who tries to play actually does play the same shot, but not quite so lustily, and it just goes for a single. They jog through for a single. Abby Freeborn just ducks down so she doesn't get hit as the ball gets thrown in. That's the end of the over. 10 overs gone, and we're going to have a little change in the commentary as Sid goes for a cuppa, and I'm joined again by Dr. Cricket, Raf Nicholson. Oh, is it? Are we doing it? Or is it me? No, which way around is it? No, it is. It's Dr. Cricket's coming back in. Raf Nicholson from Cricket Her. And we see umpire Nassim give us the end of the power play signal there. And so that's 10 overs gone. 42 for 2. Maddie Green on that lovely 4 that she played +1. So that's 5. And Freeborn on 14.
I've missed both the wickets, Claire.
Where have you been?
I know.
Well, perhaps we should have you. So Central Sparks want you on commentary if you can prevent the wickets.
That's a good point. So they were both McDonald Gay, weren't they? Both caught behind.
They were both caught behind. Yes, they were. One down the leg and one down the off.
And we've got a change of bowler from the Birmingham City end. Paige Schofield in. Oh, and she's groaning because the ball has evaded the wicket keeper, Kira Chatley, and it's gone all the way for 4. Directly behind. That's a bit unfortunate. So Paige Schofield starts with
yes,
something she'd rather have not started with. Yes, thank you
right,
for finishing my sentence.
How long have you been together? No, I'm not going to ask that question because they couldn't decide earlier. So however long you've been together, you're obviously finishing each other's sentences already.
Schofield in again to Maddie Green, who taps that straight back down the pitch. And it's just picked up by Chloe Hill, running round from mid-on. No run there. So Sparks 46 for 2 in the 11th over here.
Heading towards that 50, hopefully.
Schofield in again to Green. Oh, and she's gone over the top. Oh, and it just evades Chloe Hill, who was at mid-on, runs round, but it's gone for 4, straight down the ground. A little bit of risk in that shot, just lofted very close to Chloe Hill, but she couldn't quite get to it. And that does bring up the 50 for the Sparks, and you just sense that Maddie Green's going to be absolutely crucial if they are going to chase this down.
I think you're right. I mean, the Central Sparks, excuse me, I'll just have a cough. Maddie Green batted very well at Taunton, as I mentioned, 64 or 56 balls, and they're going to want something similar, if not better, from her. I'm sure she'll want to contribute. Whitefern's star here.
Maddie Green just surveying the field after that shot to see where the gaps are. Schofield into her again. She's tapped that back with a point for a single.
Again, a very deliberate shot from Maddie Green. She knew exactly there was a gap there, didn't she? Sort of get a 4, get a 1.
Absolutely, yeah. Just
and rotate the strike.
I think it's the required run rate to get the win. Ignoring the bonus point for a minute is roughly hovering at around 6 and over. So if you can get 1, 4 and a couple of singles in and over, then jobs are good.
Yeah, jobs are good.
We've got Abby Freeborn back on strike now to Paige Schofield. Freeborn waits and then just plays a lovely defensive shot there.
Very dramatic, wasn't it? The Oscar for the forward defensive goes to Abby Freeborn.
Absolutely.
And I think it was Sid mentioned it. I mean, she has settled really, into the Central Sparks. She came over from the East Midlands a couple of seasons ago.
Schofield in again. to Freeborn, who does it very
Oscar.
similar. The second Oscar for more defensive also goes to Abby Freeborn. So that's another dot ball to finish the 11th over. Sparks 51 for 2. And you're right that she really seems to have flourished being in the Sparks environment, doesn't she? It's been a really nice couple of seasons for her at the Sparks, and as I was saying right at the beginning of the day, she actually hit her first century a couple of games ago, which is fantastic because she's such a nice person, and I like to see people succeeding. And it's great to see somebody who perhaps might possibly have been thinking about giving up cricket a couple of seasons ago actually come into a new environment, new coaches, and do really well.
Yeah, and I think I'm a long way away. I don't really know many of the players at all, but it strikes me that she's probably also useful in the dressing room in terms of a proper, not proper, but a classical team player. Somebody who wants the team to do well.
Definitely.
And of course cover for Amy Jones when she's off at England duty, which is most of the time.
Exactly.
They've swapped one hyphen for another, so we've got Alice Davison-Richards coming in from the pavilion end. Very athletic runs. Maddie Green just defends that down into the offside, and there is no run. There's a real sense of intent when Alice Davison-Richards runs in. She's proper shoulders forward, running at some speed at the crease. As Maddie Green takes a little walk round, just to take a little breather.
I think that's how Davidson Richards just approaches everything in life with great enthusiasm, with great zest,
including her charity cycle ride, which you should read about on Cricket Her Twitter feed, as Maddie Green feeds that down to short third, and there's a spectacular dive there, and they get through for a single. Score moves on to 53 for 2.
Absolutely, that London to Paris cycle ride,
Dummer,
which she's training
Freya
for
Davis
with
and Alice Davison-Richards.
Yes, in aid of the Professional Cricketers Trust. We've just tweeted something fairly recently on Cricket Her about it at Cricket Her, so do go and read about that and donate if you can.
Yeah. ADR into Freeborn, who mistimes that, pops it in the air but without risk, and Schofield does the tidying up, and there is no run.
I love the Dumb and Dumber thing because it just couldn't be a further description from the truth. These two players.
Yeah, probably really. Yeah.
Well, Freya Davies has a first-class
honours
degree in law, so I don't think she could be described as either dumb or dumber.
But it is funny. As Freeborn sweeps that round backward a square, there's two fielders there coming into that, and they just get the one. Yeah, there might have been there's a sort of slightly wild throw, but there was no extras in there, so just the one then to the total. Score moves on to 53 for 2. Green on 15 and Freeborn on 15. Hannah Thompson-Radford described that as matchy-matchy, and we had two batters on.
I like that.
I like matchy-matchy at the moment.
Copyright Hannah Thompson-Radford.
Hannah Thompson-Radford. ADR. Right arm over, banging it in. Maddie Green just swats that off her shoulder, and they go through for a single. And the score moves to 54 for 2.
So it's no longer matchy-matchy.
No, it's not matchy-matchy at the moment, but I'm sure it'll come back again. ADR, fresh back from her England duties and wickets. I like that little jiggle at the beginning of her run as well, and bangs that in, and same again. So we'll have a repeat there. The fielder cuts it off. That's a great bit of fielding, although she doesn't know where the ball's gone, and they get back for 2 this time, I think. Yes, was it 2? Yes. And the score moves on to
56
for 2. I was just seeing if it was changing again. Green on 16, Freeborn on 17. And the weather's, it's been an odd day, hasn't it? We've got one of those milky white skies. It sort of looks threatening, but it might be because I think there's tinted glass here in the window. So it may not
true.
The sky may not be as tinted as it looks from here. We're hoping that the weather's not going to interfere as it's doing and did in Chesterley Street. We want a full game. And this is the last of the round. So these two teams are fighting out the scramble for the eliminator. That's what this game is.
There's definitely some wind around because I can see a flag blowing merrily in the wind at the city end. As Paige Schofield is in for her second over of the day. Maddie Green on strike. taps that back to the bowler.
Schofield got a couple of wickets in the last game, 2 for 31, and she caught Emily Windsor, so she was useful. She seems to have settled, moving from the Vipers into the Stars this season for a bit more opportunity to bat, perhaps.
Schofield into green again. That one, that's played beautifully down the ground for 4 runs.
It is that, yes, the deliberate playing of a shot, isn't it? Sometimes people play those almost just coincidentally to the timing. But the shots that Maddie Green's played so far, you can see that she knows exactly where she's hitting that and what the risk is. So
she knew that she'd got it in the gap.
Yeah.
She was just able to stand there and watch it go, which is always nice as a player to be able to do. I imagine, having never played a shot that beautiful in my life, Claire Jenkins.
Nor me.
Schofield in again to Maddie Green. And that one, similar to 2 deliveries away, just tapped back down the ground, back to the bowler.
Yeah.
And Sid's just informed me that unfortunately they are back off for rain at Chester Street again. So that's disappointing to hear.
Yeah, everyone wants a game the last round, don't they?
Schofield into green again. Oh, and she has placed that fairly deliberately backward of point, where Ailish Cranston throws in frantically, but Abby Freeborn does get home.
I wasn't sure if Abby Freeborn had got the memo at that stage because she looked like she might have been a bit slow of the mark there, but she made it, so that was all right. Safe.
Absolutely, yeah. Green wanted the run straight away, didn't she? But of course, the tradition is that if you play it behind square, it's meant to be the non-striker batter's call.
Yeah, that's what the coaching manual said. Behind you and someone else is calling because you're running to the danger end. Yeah,
absolutely. But there we go. There wasn't a. I mean, Cranston did pick it up quite well and throw it back, but there wasn't really particular.
Shouldn't have been a rush, but it was in the end.
Schofield in again to Abby Freeborn. Oh, and she's placed that well, but again, it goes past Cranston to sort of deep third, Danny Gregory, who picks it up, and they get the single. And that's to wrap up the 13th over, so 62 for 2 now. Freeborn moves to 18, and Maddie Green on 21.
Yes, I think Central Sparks will want to hit the accelerator shortly, especially now these two are, on average, they've got 20 between them. Now they're starting to get established. Central Sparks will want to up the run rate because they do need a runner ball, as Raf mentioned earlier. You're listening to Claire Jenkins, former Somerset and Derbyshire, Raf Nicholson, Dr. Cricket, and Sid Egan, both of Cricket Her Vodcast, as ADR comes in from our end. Goes down the leg side, and they run through. I think they're just going to get the one, and Joe Ibbotson is going to not signal anything. So it obviously came off the bat. Score moves on to 63 for 2 into the 14th over, as Maddie Green readjusts her shoelaces and the ground staff. There's a little buggy thing. It's kind of fascinating me. It's going backwards and forwards. I don't know what they're doing, but they're whizzing backwards and forwards. Not beyond the bowler's arm, I might add, just behind the batter.
I'll tell you what, something really exciting happened to me at Trent Bridge during the test. It was the end of one of the days, and obviously the written press would normally last out because we're spending hours after play finishes writing things. And they'd closed most of the gates.
Okay.
I'll resume the story in a minute.
ADR into Maddie Green, who plays that to the point field, and there's no run. Yes.
And so I came across the groundsman in his little buggy going around the edge of the game, of the ground, and he said, "I'll give you a lift to the next gate." So I got a lift 3/4 of the way round the inside of Trent Bridge in the groundsman's buggy. And it was so much fun. I got a little video of me going along. It was brilliant fun, Claire Jenkins.
Was he on the Uber? ADR. Maddie Green plays that to mid-on and there is no run. Was he on the clock? Did he charge you?
He probably should have. He should have been doing lifts for all the written press. Could have made a fortune.
Yeah, we could have made money for some charities or something.
It's one of my moments of the season, which is something we should talk about, Claire, because obviously
moments of the season. Yeah, we're getting near the end, aren't
we? Exactly.
I shall have that in the back of my mind as ADR hairs away from us into Maddie Green, who plays that forward again, almost it was a replay, straight to Chloe Hill at mid-on, who motions to wang it at her captain, and Bryony Smith then motions as though she's caught it. So there's a little bit of jesting going on in the field here from the stripy bumblebee kit that is South East Stars.
They obviously feel they're well on top, I suppose.
They do. I
Quite
think they're very
relaxed.
comfortable here, aren't they?
Yeah.
As Bryony Smith is moving a deep square fielder slightly backward of ADR into Maddie Green. Banged in. And that's exactly where she put the fielder. So they're only going to get one out of that one. Score moves on to 64 for 2. Freeborn on 19. And Maddie Green on 22.
So, yeah, be thinking
Moments
about
of the
your
season.
moments of the season.
Well, my moment of the season was bumping into Grace Harris and having a chat with her at the Oval, which I'd never thought I would ever do. It was very amusing. She was hospitality refreshed, shall we say, as Abby Freeborn plays that one backward of square. They get through for a single. It was the.
I assume this was during the 100.
Yes,
Right.
during the 100 at the Oval. It was the eliminator. So her sister was just about to tee off when the rains came. So I was having a conversation about her, how frustrated that her sister would be. Laris, as she referred to
Laris, yeah.
her, was about to tee off because she'd obviously decided she was going to go big that day, which is a shame because I think we were robbed of a. Well, we were. I mean, there's no doubt about it. We were robbed of a great match there. The eliminators, just the weather gods had it in for the women's 100 for whatever reason. So I was chatting with her about that. And the frustration she'd had with that, and also London Spirit, the fact that they lost the first 2 games. So they had no sense of any kind of momentum. So that would be one of my moments as I hand to you for the far end.
Yes, Paige Schofield resuming from the City end, and one of my moments for the season does involve Paige Schofield, so I'll tell you that in a minute. She bowls to Abby Freeborn, who's again doing that rather dramatic defensive shot. She's just doing, doing everything exactly by the book, isn't she? Just showing off. And just plays that straight back down the ground to Schofield, who's now at the top of her mark, ready to bowl the second ball of this 15th over. And there's a huge appeal for LBW, and it's given.
And Abby Freeborn just looks back, but I think it's probably like,
So Freeborn departs. She's out for 20. And unfortunately, Sparks find themselves 65 for 3 in the middle of this 15th over. That's a bit worrying for them, isn't it, Claire Jenkins?
Yeah, so Freeborn is LBW to Paige Schofield for 22. And Stars come in for a well-deserved drink. And yeah, Sparks won't want won't be envying this. So as Freeborn departs, we see Amy Campbell come to the crease. Now this is also disturbing for me because I like to see Freeborn and Campbell back together because I describe them as the engine room of Central Sparks. I'm always disturbed when they don't bat together.
Yes.
When they're not together. It's
Suggestive
purely
of a collapse.
mine.
Yeah.
It's purely my own thing, and that was something developed before Maddie Green. So I have high hopes, and that Maddie Green and Amy Campbell. And of course we're going to have a left and a right hand here, which is playing with the fielders' heads, and the bowlers will have to realign each time they are delivering to a different batter.
Absolutely fascinating when a player does what Amy Campbell does, which is bowl and field right-handed and bat left-handed.
I played with Jules, who was the captain of Somerset Wanderers. She said, and she batted left-handed, but she just said, "Well, my dad was demonstrating, and I just picked up a bat and mirrored him." And that's, I think, quite a lot of people have done. And Wendy Watson again, I think she bowled. Oh, I mean, who knows Wendy Watson? She's a world champion, but she was wonderfully eccentric to play alongside at Derbyshire. But a lot of those people, I think, they just it's the top hand is dominant. So why, they will say, well, why wouldn't you have your top hand dominant? So why wouldn't a right-handed person bat the way around? You're just about to see Amy Campbell bat, because it's very handy to have a left-hander in your armoury.
And we've got Paige Schofield coming round the wicket to the left-handed batter, Amy Campbell, who we've just been talking about, and she plays that first ball out into the leg side for no run, so she remains on 0, and Sparks 65 for 3. Schofield just back at the top of her mark, bowls, and Campbell defends it.
She's been to the Abbey Freeborn School of forward defensive.
Well, you just wonder whether Coach Lloyd Tennant has obviously been instilling these basic strokes into them. So perhaps that's been one of the intensive coaching sessions.
Up over the top into a gap shot. That's the one I'm looking forward to.
As Campbell just pops that one out into the offside, and it's picked up safely. No run there. 65 for 3, Sparks.
Central Sparks. Come on, Central Sparks.
Schofield in again. We're very neutral
Not
here.
biased.
And Campbell does exactly the same thing, defends that one out into the offside to finish the over. So at the end of the 15th over, Sparks 65 for 3. And I believe that Claire Jenkins is ducking out now. So we might have to wait a little while to hear her other moments of the season beyond having a hilarious conversation, I'm sure it was, with Grace Harris. And I will soon be joined by my husband and cricket writer, fellow cricketer, blogger and vlogger, Sid Egan. Welcome back, Sid. Be really keen to hear about some of your moments of the season in just a sec. But I'll call this over first, shall I? This is
sure.
Alice Davidson-Richards resuming from the pavilion end, and Maddie Green on strike. She's on 22. Davidson-Richards in, bowls full ball. Maddie Green defends that back to ADR, as I think it's okay for us to call her. She's widely known.
Yeah, a little bit of a gap starting to grow here in terms of the run rate and the required run rate. They've been pretty consistently going along at around just over 4 and over, so it's 4.3 and over. They need to be going at 6.3 now, so that's a gap of 2 whole runs. Once that gap starts to grow, it becomes difficult.
It's ADR in again. Green taps that out towards point, and Amy Campbell very pointedly says no in terms of the run. So they are obviously conscious of the need for runs, Sid, but they've got to balance that up against the wickets column, which is now reading 3 after Abbey Freeborn was LBW to Schofield in the previous over. ADR in again to Maddie Green. Oh, and that's short, and that's a bouncer. And I think it's been judged a no ball by the umpire. I don't think that would have been quite what ADR was meaning to do. So she's going to have to bowl that one again, and I believe it's going to be a free hit. As ADR back at the top of her mark now.
I'm not certain it's a free hit.
Okay. She's coming in to bowl to Maddie Green. Well, just short of a good length perhaps, and Maddie Green taps it out into the offside, and they come through for a single. 67 for 3, the Sparks now, and you'd have to say really, based on what you're saying about the run rate, the required run rate just creeping up, that the Stars are on top at the moment.
Yeah, well, once that gap between the required run rate and the run rate gets much more above 2, then every single over that you don't make your 6.3 runs, it goes up another notch and another notch and another notch, and it quickly becomes 8 and 10. And so, unfortunately, if you're a Central Sparks fan, it's not looking great right now.
And Captain Bryony Smith just adjusting the field there. She's put herself in at slip to the left-handed Amy Campbell, who is on 0. So that's quite an aggressive move there from the Stars. ADR in again to Campbell. They're obviously trying to get that edge, but Campbell plays that safely out towards Ailish Cranston at point. And a dot ball from ADR there. Any news from the other games, Sid? I think we'd said a little while ago that they were off at Durham, unfortunately.
Yeah, so
ADR in again. We'll just wait until after this delivery, and you can bring us the news. And Campbell swings at that, and she's caught. Oh, that was a really good diving catch there from, I think that's Paige Schofield. And she's taken that.
Fantastic catch.
And Campbell departs for naught, unfortunately. And
I'm really hoping the roving camera caught that one for the viewers at home, Raf, because that was a great catch.
It really was. And Sparks find themselves 67 for 4. Campbell had faced 6 balls, I think it was. And on that 6th one, ADR had her caught. It just took me a little bit by surprise, if I'm honest, Sid.
Yeah, so she sort of hoiks it out towards the leg side, and Paige Schofield dived for it. They are getting it on the replay, so you can see that catch.
Fantastic effort from Paige Schofield, who is a really brilliant fielder. She's taken a few absolute speckies this season, and that was one of them. And we were saying that Stars were on top before. Well, they certainly are now. If I may, I will just chime in here with one of my moments of the season, because it does involve Paige Schofield. And we weren't there live, but we were watching it from North London, actually, from your folks' house, Sid. It was Paige Schofield getting her 100 for the Stars, and it was her first century in a decade. First century in a decade. And it was her. I think it was her first. It was the first round of matches in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy this season. And Paige Schofield comes out for her new team, the Stars, and she scores her 100, her first 100 in 10 years. And that was so brilliant to see.
Absolutely.
As ADR is just about to resume, well, she was going to bowl the ball. She's just pausing to have a quick strategic chit-chat with Bryony Smith. If a chit-chat can be strategic, I don't know. Perhaps chit-chat is too casual. And the new batter is Katie George. So the right-handed Katie George at the crease now. ADR into bowl to George. It's short. George pulls it out into the leg side and gets 3 for a single to get her off the mark. Interesting.
Diving stop by Danny Gregory.
We were talking about Amy Campbell, who bats left-handed and bowls right-handed. I need to get this the right way around. We've now got Katie George, who bowls left-arm seam, but bats right-handed. What do you know, Sid? It's a strange world, cricket. It's a funny old world. Try explaining that to anybody. Anyway.
Well, Raf.
After 16 overs.
I think you explained it pretty well, to be honest.
Thank you, I tried. After 16 overs, the Sparks are 68 for 4.
Right, and we're going to get some more of Paige Schofield here. She's having a chat with Bryony Smith, and they're rearranging the field here. They are bringing Alexa Stonehouse into the ring, sending Madeline Blinkhorn-Jones out to the boundary.
Blinkhorn-Jones obviously considered a good boundary rider, I suppose.
So she's down at deep third. And Katie George takes guard. Schofield in. Foolish delivery, and George is driving. And that's fielded by Danny Gregory. And there is no run.
Required run rate now showing a 6.4. The actual run rate 4.2. So there's a gap there, as Sid pointed out earlier.
Schofield in, and that's right up in the block hole to George, and George digs that out again. Another one having to get the shovel out there. But she does so successfully. She survives. It was a good delivery from Schofield. Schofield in again off quite a short run. Just 6 paces or so. And that's going to be 4 runs. Katie George cuts that through point. There's a dive. The dive is in vain. And Katie George gets her first boundary.
Yeah, and I think George knew once you get that past Ailish Cranstone at point, if you get it through her, then there wasn't any protection out there on that boundary, really. So it was going to be 4 runs, and so it proved. So they move on to 72 for 4.
George takes guard again as Schofield is in and bowls. And George is driving down the ground, and she's going to be dashing for a quick single, and there's a shy at the stumps. But I think George was safe, and the shy misses anyway. and they've taken 1 run. So Campbell to face the next delivery from Schofield. I'm confused because the scoreboard is saying something different. But or have I gone mad?
It was
No, it was
Campbell
Campbell was
who was
out.
out, Sid.
Ah,
Sorry.
no,
We're
no.
both half asleep
I've
here. Campbell was caught by Paige Schofield in that beautiful diving catch in the last over. So currently at the crease are Katie George and Maddie Green. Maddie Green potentially the last great hope for Stars on 24 not out at the moment. For Sparks, sorry, on 24 not out at the moment.
So Schofield into George, who runs it down to third. It's fielded by Madeline Blinkhorn-Jones running in, and they take the single. Right, so that's the end of the 17th over, and we are 75 for 4. So Katie George is on 7, and Maddie Green, not Amy Campbell, is on 24.
Yeah, I was just thinking we should try and do a roundup. It's raining again at Durham, unfortunately. Diamonds reached 68 for 3 in 13 overs. It was going to be a already rain-reduced 29 overs a side game. I don't know what's going to happen there now. As ADR is at the top of her mark, ready to resume from the pavilion end. And that is Katie George, who's facing, taps that out towards cover. No run. Western Storm had earlier made 250 for 7. Thunder currently 104 for 3, requiring 147 still at just over 5 and over with 7 wickets remaining. So that one's perhaps teetering in the balance. And you can bring us the news from Vipers v Blaze in a minute if you like, Sid. I'll give you that pleasure as ADR is in again to Katie George, who plays that down to mid-on that time, but there's still no run. Went straight to the fielder, who's picked it up. It's Chloe Hill there. Having a little bit of a chat with Bryony Smith now, who then passes the ball back to bowler ADR. Davidson Richards in to Katie George, who plays that into the offside again for no run. So if ADR is ADR, can we call Madeline Blinkhorn-Jones MBJ, do you think? Is that acceptable?
It's a little bit more of a mouthful.
Is it MBJ? Okay. Well, if anyone has any comments on that, do tweet me at Raf Nicholson. I'd be delighted to hear your views. As ADR is in again to Katie George, who again defends that, and she is also in this Lloyd Tennant school of very flourishing defensive strokes. And just does a very beautiful defensive shot there. Yields no run, but it looks good, doesn't it? So who cares about the ever increasing required run rate? 75 for 4, the Sparks in the 18th over. ADR in again. Oh, and Katie George has absolutely skied that, and Kira Chatley's running, and she has snaffled the catch. That was a difficult one against these skies. Which are white, the same colour as the ball, but Katie George is out. She has gone for 7, and Sparks 75 for 5 now. And gosh, they are in a little bit of trouble here, Sid, or even potentially a bit more than a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, was that a little bit of scoreboard pressure? Katie George just kind of hoiked at it and didn't get anything like enough bat on it. So it skied off the edge. It went a long way up, didn't it? It came sort of 3 or 4 stories up, it felt like. And Kira Chatley had a lot of ground to make, but because it had gone so high, she was able to make that ground and did well to take the catch, because she's moved, 25 yards there to from her wicket-keeping position to the edge of the circle.
I think she must have called for it, because there was another fielder at kind of deep third who could also have gone for it. But let Kira Chatley kind of go forward and take it.
It was a good take. So that's the Stars. The Stars are kind of staring down the barrel of a semi-final here, really, to be honest, aren't they? Because it looks increasingly like Stars are going to win this with a bonus point, and at that point, even if they get back on at Durham, there'll be nothing that Northern Diamonds can do to change the course of the table.
So what does Stars need to do in order to get the bonus point, Sid? Have we done that piece of maths? Because you are the maths man. I'm
What does
afraid we are
Stars need to
handing
do to get the
over
bonus
all
point?
responsibility for this to you.
I'll have to sit and work that out in a minute.
Okay. Right, good. So, Bryony Smith just kind of waving at various fielders, and the new batter at the crease is M. Arlott. So ADR is now running in to bowl at the new batter ADR, and there's a shout, a little bit of a strangled appeal for LBW. I think that was probably going down leg, to be honest, and the umpire says no. But even so, a very good over there for the Stars, who have taken the important wicket of Katie George. I mean, it will go down as a kind of caught behind, but really it's one of those where caught behind doesn't do it justice, because Kira Chatley did absolutely have to make up a lot of ground to take that catch, and it had gone up very high. So, good over, as I say, for the Stars. The Sparks 75 for 5 now. They're chasing 284, that's their target, and if they were going to win with a bonus point, they would have needed the runs in 40 overs. That just looks absolutely hopeless prospect now. It's all about whether they're actually going to get the runs at all.
Yeah, Stars need to keep them back to 226. So if they make 226, then only, then Stars will get the bonus point.
Right, okay.
So Stars need to keep them to 226 or less.
As Schofield has resumed from the Birmingham City end, the first ball's defended by Maddie Green. The second one, she's driven down the ground, but they'll just pick up a single because the long-on fielder has run round and retrieved that. So 76 for 5. In the
so
19th
150,
over
Stars have another about 150 runs to play with, basically. So.
And there's only 5 wickets left to get.
Indeed.
Well, it's not looking good for the if you're a Sparks fan, unfortunately. Schofield in to Emma Arlott, who's on naught. That was a really good Yorker that Arlott manages to dig out just about.
And it's not looking great if you're a Blaze fan either, because they are 119 for 4 on the 27th over, so they need to get that 2-3-1. That's looking tough.
Schofield in again to M. Arlott, and that's gone down through to the wicket-keeper, and has unfortunately gone down as a leg side wide. Sorry, you were busy doing the maths, Sid, so I took over responsibility for calling this over. I hope you don't mind.
I was frantically typing in my spreadsheet.
Well, it was a very important job that I asked you to do, and you are the only person capable of doing it, you see, whereas I'm tempting to be capable of calling this over from Paige Schofield, who bowls another good Yorker length delivery, and Arlott is required once again to dig it out, and she does so. But Sparks really under enormous pressure here with Arlott on the back foot, well, literally and figuratively, given that she's on naught at the moment. Schofield into her again. Oh, that was what happened there, Sid. Would you like to try and explain that one?
Probably bat onto boot, I should think.
It went very perilously close to the stumps, and certainly she was very close to being bowled there, trying to kind of play out into the offside and just kind of discombobulated her. But Arlott has just got off the mark. She's played that very fine out on the offside, and managed to get through for a single to finish that 19th over. The Sparks are 78 for 5. And just got some news from Durham here. Apparently the cut-off time for a restart for a 10 over run chase for the Sunrisers would be 5:15 p.m. So we're 3:37 at the moment. So they have got a little bit of time to potentially get back on. There's still a little bit of light rain going on at Durham, but it sounds like they're potentially hopeful of getting a little bit more play. So we'll try and bring you the latest from that. The The Diamonds did, of course, bat earlier, and they managed to bat 13 overs, 68 for 3.
So Alice Davidson-Richards in, and Emma Arlott is defending into the leg side. There is no run. It's picked up by Chloe Hill, who returns the ball to Alice Davidson-Richards via Bryony Smith, the captain. And ADR is in again. To Arlott, that's a good length delivery, and Arlott's just pushing that out to Paige Schofield. Extra cover. And again, there is no run. There's not a massive sense of urgency here from Sparks. Almost like they've lost their spark.
Oh dear, Sid, that puts the bad joke-ometer up to 2. I count. In today's round of matches in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Other streams are available if you'd like to switch over. Their bad jokeometer radar may not be quite as good as ours, or as high as ours, in fact. Please carry on, Sid. Everybody is very highly entertained by you.
Thanks for that, Raf.
You're welcome.
ADR to Emma Arlott. That's a very short delivery, and Emma Arlott kind of backs out of it. Doesn't want anything to do with it. Not unreasonably. I wouldn't have wanted anything to do with it either. And that's through to Chatley. And that'll be the bouncer for the over.
You said a lack of urgency here from the Sparks, but I suppose partly Emma Arlott's just trying to dig in and not get out, isn't she?
Yeah, I guess that, there's a certain responsibility. We're starting to get towards the tail, aren't we? As ADR is in, and that's another short delivery, and
that has been called a no
that
ball.
has been called a no ball.
Yeah. You said it was a quota of 1 bouncer per over. We've had 2 now. I don't know
Not
if
quite sure what ADR
were.
was thinking there. That looked like she.
I don't think she intended that.
Okay.
She's looking a little bit cross with herself. Oh, there seems to be a bit of a chat going on.
The umpires are having a discussion.
I think the umpire's discussing whether or not that was above shoulder height.
They haven't changed the signal.
Not sure that they've actually, they haven't changed their mind, so it has gone down as a no ball.
So ADR to Emma Arlott, who just defends again. Emma Arlott's now batting at a strike rate about 10, which, given that they need 7 and over, is not really enough. ADR, final ball of the over to take us to the 20 over mark. And she bowls, and Arlott is just defending again. So we are 79-4-5.
$20 overs done then. Central Sparks 79 for 5. What have you been doing? I went off and all these wickets fell. Oh, I can't leave you two here, can I? Cricket her. Oh. Right. Back in place again. Did we have your highlights, Sid? Did you give us a highlight, or just a highlight? Any highlights from this year?
Oh, the highlight has been working with you today, Claire.
Ah, you see.
And working with you on the game
Wormsley.
at Wormsley, of course.
Yeah.
They're all my
Two
highlights.
highlights.
Yeah, of course.
He's a smooth talker, isn't he? Blimey, Raph. Woo.
Yeah, the run rate's fallen back a bit for the Sparks. And they need nearly 7 and over now.
Maddie Green just pushing that into the leg side, straight to the field, and they get through for a single. 81 for 5. Arlott on 1. Maddie Green on 26. Arlott to face this time Schofield, coming in from the Birmingham end. Arlott plays that this time into the offside, but straight to the fielder, and there is no run. So other than obviously working with me, Sid, any other highlights? I'll leave that one with you. As Schofield decides what she's going to serve up next to Emily Arlott. Just prods that down again, straight to the cover fielder, and there is no run.
I've enjoyed seeing Sunrisers pick things up in the last 3 games.
Do we think that Danny van Neerkerk has given a cheat code to Grace Scrivens? Bingo.
No.
No. Oh, right then. I was into that then. As Emily Arlott defends that down and there is no run. No.
I think that Grace Scrivens has done this by herself. I think that Grace Scrivens is the most gifted natural leader I've seen in cricket in the last 15 years.
Well, yeah, I think you may be right. I did have the pleasure of having a few minutes with her earlier in the season. That's dubbed into the offside, and they get round for a cheeky 81 for 5. She was playing in a charity match at which, amusingly, not only was Sue Redfern umpiring, but Heather Knight was umpiring with a glass of fizz in her hand. So Scrivens got... She was player of the match. It was a charity match organised by Chris Evans, the DJ. And, quite clearly the player of the match. She wasn't quite sure how, because she was chatting with Sue and I beforehand about how serious should she take it, and we just said, we just go with your instinct, really. And
I get the impression that Grace Scrivens is the kind of person that always takes things seriously.
I know. It was like, I wasn't quite sure what advice to give her, really, but she did really well. And there was raising lots of money for charity, which is great. So that's the end of the over. 21 overs gone. Central Sparks 81, but disappointingly for 5. So Arlott and Green trying to dig in here, because the winner of this game is going to the eliminators on Thursday. So all to play for here, but it's slipping away from Central Sparks is the feeling that I'm getting. Although Emily Arlott is good with a bat. She doesn't often get an opportunity, but she's good with a bat. Maddie Green is certainly known on the international circuit as a white fan. New Zealand international, certainly known as a great batter, and they're going to change the bowling from your end, Sid. It looks like a bit of Danny Gregory to me.
Okay, so we're going to get a bit of leg spin from the famously pigtailed Danny Gregory.
Bit pigtailed, yeah. Oh, we love a bit of...
That's her trademark.
It is a trademark. What do they call it? The braidinator or something? Was it the braidinator or something? I can't remember. What it was now. Wish I remembered.
So Gregory to Arlott. She's in. And that's a very short delivery, which Arlott has plenty of time to play very much across the line. It was not a textbook shot, and it was not a particularly hard shot, and that's hauled in by Paige Schofield as they come through for 1. So Maddie Green taking her guard to Gregory. It was in, and there's another short ball, and Maddie Green kind of leans into that and pulls that. That's also not made the bat. They're only going to get 1 for that.
That almost felt like
straight to the fielder.
Hit it harder and past her, or hit it softer, and you might have got 2 if you'd been really quick off the mark.
Yeah.
Bit of a stretch. Danny Gregory, of course, got 4 for 55 in the last game, so she had lots of wickets in the last game.
Gregory to Arlott. And Arlott, that's it's short, it's wide. It was probably inviting her to hit it, but Arlott's just decided to ignore that.
Take low. I think it's sort of low risk, perhaps. Just leave that one.
But Arlott has faced a lot of dots. 3 off 18
which
balls.
Which is not good. That's right.
It's another short. I think Gregory strung a little bit with her length. Another very short ball, but it's pulled and doesn't reach the boundary. Only reaches Paige Schofield at sort of long on.
Yeah. Emily Arlott does tend to play those kind of straight drives in the V, which are kind of characteristic, I think, possibly of Lloyd Tennant's coaching, potentially.
Gregory to Green. Bowls, and that's a better length, but it's been called a wide. There's an attempt at the stumping, but she doesn't even quite... She managed to miss the stumping as well. So it's a wide down the leg side. Well, Danny Gregory will need to re-bowl that one. Gregory to Green. That's a fuller delivery, and Green tucks that behind her legs.
And Emily Arlott quite rightly says, no, fielder's got that. I'm not fancying that run, thanks very much.
It's another dot. Gregory in, ball into the right-handed Maddie Green, who pulls, and there's a chase on for between Paige Schofield.
Oh, she stepped on her there for a minute. That could have been very dangerous.
Collision with Rhiannon McDonald-Gay on the boundary.
They both get up safely. This is good.
I'm not sure how many they ran there. Did they run 2 or 1?
No, I don't know. I was concentrating on the fielders there. Sorry. That's the end of 22 overs anyway. Central Sparks find themselves 87 for 5, Arlott on 4, and Green on 29. As who's coming out? Oh, the umpire wants something, and maybe it's the. It's possibly the iHawk camera thing, perhaps playing up, or the battery playing up, or something. Something's come out for the umpire anyway, from the Central Sparks spare.
Now, what do Sparks do here? Do they actually try and win this game? Do they go for it? Do they say, well, it doesn't make any difference if we lose? You know, our only chance is to go for it, because that doesn't appear to be what they're doing. What they appear to have done is shut up shop and go, well, you know, as you would in a normal regular season game, just go, okay, well, let's try and make it through. Try and make it through the 50 overs. Try and get as many as we can. You know, treat it as an opportunity to play in the middle.
Malcolm, So. The answer to that, I think, is somewhere in between, really, isn't it? So they definitely want to win the game, because that's what it's all down to, isn't it? They want to get into the eliminator because they want to chase for silverware.
They don't look to be really chasing the game, do they?
Except you say that they need 7 and over, which is a big ask, but it is they've still got best part of 28 overs to go, and it's also about which wickets they've lost and then which wickets they've still got in the dugout. So there's a little bit of, I think, Arlott needs to get a bit more bat on ball. Green, I suspect, needs to accelerate from here. They've got to decide who's going to hold an end and who's going to be more aggressive, as Arlott has to defend that down. There's a good bit of bowling there from McDonald-Gay, and Arlott can only force that down.
Yeah, they've got Izzy Wong in next, who...
Is that who they've carded to got next? Yeah, she can hit a long ball.
She can hit it.
Not necessarily patiently.
Yeah, that's the worry there, that she's the kind of player that will occasionally hit 40 off 30 balls.
I think that's the issue, isn't it? I think these two really have to
take it most of the way.
Take it as long as they possibly can, and hope that there are some loose deliveries that they can dispatch into the gaps. I think that's the key here for Central Sparks. And hope that they don't lose any more wickets as well. So yes, consolidation, I think, and one of them needs to accelerate. Arlott is clean bowled there. McDonald-Gay gets Arlott clean bowled for 4, and we were just saying about what should the tactic be for Central Sparks. Not getting out would be a good start, but poor old that was a good ball from Rhiannon McDonald-Gay there, that's clean bowled Emily Arlott, unfortunately.
Yeah, they brought back McDonald-Gay, and it swung quite prodigiously, actually. It swung in a lot, and that's hit middle and leg.
As you say, it
did take a little bit of a swing at it, but
yeah, it took a swing, which was what you're encouraging them to do. But yeah, 4 off 24, and most likely the story for that is going to be just too many dot balls. At that stage, so we're going to see Izzy Wong back from England duty. Can she play a patient and aggressive innings here for Central Sparks? We shall see. She's swinging a bat. She loves to play at Edgbaston. We gather that there, although you won't be able to see them possibly on the live stream, but there are spectators in the seats below us in the pavilion here. I can see 3 people in the hollies as well. So not many spectators, but she does like to put on a show, does Izzy Wong. So what has she got in store here? I don't know. I don't think Maddie Green would have batted very much with Izzy Wong, but I could be corrected there.
Well, there's over 1,000 people watching on the live stream, so
that's good. We like that. And remember to press the thumbs up so other people can find the stream, because even when you know the name of the game, because the way the algorithms work in YouTube, it will always show you, if you like cricket, you must like men's cricket. No, I'm looking for the Rachael Heyhoe Flint game. As Wong comes forward, plays that into the offside. They both sort of get hard. Oh, there's confusion, but they do get a single. In the end, low risk, unbelievably, but they probably could have run 2 in the time it took them to decide. So that is the end of the over. 23 overs gone. Central Sparks 88 for 6. Green on 29, and Wong just off the mark with that little prod into the offside.
So what's the etiquette on pressing the thumbs up on your own YouTube stream?
Do it.
I've
as
done
many
it.
thumbs up. Oh, that's good.
I've done it.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know about you. What, you mean the Cricket Her Cricket Her vlog?
I could log on. No, I could log on to Cricket Her as well and press thumbs up from that as well. I can get
as many as you
even more
like.
thumbs up.
all those naughty algorithms in the background that continually throw up men's sport whenever you search for something. Because if you like a sport, you must want to watch the men's. No. I want to watch the Rachael Heyhoe Flint 50 over competition, the last game of the competition, the scramble for the eliminator that we have here.
So it's Danny Gregory to resume. Leg spin, and that's tucked into the leg side. And Izzy Wong moves on to 2 off 2 balls. That's the kind of strike rate she needs to be going at, but she needs to maintain it for quite a lot longer than 2 balls.
Yes, having seen her playing some warm-ups, I should want a cow corner cordon for if you serve her anything short.
Yep, there is. Paige Schofield is down in that direction. So Gregory is in, and that's a very full delivery, given a lot of air. And that's played back past Gregory.
Wong's doing some sort of mad aeroplane thing with her bat there. She took a long way round. Handbrake turning as she goes to take her guard.
So Wong facing again. Gregory. Oh, that's sent straight back to the bowler. I think that was a bump ball from the players' reactions. Gregory drops it anyway. She has the ball back now. She will go again to Wong. Bowls, gives that plenty of air. A little bit of a false shot from Wong. Tries to steer it out into the leg side.
The challenge here is how many wickets down Central Sparks are as they head to that 100 milestone.
Gregory to Wong. And it's in the air, but over the head.
No. She thinks about a mad second and then thinks, no, even that's too mad. She managed to get that into the gap, didn't she? Over the fielder's head. Only just.
Gregory to Green. Green rocks back and cuts that. Fielded by Chloe Hill in the outfield.
Yeah, former Central Spark, of course.
And that is another over done. We're at 24 overs now. And 92 runs scored. We're approaching that halfway mark, and they're not even halfway runs-wise, let alone wickets-wise. But as you say, it's that wickets column that's...
Yeah, it's the wickets column that's a problem, isn't it? But and also, I mean, Wong can bat, but she generally doesn't have this many deliveries to play with. So can she be patient? Can she learn to bat in the position that the game is in? That's the question. As Maddie Green takes a long look at the field, and MacDonald Gay comes in from the Birmingham end. Maddie Green taps her bat, plays that into the leg side. That's going to be 4. I mean, don't even bother. That's gone as fast as it came, or possibly even faster. 4 runs to Maddie Green. The score moves on to 96 for 6. Maddie Green on to 35. Wong on 3. They need 188 more runs to win, which is a huge task given they're 6 wickets down. But, you know, stranger things have happened as the Stars swap their fielders. where Maddie Green just hit the ball, they are sending a fielder out to the boundary at that point and bringing in a short cover. And McDonald Gate in. Green rocks round and plays it behind square, almost like move the field. That's where I'm going to put the ball.
Did feel somewhat like closing the door after the horse had bolted, didn't it?
Yes, and that sparks 100 up in the 25th over, and they trail by 183 runs and 10 extras, bowled by Southeast Stars. 100 for 6, Green on 39, Wong on 3, as Maddie Green takes a good look round the field again, particularly the leg side. Plays that into the off side, but there is a fielder there who's going to cut that off, even though goes Bryony Smith down there. She's just inspecting the ball as she throws it back to her bowler. And they need 2 and over. So it's going to be a big task from here. As Green faces, she comes forward and just dots that down, and there is no run.
Meanwhile, over the other side of the Midlands, Blaze have lost 2 more wickets, so 155 for 6 after 34 overs.
And
they need 231 not to win the game, but to qualify directly for the final. Otherwise, they'll be off to the eliminator, playing presumably whoever wins this game.
Yep, that's right. McDonald Gate into Green, tries to flick it off her legs, and it's given a wide by umpire Naseem. And the ball goes back around the field. 101 for 6. Central Sparks, Green and Wong exchange a few words and a glove tap. Green ready. Plays that forward into the offside, and the field almost confuses herself, but manages to stop that, knock it down in front of her, and there is no run.
You mentioned the glove tap. I missed the boot tap from the COVID days.
Yeah, because they weren't allowed to make any contact.
Gloves.
The umpires weren't allowed to have any of the kit. Yeah, they used to have
they developed the boot tap.
The boot tap as a celebration of wickets, etc. That's right. Oh, that's dug out, and they're going to run through. There's an appeal, but it's more about we ought to make a shout at that point, I think. That's the end of the over. That's 25 overs gone, so we are at the halfway stage. Central Sparks are 102 for 6.
Yeah, the required rate now well over 7.1. Yeah. They're still chugging along at 4.1. So
they are. So thank you, Sid. They're going to have a little drink, and we're going to have a swappy round. And Dr. Cricket, Raf Nicholson, is going to come in beside me. Thanks, Sid. While they take some drinks. So have you been thinking about your highlights then, Raf? Dr. Cricket, what's your highlights? Yeah, because something strong, please. Yeah.
Well, I said about the Paige Schofield one.
Oh, yeah.
The Trent Bridge test was wonderful, wasn't it?
I mean, the Ashes.
Yes.
Full stop.
Yes.
I mean, it was just wonderful. And what a roller coaster ride it was. Because beforehand, I have to say, Raf, I was nervous when they started saying they sold out all these grounds.
Yeah.
And I was just thinking, oh my God, if this goes badly, we're going to be years recovering from this. And then it was spectacular in terms of the roller coaster ride, and it really properly captured the public's imagination. And that the joint marketing was fantastic. The 2 Ashes, what's better than 1 Ashes, 2 Ashes, and all the kind of, there's a men's game, then there's a women's game the next day, and there's a men's game, and because the 2 series almost echoed each other, didn't they? I mean, and a 5-day test, Raf. I'm still sort of recovering from the excitement of having a 5-day test, because finally we were going to get a result, and it kind of, not that it didn't matter, but we got 5 days, so we actually got a result. So because Heather Knight said she might end up being sort of never losing a test, but never actually having the opportunity to win a test because rain had affected, and it just wasn't long enough time. So 5-day test. Ooh, how exciting!
Yeah, it was, and I think that the players to some extent said we get fed up of. I remember saying to Alyssa Healy, what does it feel like to have played in a 5-day test? And she said, irregardless of the results, obviously Australia won, so that's fantastic. But I'm just so fed up of talking about why we need to have a 5th day.
And
it's
now we've
such a
proved it.
relief to have actually had one that we can now talk about something else. And I think to some extent the players do get frustrated when they're asked the same questions all the time, and they have to keep on kind of plugging away and saying, please give us this, please give us this other thing.
Yeah, we want to play tests
Yeah.
when we want to play 5-day tests.
Yeah.
Sorry,
If you're an
interrupted you.
elite sportsman, then you don't have to do that. You just get everything handed to you.
Yeah.
As Danny Gregory's resuming now from the pavilion end
Ooh.
into Maddie Green.
I think she might have been bold. We can't see because she stood in front of me. Yes.
She's been bold. I apologise. I really couldn't see what
Raph
happened there.
Nicholson, you can go and take another cup of tea. What are you thinking coming
Maddie
in
Green.
that first ball?
Maddie Green, bold. First ball of this commentary stint for 39.
Sid.
And
wanna
Sparks
come
are
back
really in the doldrums now,
Oh,
102
go on,
for 7.
no.
She was really the last hope. She seems to be having a conversation with Izzy Wong at the other end. I'm not quite
Stay in,
sure
I think, is the word.
what that's about.
Oh.
There's not really any, even if we
She's
did have
shaking her head,
DRS,
like,
I don't think you can
oh,
appeal a bowl, can you?
No.
So,
Well,
I mean, it was a good attacking effort from Maddie Green. And,
yeah, doing
you
the
know,
right
it was-
thing.
There were a beautiful couple of boundaries in that last over, and she's kind of trying her best, but it's turned into a little bit of a lone hand for the last few overs, and she's gone. And the new batter, Georgia Davis, is walking out, but really, you have to say it's probably all over. But for the shouting, Claire Jenkins, am I being too negative?
Yeah, no, I think even Hannah Thompson Radford's optimism that we had in the last couple of games down for Western Storm down at Taunton, I think. Yes, I mean, one likes to remain optimistic, but yes, Maddie Green's got. The figures have just gone. It's just gone out there. La, 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 la.
Maddie Green.
What did she go for?
39 off 48.
Yeah, bowled by Danny Gregory. So yes, Georgia Davis, who Hannah Thompson Radford thinks it's funny because when you Google her picture on Central Spark, she's in a police uniform. So no messing about here.
No, absolutely. Gregory in to Davis, who plays that off her pads, out backwards of square on the leg side, and comes through for a single. So that takes the score along to 103 for 7 in the 26th over.
I mean, it is that the cliche klaxon's about to go off, but they can all bat, but it's just how long and how patient and how well. And it's a long way back from here, needing 181 to win from here.
Required rate of over 7 and over now.
Yeah.
As Wong defends that back down towards Danny Gregory. So we've got at the crease at the moment Izzy Wong, who's on 3 off 6 balls, and at the other end Georgia Davis, who's just faced the 1 ball and got that single at the start of this over. Gregory in again to Wong, who's playing that off the back foot out back to Gregory.
Yes, I have to say I'm sort of getting the draft of a sort of yeah. This is a despairing end, potentially.
Oh, and that's gone past the bat of Wong, and there's an attempt at a stumping as Kira Chatley takes off the bails, but Wong was in her ground.
Yeah.
But that seems to be the tactic, turn it past her bat and whip the bails off.
I think, as I say, Wong will be dizzy with how many deliveries she's got to play with.
Gregory in again to Wong. Oh, and she's
ow.
played that to
Ow.
mid-wicket, and it's gone in. She's played it quite hard, and it seems to have hit her fingers, and she's wincing.
Yeah, it's difficult to get your feet there because there's a matting on that strip 4 over, so you kind of you're not sure of your footing because your spikes are going into the grass but not into the matting. That's the end of the over then.
Yeah, that was Bethan Miles at mid-wicket, wasn't it? And she is now wincing, so it's 103 for 7 at the end of the 26th over.
Wong on 3 and Davis on 1. Central Sparks desperate to get on the platform, but some runs here. It feels like desperation stakes. So yeah, what other? So the Ashes and the 5-day test, and the fact that the Ashes were just so closely contested. I was saying earlier, before we went on air, the game hit the first T20, which actually Australia won, but in the last over. I suspect if you asked the kids who were singing all day, they didn't know what the result was. They loved
Had
it.
a great time.
Yeah, had a great time. Genuinely, I don't think the kids will have known. They saw 6s and 4s and catches and the heroes playing, and they got signatures afterwards, and they got, Wongi waving at them. I don't know. Well, they got everything that they would have wanted. It was a proper entertaining family evening, and it was warm enough to be out as well.
We've got a change from the Birmingham City end, Alexa Stonehouse.
Oh,
back into the attack.
they've decided to be on the attack, haven't they?
They have, yeah, absolutely.
Good on Bryony Smith. Of course, they won the Charlotte Edwards Cup the first year, didn't they? Some
Stars did,
yeah. And they are they've got a nice balance of doing all sorts without their massive stars, particularly if they're off on England duty. That's a nice shot. However,
oh dear.
Ralph Nicholson.
Georgia Davis.
This is not one of my highlights.
Caught at deep square leg. She's just sent that straight into the hands of
it was a nice shot as well. She'd found a gap.
It was a nice shot,
Raph.
except it went straight to a fielder, and that's the 8th wicket down now for the Sparks. 103 for 8 in the 27th over. So that's 2 wickets now since I came on air, Claire Jenkins. You were saying I was a good luck charm for the Sparks earlier. I don't think that's working anymore.
I'm just shaking my head, which doesn't come over well on a live stream. I am just shaking my head. I'm about to start banging my head on the desk. It was a nice shot. It was just straight to the fielder and at sort of between knee and waist height. So, yes, that's Georgia Davis caught for 1 off the bowling of Stonehouse, who had obviously been brought back to get a wicket.
Absolutely, which she did. I was just going to say, I think we better wrap up this conversation about our highlights
yes,
of the
highlights.
season.
Quick, tell us your highlights, quick.
What else? We might run out of
What else?
time. No, just seeing Sri Lanka win that T20 series.
Yeah.
Now, of course, it's nice to see England be successful.
Yes.
But, of course, when it's a kind of underdog, you root for the underdog. And also, I just thought it was great for Sri Lanka to kind of really... It did feel a little bit to me like England had underestimated them somewhat, and were using it as a kind of a bit of a, we'll have a nice day out at the office and we just won't take these matches as perhaps as seriously as we took the Ashes, and Sri Lanka made them pay for it. And I think that was a really great lesson, actually, to never take international cricket for granted, because every match matters.
They outplayed them with the bat, the bowl and the fielding.
Yeah.
No questions at all. And it wasn't all Atapatu. Atapatu did well, but it wasn't all that. They were a really neat T20 unit there.
Stonehouse in again to the new batter, Grace Potts. Lays that out into the offside. Dot ball, 103 for 8. Last gasp probably of this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy match here at Edgbaston.
Because also Sri Lanka had beaten South Africa in the opening match of the World Cup, so they are not to be taken lightly.
No, absolutely.
And Ed Seaborn made a really good point down at Taunton with me on the commentary. He was saying how important that will be for them to take that series win back to Sri Lanka to justify more resources, because, global eyes on them and making success, and that's going to be a big bonus, a big card to play for those women when they go back and say, look, we want more of this. We want, proper, thorough structure.
Stonehouse in again to Potts here. Plays that out into the offside. Another dot ball. Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. And I think that we don't want to be in a situation where it's just everything revolves around England and Australia. That was actually the end of the 27th over. Sparks 103 for 8. And it's Wong and Potts who are at the crease. Wong on 3, Potts still on 0.
I want to roll the clock back to what we've mentioned earlier, the under-19, the first ever under-19 Women's World Cup, and what those players will have, experienced, what they'll have learnt about, playing for England abroad, what they bring back in terms of lessons learnt and things. Because the first men's under-19 World Cup, let's explain to you that Nasser Hussain was playing in that.
Oh, wow.
So there was a
Back
bit of
in
a
the day.
gap because apparently they didn't play it for a while. But that's how long the men have been having an under-19 World Cup. As that is sent direct to the cover fielder. Do not pass go. Do not collect £200 for Izzy Wong. And there is no run. Danny Gregory, the be pig-tailed one with a stuttering run, short run, it's a bit of spin. Wong rocks back, plays that to the cover point fielder, comes in off the rope, and they get through for a single. So
I think you're absolutely right about the importance of the Under-19 World Cup. That was a real highlight. Oh, and Sid's just showing me a lovely tweet.
Yeah.
Before play today, Danny Gregory received a cap recognising that she has become the first player for the Stars to reach 50 appearances.
Brilliant.
That's an amazing stat. I really wouldn't have thought it would be her who would be the first.
Well, I think the
50 appearances.
pigtails is a bit of a it sort of throws you off really, because you kind of imagine that in a younger. Well, she is still young, but to make 50 appearances. That is played into the leg side, but there is no run from Potts. Well done to Danny Gregory. Brilliant.
Absolutely.
And she's done well in the hundreds as well, hasn't she? So
yeah,
the various 100 competitions. So this is good.
We don't have loads of leg spinners in this country
No.
who actually turn the ball, which she obviously does. So that's a brilliant stat. I had no idea that she was the most capped.
Well done,
Stars
Sid the
player.
Sums.
Yeah.
Because if you'd asked me, probably I don't know. I probably would have said ADR
or Bryony
Smith or somebody. Yeah,
absolutely.
or even Chatley or something. As Gregory stuttering run up. Potts. Beat the bat. We can't see because we're just at the angle where we can't see as it goes past the bat. Hence we didn't know when Maddie Green was bowled.
It sounds terrible.
Yeah, we're at 45 degrees, but we couldn't see because she was standing in the way. So we couldn't
honestly
see.
were watching.
We were honestly. And we can't see the live stream, so we were watching it live and having to guess what's happened.
Yeah.
Gregory to Potts. Plays that down in front of her, and there is no run. That's a kadunk, I think. But Ed Seaborn likes my kadunks because it's actually, I think it's Ebony Rainford Brent. I heard her talk about it, but it's that it's the onomatopoeic description of when it goes down first and not very far.
Yeah,
so
that's
kadunk.
good.
He likes a kadunk.
Good.
Does our Ed Seaborn. Winner of the Christopher Martin Jenkins Award last year. And he gets really annoyed when you mention that to him because he's
Too
such
modest.
a lovely guy.
Yeah.
Really nice guy. As you all are, of course, as we all are. And we're trying to create a team out of the people that do the Rachael Heyhoe Flint, and I hope that comes over to the listeners. So you're ending, Math.
Absolutely.
Stonehouse, under-19 England World Cup. Did we mention?
Sparks now 104 for 8 as we're about to commence the 29th over here. Stonehouse took a wicket in her previous over. So she's in again to Izzy Wong. Sends it flying down and Wong plays it down the ground out to mid-on, and they get a single.
Central Sparks relying on their fast bowling attack here to fight this rear guard action with 8 wickets down. So what would normally be expected as bowling as their first skill, what can they do in terms of demonstrating to perhaps John Lewis what they can do with their bat?
Just the old 179 runs required here as Stonehouse into Potts.
But you
drives that out to mid wicket.
Nothing to lose. It's a bit like football goalkeepers in penalty shootouts, and this is everything to gain here in terms of your reputation, maybe your averages.
It's difficult though, isn't it? Because I think people are sometimes so defensive and averse to sort of throwing their bat at it because they worry about losing their wicket, even in this type of situation.
Yeah.
Perhaps a Stonehouse bowls a bouncer at Potts, who just ducks underneath it and leaves it alone.
But without some magic innings from these two and anybody who may end up following, this is the last game of their regional season. So, have a go, I think is the phrase you might use.
Stonehouse into Potts again. That's quite full, but she manages to get some bat on it and send it out.
Give you another Ashes memory in a minute if you want.
Oh, yeah, that sounds fun.
Well, I found myself and it was actually the Test match. I sat down and two women sat either side of me, and I introduced myself, and one said, "Yes, I'm Elisa Healy's mum," and the other one said, "I'm Alana King's mum." I was like, "Ooh." Huh?
You said I apologise for being English.
Yes, I apologise for being a pom, and then of course
Potts digs out another Yorker there.
and then Alyssa Healy's mum's son-in-law, Mitch Stark, comes and sits down.
Brilliant.
And I'm trying not to be all fan.
Oh, he's
girl.
such a nice man.
And he's so quiet.
Yeah.
And so he's so lovely, really
Yeah.
graceful guy, really
Yeah.
lovely guy.
Stonehouse into Potts again, and she's
Oh,
got that
he's
through.
gonna go 4.
Oh, I think that's going to be 4 runs.
It is.
She's sent that through extra cover, and it's gone for 4. And Potts has added to the Sparks total. They finished that over, therefore 109 for 8. That's after 29 overs. So wow, that's added a little bit of impetus, hasn't it?
Wong on 5 and Potts on 4. So what else can I do? So so Mitch Stark came and sat down. And he was watching every single ball. He was so engaged in watching it. I mean, obviously he had some duty, so he wasn't there for all 5 days. But yeah, just a lovely, lovely guy. Didn't speak much to him, but he was there. But Alyssa Healy's mum, I think, has decided to adopt me. So she just said, "Oh, she's Australian now," and introduced me to everybody. Yeah, lovely. Alyssa Healy's mum is exactly what you want from a captain in terms of she was proper mother hen to all the other Aussie family who were there. And that's straight back down the ground. ADR does the tidying up, and there's a lot of waving of no more runs. So just the one, then onto the total. Sparks are 110 for 8. Wong on 6. Potts on 4. Gregory still bowling. And the field come ever closer to put the squeeze on Central Sparks. And Potts rocks back, sends that backward of square, and they get through for an easy single. Yes, I found myself, yes. And then Saley's mum introduces me to Lauren Filer's mum and dad, and they said, "Oh yes, you're Claire Jenkins, aren't you? You say nice things about our daughter on commentary." I was thinking that could have gone really badly wrong. Yes, as Gregory comes into Wong, who plays out full-blooded over the top. It's going to be, one bounce 4.
Wow.
Says you can bat.
Yeah, absolutely.
One bounce 4 to Izzy Wong. Come on, have a go at this.
Yeah, that's what they are doing. That was a beautiful sound of the ball coming off the bat.
She made that into a full toss and up and over. Thanks very much. 115 for 8. Wong to 10. Potts to 5. And I keep bumping into Lauren Filer's mum. I met her in the corridor in Taunton. Of course, she was off on England duty, but she said, "Oh, we never know whether to travel or not because we don't know, because they don't announce the team, so we're not quite sure." And she hadn't been to the game where Lauren Filer had got a hat trick, not hat trick, like nearly hat trick, like 3 balls.
Oh no!
They hadn't been because they weren't sure because it's a long way from wherever they.
Absolutely.
I think they're Western-super-Mare or somewhere, so it's a risk for the parents. Vipers have won with a bonus point, says Sid the Sums.
So Vipers have topped
Charlotte
the group.
Edwards,
they will go
magic
automatically through to the final.
Oh, Wong plays that backward of square,
which will
and
be
they get through for a single.
Final, obviously, to be played next Sunday, the 24th of September at
Northants. Yeah, Wantage Road.
It will be Vipers v. It's looking increasingly like it's going to be
Southeast Stars.
Either Stars or Blaze.
Blaze, depending on
who will
what comes here.
Play off in the semi-final.
Gregory into Potts. Ooh, gets wrapped on the pads, but there isn't even an appeal there. It's the end of the over. Is that 30 overs gone already?
I know.
30 overs. Oh, I've had so much fun. 30 overs. 30 overs. 116 for 8. Wong on 11. Potts on 5. I'm going to leave you with the cricket her for the moment. Hopefully I'm going to get back if Raf doesn't make any more wickets.
Thanks very much, Claire Jenkins. She's ducking out. Sid Egan is ducking in. And so it sounds like it's going to be the Blaze against whoever wins this, which is presumably going to be the Stars at that semi-final on Thursday.
Yeah, the Blaze will finish second.
The Blaze will finish second. Right, thank you for that, Sid. I was just going to ask you that. So that means that the semi-final, therefore, we believe will be played at Trent Bridge on Thursday because it will be a home match for the Blades?
Yeah, it should be a home match. So whether they play it at Trent Bridge or somewhere else, I guess is.
Oh, okay. Because of course they've been
Trent
playing.
Bridge might be unavailable.
They've been playing their recent matches at Loughborough, and we've got a change from the City end. Alice Davidson-Richards, coming in from the City end, and that's gone right through Izzy Wong to the hands of Kira Chatley. Dot ball, 116 for 8.
Yeah, Blaze have tweeted, congratulations to Vipers going straight through to the final. We'll play in the Eliminator next Thursday.
There we go.
They haven't yet tweeted where.
To Izzy Wong. Oh, and ADR takes a brilliant one-handed catch. She's just reached out and grabbed that in her follow-through, one hand, and Izzy Wong departs for 11, and that's the 9th Sparks wicket to fall, 116 for 9. That was a brilliant piece of fielding, wasn't it, Sid?
I think that the ball had already travelled about 5 metres behind her. I don't know how that catch was actually possible. No, she's leapt up. The ball was falling at that point, but it what can I say? Great catch.
It was fantastic, and this game could be over in a hurry. I think it's certainly likely to be back before Claire Jenkins was due back on air. The Sparks 116 for 9.
Almost certainly now it looks like the Stars are going to win with the bonus point. So whatever happens in Durham, even if they get back on, then as long as Stars win with the bonus point, they'll be playing in the Eliminator. They'll be travelling somewhere in the East Midlands on Thursday. I
was assuming Trent Bridge because that is the official home ground of the Blaze, so that would make sense. But unfortunately, we're in a situation where it's women's sport. Women don't own any of the grounds, and so we have to go where the men tell us, which is disappointing, as I tried to tell the
Parliamentary
Select Committee earlier in the week. What we really need are women-owned stadia where we allocate the matches for ourselves rather than being told where to play. But we'll see what comes of that, Sid. That was just a little bit of an aside here as we wait for the number 11 batter for the Sparks, Hannah Baker, to take guard. ADR back in again to Baker. Oh, and that's just gone past her bat. And has that been... Kira Chatley dives for that.
ADR was head on hands. I think that...
Do you think that was a chance?
That was a drop.
Okay, so Chatley has put down Hannah Baker first ball then, unfortunately. She was diving to her right.
It was a tough chance. It bounced just in front of her outstretched glove.
ADR in again to Baker, who manages to defend that one up on her toes. Punches that into the offside.
Obviously, if Baker goes on to score 150, then they will be regretting that. But
well, we'll see. ADR bowls to Baker, who swings at that, misses, and that one carries through to Chatley, but she didn't actually make contact with that one. ADR in again to Baker, who's back to that, taps that out towards point. Cranstone runs in enthusiastically, gathers the ball, hands it back to the umpire because it is the end of the 31st over. Sparks 116 for 9 and very much teetering on the edge here, Sid.
Yeah, you can sort of see from the way that Eilish Cranstone joked around there as she was handing the ball back in the direction of the umpire. She's sort of running around with her arms out like an aeroplane. Obviously, stars are enjoying themselves out there.
Stars trying to get warm. It doesn't look particularly warm out there, I must say.
So we'll have another over of Danny Gregory from this end, the pavilion end. To Potts. That's a full delivery that Potts digs out. It's fielded by Madeleine Blinkhorn-Jones. again. Bowls, and it's another foolish ball which is driven straight to Bryony Smith at mid-off. There is no run once again. Gregory past the umpire. Bowls driven again, but with no great power into the onside this time. Alice Davidson Richards does the clearing up. And again, there is no run. So Gregory in, and Grace Potts takes a little bit of a swing at it, plays across the line, but doesn't really get very much on it. It just sort of dribbles out into the leg side. No run again, 4 dots. Gregory and Potts turns that one around the corner, and they will run through for a single. $117 for 9. In theory, they need 167 runs to win. As Gregory is in bowls to Hannah Baker, who gets forward. Very technically correct shot. Defends, and no runs, so just the one off the over. 117 for 9. Batsmen meet in the middle to have a little chat about the weather.
Don't you think they're saying to each other, how can we win the game? I wonder what you do say to your partner at this stage of the game when it's fairly obvious that the match is kind of pretty much done and dusted. What would be passing the lips of these players one to the other?
You need to ask a former player that. You should have asked Claire Jenkins when she was on.
That's true. Keep going, says Claire Jenkins from the back of the box. Bat it out now. Heyhoe in to Grace Potts, and that, I think that smashes into her pads. That's well outside the line, so that's a dot ball.
Stars, we just wanting to finish this off now. Get back on the bus.
Absolutely. They've got a long way to travel home, haven't they? As Potts does get some bat on that, plays it out to the offside, and they snatch a single. Well, I suppose we'll probably end up following them home down the motorway, won't we, Sid?
Possibly. We did see an England player's car go past us on the motorway when we were driving back from Chelmsford the other day, didn't we?
It said cinch on the side. As ADR in to, and oh, that must have been a bump ball. I thought that was going to be a caught and bowled for a minute. As Baker did play that up to ADR, but it was a bump ball. We often see the Sky Pod as well, don't we, after matches, just wending its way home on the motorway.
Yeah.
Back to wherever the Sky Pods live, the Sky Pod home. ADR bowls a fuller ball. Baker plays that off her pads.
Where do Sky Pods live? In a poddery?
In a poddery somewhere. There's a poddery, and they keep them there, and then they hibernate in the winter. And there's a special breeding programme in organisation with London Zoo. And that's when we get to see next season's Sky Pods developed specially for the occasion. As ADR into Grace Potts, he defends that into the leg side, no run.
It's lovely when you see all the little pods running around, isn't it?
It is. It just warms your heart. Warms your heart, Sid.
The little podettes.
I think that Stars need to hurry up and take this last wicket before we both go absolutely insane, Sid. As ADR in again, Potts facing this time. And she's hit that quite hard, but it's been stopped at mid-on, so they just get the single. And that's the end of another over for the Stars. Sparks 120 for 9 after 33 overs. So here we are, the last round of games in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. One of those matches has already finished. The Vipers have beaten the Blaze, meaning that they progress automatically through to the final next Sunday at Northampton on the 24th of September. Sid is
A
giggling
friend has just
alongside
texted me saying, "Have you two been drinking?"
Only
I would
tea
like
and coffee.
I would like to
only tea and
reassure all
coffee.
viewers
Listeners, viewers, yes.
that we have not been drinking.
Honestly, it's just our creativity. Are you taking this over, Sid?
Danny Gregory is in, and she bowls a full delivery to Potts, who drives and gets a little rebound, and there's a single there. So that's one more. 163 required to win. Gregory to Hannah Baker, currently 1 off 7 balls. And that's going down leg, and it's wrapped Baker on the pads. But going well down, no hint of an appeal. Gregory to Baker bowls. Very gently pulled into the leg side. Again, no run. Oh, and that's a nice shot from Baker. So she had a little bit of room. She stepped back and creamed that through extra cover, and that's gone all the way to the boundary. I guess that if you're in this position now, from a sort of Sparks perspective, you'll go, well, let's try and frustrate them, and let's try and have make them sweat for it, make them earn it.
I don't think anyone's going to be doing much sweating out there, given the temperatures. But point taken, Sid. Point taken.
So Gregory in, and that's pulled. And straight to Paige Schofield on the boundary at deep mid wicket.
Yeah, so Blaze defeated by the Vipers, but they are through to the semi-final on Thursday. They will be hosting the winner of this match. That was a leading edge there from Grace Potts.
Yeah. Gregory had been a little bit more awake. And that's the over. 34 overs done, 126 for 9. Stars still searching for this final wicket. Alice Davidson-Richards is trotting back up to the Birmingham City end. And she's taking off her cap, taking off her sunglasses. Handing them
Sunglasses very much
to
needed
the
today.
umpire. So she will be taking that this next over, 35th. Looking for that final wicket.
She's in now. Bowls to Hannah Baker, who's forward and plays that out down to mid-off. No run there. There's a very enthusiastic Stars drinks carrier who's making her way round the boundary edge very quickly, running round. Despite the fact that this game could finish at any minute, it's obviously still absolutely crucial to keep your boundary rider fielders well hydrated. Oh, and that's gone straight through Hannah Baker into the hands of Chatley. There's a little bit of an appeal, particularly from Bryony Smith at first slip, but I don't think ADR particularly appealed.
No, I don't think Kira Chatley made much attempt either.
Okay, so that was a lone appeal there from Bryony Smith for a potential caught behind. Nobody else is convinced, specifically, importantly, the umpire. So we go again, ADR at the top of her mark. Hannah Baker on strike. And that's a wider one from ADR. And Baker plays that really well out into the offside, and it's gone for 4 runs. So more frustration for the Stars at the hands of Hannah Baker, who's got a couple of boundaries to her name now. And the score moves along to 130 for 9.
That was a poor delivery from Alice Davidson-Richards. that was asking to be hit. It was short, it was outside off stump. It said, please hit me. And Hannah Baker obliged.
She did. Perhaps ADR is getting a little bit frustrated. Possible change of bowler required from that end if we get that far. As ADR in again to Hannah Baker. Oh, and that's better ball. That's fuller, but she's managed to dig it out and play it out into the leg side. And that's a
decent
dot.
Yorker length delivery, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Forced her to play at that one. Good comeback from ADR.
ADR all about the comebacks. Just made one for England after scoring a Test century and then being dropped for a year. ADR in again to Hannah Baker. It's a good length ball. Baker defends into the offside.
It can be tough to pick up these final wickets in these matches. You often sort of feel like you see this, where if batters just want to stay there, then they will.
ADR in, and Baker's played that out backward of point. Gets a single off the last ball of the over, steals the strike. Sparks move to 131 for 9 after 35 overs, and it looks like Claire Jenkins might be coming back in. I didn't think you were going to be,
get
Claire.
the opportunity to call that last
here we
little
go.
bit. The required rate now over 10.
Ooh. Yeah, how long can they hold out for? This is a challenge now, I reckon. Central Sparks. This is a chance for Hannah Baker, under 19 England, and Grace Potts, very much on the England senior radar. Well, both of them really, but how long can they hold out? Bryony Smith.
Bryony Smith's going to have a go,
could,
and she's got it first ball.
Come back in. What do you... Rafa, I'm blaming you for that one. First ball, after
Bryony
I come
Smith
back
comes
on
back.
comms, Bryony Smith
Bowls her first ball of the match.
Captain says,
finishes
leave it to
off.
me. I am
It's
going
all
to
over.
get the last wicket. That was LBW, I think, wasn't it? So that was that Baker at that end? Baker, LBW to Bryony Smith, the captain of South East Stars. And they
So that is the bonus point win for South East Stars. So that guarantees that whatever happens up at Durham, even if they do get back on, it doesn't matter. South East Stars will be travelling to somewhere in the East Midlands. We don't know where yet.
Not sure yet.
To play the eliminator, the single semi-final against the Blaze.
The Blaze. Yes, and they will get home advantage because they were number 2 in the table or the ladder for the Australians listening. So they get home advantage, which could be Derby, Leicester, Hazel Grove or Trent Bridge. I mean, but I'm sure we'll find out soon enough because somebody must have had to reserve something somewhere. So Central Sparks finish on 131 all out, chasing a very big total. Chasing it's been taken down now. Chasing a big total, which they haven't got anywhere near, I'm afraid. So let's have a little look at the scorecard. I'm just looking for the scorecard now because everything's disappearing now. It's become a result. It's got a scorecard there. Because it was up, and then because it's become a result. It's disappeared.
Yeah, you have to go into the other tab of Play Cricket.
Yeah, very annoying. We'll run through that. So, disappointing end to the season then, because Central Sparks find themselves within touching distance of getting into that eliminator, but beaten comprehensively here by South East Stars. And really, these two teams as well, it hasn't been about whether the England players were playing or not. I mean, yes, they were missing, Central Sparks were missing Amy Jones. Yes, Stars were missing Capsey and Dunkley and Davis. But it wasn't about that today. It was about two teams literally going up against each other. And even Sid's lost the scorecard.
Yeah,
but
it's totally disappeared between the live and the results.
Yes, because it was live and now it's results, but it hasn't quite migrated between the two. We know that Baker finishes on 11 and Potts finishes not out on 9. Oh, even that bloody score. Excuse my language. Oh, here we go. We've got a scorecard. So, Eve Jones was caught by Chatley off MacDonald Gay for 6. Bethan Ellis was caught Chatley off MacDonald Gay for 11. Abby Freeborn was 20 before she was LBW to Paige Schofield. Maddie Green was the only resistance, really, big resistance, other than that last partnership. Maddie Green went for 39, bowled by Gregory. Amy Campbell was out for a duck, caught Schofield, bowled Davidson Richards. Katie George was caught by Chatley off Davidson Richards for 7. Emma Arlott made 4 before being bowled at MacDonald Gay. Izzy Wong made 11 before being caught and bowled by Davidson Richards. Georgia Davis was caught Schofield, bowled Stonehouse for 1. Grace Potts finishes not out 9. Hannah Baker was the last wicket to fall, LBW to Smith. And so in terms of the bowling figures, 3 for 27 for Rhiannon MacDonald Gay and 3 for Alice Davidson Richards are the standouts. Wickets also for Stonehouse, Schofield, Gregory and Smith, but Smith one ball, 1 wicket, and that's just easy game, isn't it? So that is the end of that game. So we shall have Vipers making it to the final. They just have to wait for whoever is the winner of the eliminator on Thursday between Blaze at home and Stars as the away team. We wait to hear what the venue of that will be. So this is the end of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint then, Sid. The group games. What's your reflections?
Yeah, I think it's been a marvellous season, and I think that it's been a really competitive season. You know, we had 6 teams still in with a shout of making the semi-final, the single semi-final, on going to the last round of games, and that just shows how competitive it's been. The Stars players, you know, obviously they're happier leaving the field today, but I think that, you know, Sparks have got a lot to be proud of. They ran it pretty close, and you know, they've had a good season. They'll look back, and to be fair, the Sparks players don't look too massively disappointed. I mean, I guess that they probably realised, a little earlier than right now that they weren't going to win it. But you know, I think that they'll look back on this season and go, yeah, we didn't do too badly. You know, we came pretty damn close. We came within the last game of getting into that eliminator, and they'll be looking forward to next season, and they'll be going, you know, we had a good shot this season. We didn't quite get there, but next season, you know, we can give it our best as well.
I think you're right.
If all of those teams are being competitive, then you know, that's fantastic news for the game as a whole, because what people coming to these games and watching these on live streams and things, what they really want to see is competitive cricket. They don't want to see one team flattening everybody else. They want to see, you know, excitement, and you know, maybe they will, maybe they won't. And I think that's what we've got out of this season. So it's been a great season, and I'm, you know, looking forward to the next one already. Yeah,
because the thing that was different about this season was that they played home and away, because previous years they've not done that with the Rachael Heyhoe Flint. So the girls are getting women are getting a lot more cricket now. So Rachael Heyhoe Flint, 50 over, proper, you know, a complete test of the players, all of the skills, and playing home and away. So you really get this sense that, you know, the cream has risen to the top, as it were. It's a cliche klaxon going off. But you know, the top teams have been at the top there. But we've got this great congestion because everyone's in it right to the last game. You know, I mean, it's named after Rachael Heyhoe Flint. You'd like to think that RHF would have been quite happy to see this. I mean, she couldn't possibly have imagined how this would have gone in terms of regional cricket, which has been a great success. It's already yielded success for the England national team, because we've seen new people blooded. We've got new talent coming through, and that's what the regional stuff's all about. So yeah, I think it's been a very positive thing. As you say, Central Sparks will be, yes, obviously disappointed, because they were looking for the chance at silverware. They got into the Charlotte Edwards Cup final last season, but were beaten by the Vipers. You know, they're getting close. And how pleasing is it to see that Sunrisers are finally clicking? But they've had a lot of good youngsters, haven't they? We've discussed Grace Scrivens. There goes the bingo thing again. Yeah. But they've got others, haven't they? Eva Gray's been doing well. You know, some of the other players are really kind of starting to step up now. I think they'll have had they will have had some good wisdom from Danny van Neerkerk, who has played most of the season with the Sunrisers as well, and I think they'll have drawn on that.
Yeah, no, I definitely. I mean, having that experience around is definitely helpful, and I think that it was always felt that it was partly sort of mental with the Sunrisers. Looks like the Sunrisers are actually potentially going to get a chance. They're going to be trying to make 126 from 18 overs up there in Durham. As we've explained, the result there is actually kind of irrelevant now because neither side can.
Did you say they got
catch.
on or not? No, sorry, I missed that.
So
they've gone back on.
Yeah, they're going to be chasing 126. Well, their target is 126 from 18 overs. So they'll get a chance, maybe a fourth win on the trot for them. Wouldn't that be nice? I'll be listening to that one in the car on the way home.
Yeah, they've had some problems with the live streams in not the Old Trafford games, but and not ours, hopefully. But the other couple of games they've had problems with cameras and sound and things. But yes, hopefully they haven't had those issues now that they're back on again. So yes, be good listening. So you might want to swap to that. Obviously, press the thumbs up before you leave this live stream comms. But it remains really for me to say, as the season draws to a close, thank you so much for supporting, watching the regional cricket here, the Charlotte Edwards Cup and the Rachael Heyhoe Flint. Thank you very much from Central Sparks' point of view from today. Thank you very much for Cricket Her, so Sid.
Thank you.
And Dr. Cricket Raf. We'll excuse her potty mouth earlier. She was quoting, and she's a journalist, so she's allowed to do that. So Raf Nicholson, Dr. Raf Nicholson, and Sid Egan, thank you so much for your very good commentary today. It's been an absolute joy. What a great way to finish the season. We had a bit of a go, didn't we, at Wormsley, but it's so nice to be at what I would call the home of cricket, Edgbaston, because it's my home ground. My dad grew up near here and I was born within,
the ground where England women won the first World Cup.
The ground where England, yeah, indeed, and the ground where I saw Rachael Heyhoe Flint play here. My cricket story starts here. A school visit to see an Ashes one-day international, where my school headmistress June Bragger was umpiring. So that my cricket story starts at Edgbaston, and I'm very much connected here. So yes, it's been lovely, and they've looked after us royally. So thank you very much to Warwickshire and Edgbaston and Central Sparks, and thank you very much for listening. If you're in the ground listening, please have a safe journey home, and if you're on the live stream, please press that thumbs up, and it only remains to see. We'll see you next season.
See you next season.
Yeah, see you next season.
Thank you very much, Claire Jenkins.
Thanks.